Section 1 of In Old Plantation Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. Aunt Tempe's Triumph. It was in the glow of an April evening when Aunt Tempe came out on the veranda to hold a conference with her master steward Mordaunt. She had evidently been turning some things over in her mind. For months there had been talk on the plantation, but nobody knew the inside of what was going on quite so well as she, for was she not Miss Eliza's mammy? Had she not cared for her every day of her life, from her birth until now, and was she not still her own child, her lammy? Indeed, at first she had entirely opposed the marriage of her young mistress to anybody, and had discouraged the attentions of young Stone Daniels when she thought he was sparkin' round. But when Miss Eliza laid her head on her breast and blushingly told her all about it, she surrendered, and the young mistress seemed as happy over Mammy's consent as she had been over her father's blessing. Mammy knew all the traditions of the section and the histories of all the families thereabouts, and for her to set the seal of approval upon young Daniels was the final glory. The preparations for the great wedding had gone on merrily. There was only a little time now before the auspicious day. Aunt Tempe, chief authority and owner in general, had been as busily engaged as any one. As the time had come nearer and nearer, though, her trouble had visibly increased, and it was the culmination of it which brought her hobbling out to chat with her master on that April evening. It must have been Maid Dashi that told her about the beautiful ceremony of giving away the bride, and described to her what a figure old Mass would make on the occasion, but it rankled in her mind, and she had thoughts of her own on the subject. "Look hyah, Mass Stewart," she said, as she settled down on the veranda step at his feet. "I done come out hyah to 'spute wid you." "Well, Aunt Tempe," said Mordaunt, placidly, "it won't be the first time. You've been doing that for many years. The fact is, half the time I don't know who's running this plantation, you or I. You boss the whole household round, and the quarters, mind you, better than they do the preacher. Plague take my buttons if I don't think they are afraid you'll conjure them." "Conjure? Who conjure? Me conjure? What's the matter wid you, Mass Stewart? You know I ain't long hated. Ef I had a been, you know'd I'd a worked my roots long fo now on old Lishy. We and he tuck up wid dat no-ton woman. This had happened 25 years before, but Stewart Mordaunt knew that it was still a sore subject with the old woman, this desertion by her husband, so he did not pursue the unpleasant matter any further. "Well, what are you going to 'spute with me about, Tempe? Ain't I running the plantation right, or ain't your mistress behaving herself as she ought to? I do wish you'd let me talk. You dis keep a joking and a running on so dat a body can't get in a word ageways. Well, go on. Now you know dat Miss Liza gwine marry." "Yes, she has told me about it, though I suppose she asked your consent first." Nemmine dat. You hyah me. Miss Liza gwine marry." "Yes, unless young Daniels runs off, or sees a girl he likes better." "Sees a gal he lak better? Run off? What's de matter wid you?" The master laughed cheerily, and the old woman went on. "Now we all's gwine to gin her a big wedding, des lak my baby ought to have." "Of course. What else do you expect? You don't suppose I'm going to have her jump over the broom with him, do you? Now you listen to me. We's gwine to have all de doin's dat go long wid a wedding, ain't we?" Stewart Mordaunt struck his fist on the arm of his chair and said, "We're going to have all that the greatness of the occasion demands when a Mordaunt marries. Dat's right. She gwine to have de orange wreath and de ring. That's part of it. And she gwine to begin her way in right style, asked Aunt Tempe anxiously. To be sure. Aunt Tempe turned her sharp black eyes on her master and shot forth her next question with sudden force and abruptness. Now what I want to know, who gwine to gin her away? Stewart Mordaunt straightened himself up in his chair with a motion of sudden surprise, and exclaimed, "Why, Tempe, what do you mean?" "I mean des what I say. Des what I mean. I want to know who gwine to gin my Miss Liza away." "Who should give her away?" The old woman folded her hands calmly across her neckerchief and made answer. "Dat's de question. Why, I'm going to give my daughter away, of course." "You gwine to gin yo' darter away, huh? Is you?" Aunt Tempe questioned slowly. The tone was so full of contempt that her master turned a surprised look upon her face. She got up, put her hands behind her in an attitude of defiance, and stood there looking at him as he sat viciously biting the end of his cigar. "You 'lows to gin her away, does you? Why, Tempe, what the who should give her away?" "You 'lows to gin her away, I say?" "Most assuredly I do," he answered angrily. The old woman moved up a step higher on the porch and asked in an intense voice, "What business you got givin' my chile away? How come you got de right to gin Miss Liza to anybody?" Why, Tempe." "Who is you?" exclaimed Tempe. "Who raise up dat chile? Who nuss her, though de colic wean she cried all night, and she was so peaked you didn't know wean you're gwine lay her away? Huh? Who did dat? Who raised you up, and tek keer you when yo' old mammy die, and you wa'n't able even to keep her away from de bee trees? Huh? Who do dat? You gin her away? You gin her away? Dat's my chile, Mass Stewart Mordaunt. And ef anybody gin her away at de weddin', dain't nobody gwine to do it but old Tempe herself. You hear me?" "But Tempe," said the master, "that wouldn't be proper. You can't give your young mistress away." "Popa or what not, I de only one what got de right, and I see 'bout dat." Mordaunt forgot that he was talking to a servant, and sprang to his feet. "See about it, he cried. "I'll let you know that I can give my own daughter away when she marries. You must think you own this whole plantation, and all the white folks and niggers on it." Aunt Tempe came up on the porch and curtsied to her master. "Nemmine, Mass Stewart," she said. "Nemmine." Her eyes were full of tears, and her voice was trembling. Hit all right. I longs to you, but Miss Liza, she my chile." Her voice rose again in a defiant ring, and lost its pathos as she exclaimed, "I show you who got de right to gin my chile away." And shaking her turbaned head, she went back into the house, mumbling to herself. "Well," said Stewart Mordaunt, "I'll be blessed." He might have used a stronger term, but just then the black-coated figure of the rector came round the corner of the veranda. How are you, sir?" said the Reverend Mr. Davis jocosely. "Are you the man who owns this plantation?" Mordaunt hurled his cigar down the path and replied grimly, "I don't know. I used to think so." Meanwhile, Aunt Tempe had gone into the house to tell her troubles to her young mistress. She and her Miss Eliza were mutually the bearers of each other's burdens on all occasions. She told her story and laid her case before the bride-to-be. "Now you know, baby," she said, "ef anybody got de right to gin you away, 'tain't nobody but me." "Yes, mammy," said the young woman, consolingly. "They shan't slight you, that they shan't." "No, indeed, I don't tend to be slighted." "I'll tell you what I'll do, mammy," said Miss Eliza. "Even if you can't give me away, you'll be where Doshy and Dinah and none of the rest can be." "Wha dat, chile?" "Why, before the ceremony, I'll hide you under the portieres, right back of where we're going to stand in the drawing-room." "And I can't gin you away, baby?" said the old woman sadly. "We'll see about that, mammy. You know nobody ever knows what's going to happen." The girl was comforting the old woman's distresses as mammy in the years gone by had quieted her childish fears. It was a putting off until tomorrow of the evils that seemed present today. Aunt Tempe went away seemingly satisfied, but she thought deeply, and later she visited old brother Parker, who used to know a servant in a preacher's family, and they talked long and earnestly together one whole evening. Dashi saw them as they separated and cried in derision, "Look hyah, Aunt Tempe, what you and old brother Parker codgin' about so long? Spec fust thing we knows we be gettin' slippers and weefs for you, and you'll be follerin' Miss Liza's example." "Huh, child," Aunt Tempe answered. "I ain't thinking nothin' 'bout mayin' case I's old, but law, child, I old in de haid, too." The preparations for the wedding were completed, and the time arrived. All the elite of the surrounding country were present. Mammy was allowed to put the last touches, insignificant though they were, to the bride's costume. She wept copiously over her child, but with not so much absorption as not to be alert when Miss Eliza took her down and slipped her behind the heavy portieres. The organ pealed its march, the ceremony began and proceeded. The responses of the groom were strong, and those of the bride timid, but decisive and clear. Above all rose the resonant voice of the rector. Stewart Mordaunt had gathered himself together, and straightened his shoulders, and stepped forward at the words, "Who giveth this woman?" when suddenly the portieres behind the bridal party were thrown asunder, and the ample form of Aunt Tempe appeared. The whole assemblage was thunderstruck. The minister paused. Mordaunt stood transfixed. A hush fell upon all of them, which was broken by the old woman's stentorian voice, crying, "I does. Dat's who I gins my baby away." For an instant no one spoke. Some of the older ladies wiped tears from their eyes, and Stewart Mordaunt bowed and resumed his place beside his daughter. The clergyman took up the ceremony where he had left off, and the marriage was finished without any further interruption. When it was all over, neither the father, the mother, the proud groom, nor the blushing bride had one word of reproach for Mammy, for no one doubted that her giving away and her blessing were as effectual and fervent as those of the nearest relative could have been. And Aunt Tempe chuckled as she went her way. I showed 'em. End of section 1. Section 2 of In Old Plantation Days by Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aunt Tempe's Revenge. Laramie Belle. Why she was Laramie Belle no one could ever make out. Laramie Belle had astonished the whole plantation. She came of stock that was prone to perpetrating surprises, and she did credit to her blood and breeding. When she was only 2 weeks old, the wiseacres had said that no good could ever come to so outrageously a named child. Aunt Mandy had quite expressed the opinion of every one when she said, "Why, ef de child had been named a poa Bible name, er a poa devil name, she mought amounted to sompin, but dat eye contraption, Laramie Belle, ain't one ner t'other. She done doomed a'ready." And here was Laramie Belle, after 18 years of a rather quiet life, getting ready to fulfill all the adverse prophecies. There were perhaps 2 elements in the matter that made the Mordaunt plantation look upon it with less leniency even than usual. Of course, it was the unwritten law of the little community that alliances should not be contracted with people off the estate, but even they knew that love must go where it will, and a certain latitude might have been allowed the culprit had she not been guilty of another heresy that made her crime blacker. Incredible as it may seem, at the very time that Tom Norton began bestowing his impudent attentions upon her, Julius the coachman had also deigned to look at her with favour, For her to give the preference to the former was an offence not to be overlooked nor condoned. By so doing, she not only lost a golden matrimonial opportunity, but belittled the value of her own people. There was another feeling that entered into the trouble too, a vague, almost shadowy dislike to the man upon whom Laramie Bell had placed her affections. Although only a tradition to the younger servants, the memory was still vivid in the minds of the older heads of Aunt Tempe's desertion by her husband when he took up with the Norton woman. They remembered how Tempe, then a spirited, lively woman, had mourned and refused to be comforted, and they could not forget the bravery with which she had consented that Stewart Mordaunt should transfer her husband to Master Norton in order that he might be with his new wife. She had mourned for weeks, yes, for months, and no one else had ever come into her heart. Was it not enough that this suffering had come to a Mordaunt through this Norton wench, without this man, this son of her and her stolen mate, taking away one of the plantation's buds of promise? They talked much to Laramie Bell, but she was not a girl of many words, and only held her head down and made imaginary lines with her foot as she listened. She would not talk to them about it, but neither would she give up Tom and encourage Julius. There were those who believed that she was encouraged in her stubbornness by her mother, that mother who had closed her ears to all advice, remonstrance, and prophecy when warned as to the naming of her baby. They were right, too, for Lucy did uphold her daughter's quiet independence. Indeed, there was a streak of strangeness in both of them that, in spite of the younger woman's popularity, placed them, as it were, in a position apart. "You right, honey," said her mother to her. "Ef you loves Tom Noten, you tek up wid him. Don keer what de rest says. Yo got to live wid him. Yo got to do his cookin' and washin' and ironin', and all you got to do is to get Mass Stuart to say yes to you." No one argued with Lucy, whatever they might say to her daughter. About the older woman there was a spirit fierce and free that would not be gainsaid. There was something of the wild nerve of African forests about her that had not yet been driven out by the hard hand of slavery, nor yet smoothed down by the velvet glove of irresponsibility. The essence of this, albeit subdued, refined, diluted, perhaps, was in her daughter, and that was why she kept her way in spite of all opposition. As for Tom Norton, opposition only made him more determined, and nothing did him more good than to laugh in the face of Julius as he was leaving the Mordaunt place after a pleasant visit with Laramie. As promiscuous visiting between the plantations was forbidden, Tom had had the good sense to secure both his master's and Stewart Mordaunt's consent, the latter's reluctantly given to these excursions. On the principle, however, that he who has given much may with safety take more, he often overstepped the bound and went to see his sweetheart when the permission was wanting. Julius found this out and determined to administer a severe lesson to his rival on the first occasion that he found him within his domain without his master's permission. So thinking, he laid his plans carefully, the first of them being to gain a friend and informant on the Norton place. This he succeeded in doing, and then, after confiding in a couple of trusted friends, he lay in wait for his unfortunate rival. He had a stout hickory stick in his hand, and he and his friends were stationed at short intervals of space along the road which Tom must cross to visit Laramie Bell. It was a moonlit night. The watchers by the roadside heard the sound of his footsteps as their victim approached, but with ghoulish satisfaction they let him pass on. It was not now that they wanted him, but when he came back. Then they would have the fun of whipping him to his very gate, and he would not dare to tell. They possessed their souls in patience, and waited, chuckling ever and anon at the prospect. As the first hour passed, they yawned more and chuckled less through the second hour. During the third, the yawns held exclusive sway. He was staying particularly late that night. It was in the grey dawn that, unsatisfied, sleepy, and angry, they took their way home. Their heads seemed scarcely to have touched the pillows when the horns and bells sounded the rising hour. Oh, misery! They had missed Tom, too. Julius could not understand it. It was very simple, though. Man proposes, but woman exposes, and he had not learned to beware of a friend who had a wife, so his secret had leaked out. Laramie Bell had had a chance to warn Tom, and going by another road he had been in bed and snoring when his watchers were wearily waiting for him by the roadside. Even for the coachman's friend the story was too good to keep, and before long big house and quarters were laughing to their hearts' content. The unwelcome suitor was doubly unfortunate, however, for his action precipitated the result which he was so anxious to prevent. Seeing himself in danger of being the constant victim of intrigue and molestation, Tom Norton determined to press his suit and bring matters to a close. With this end in view, he sought his master and laid the case before him, begging for his intercession. Norton, the master, promised to visit Stewart Mordaunt and talk the matter over with him. He did so. He laid the case before Mordaunt plainly and clearly. A negro on his plantation was in love with one of his host's maids. What was to be done about it? Well, it's this way, Norton, said Mordaunt frankly. You know I've never countenanced this mating of servants off the plantation. It's only happened once, and you know how that was. I know, but, Mr. Mordaunt, Tom likes that wench, and if he don't get her, it'll make a bad darky out of him, that's all, and you'll be a trouble to your plantation as well as to mine. Oh, I can answer as to mine, perhaps, but there's no telling what influence he might have over your people, and that's worth looking into. You're on the wrong road to accomplish your end with me, Norton. But you don't understand. I'm not talking for myself, but for the happiness of a boy that I like. You know how I handled a similar case. Yes, but I'm a poorer man than you, and well, I can't afford to be generous. Mordaunt laughed coldly. Well, he said, I don't like the stock of that boy, Tom. You know how his father treated Tempe, and well, Norton, see me again. I'm not in the mood to discuss this matter now, and he rose to dismiss his visitor. I'll sell Tom cheap, said Norton, in spite of your deep feeling for him. My deep feeling for him prompts me to help him to happiness. Very considerate of you, Norton, but I'm not buying or selling darkies. Good day. Norton ground his teeth as he walked away. That proud fool despises me, he murmured angrily, but either he shall buy Tom, or that nigger shall make him more than his money's worth of trouble. Stewart Mordaunt went away from the interview with his neighbor with a sneer on his lips. He despised Alderbury Norton, not because he was a poor man, but because he was a man with no principle. Once an overseer, now a small owner, he brought manners of the lower position to the higher one. I'd buy Tom, he said to himself, just to satisfy Laramie Bell, if it wasn't against my principle. When the plantation, through some mysterious intelligence, heard how Tom's suit fared, it was exultant. After all, the flower of their girls was not to go away to mate with an inferior. They ceased to laugh at Julius behind his back, but there is no accounting for the ways of women, and at this time Laramie Bell ceased speaking to him, so setting one off against the other, the poor coachman had little to pride himself upon. The girl now had fewer words than ever. Her smiles, too, were fewer, and she was often in tears. Seeing her thus, the fierceness in her mother's face and manner increased until it grew to be a settled fact that one who cared for his life was not to bother Laramie Bell nor Lucy. During all the trouble, Aunt Tempe had listened and looked on unmoved. Everyone had expected her to take a very decided part against the welcome suitor, the son of her old rival and her defaulting husband, but she had not done so. She had stood aloof until this crisis came. Even now she was strangely subdued, only she cast inquiring glances at Laramie Bell's long, tear-saddened face whenever she passed her. Day by day she saw how the girl faded, and then came the wrath of the plantation upon her. When they saw that she would not yield, they cast her off. They would not associate with her, nor speak to her. She was none of theirs. Let her find her friends over at Norton's, they said. They laughed at her and tossed their heads in her face, and she went her way, silent but weeping. Lucy's eyes grew fierce. Something strange, foreign, even wild within her seemed to rear itself and call for release, but she held herself as if saying, a little while yet. The day came, however, when Aunt Tempe could stand Laramie Bell's sad face no longer. It may have been the influence of Parker's words as he told of the command to do good to dem that spitefully use you, or it may have been the strong promptings of her own good heart that drove Tempe to seek her master out. Well, Tempe, said Mordaunt, as he saw that she had settled herself for a talk with him, what now? It's des another one of my 'sputes, and Tempe, with an embarrassment entirely new to her. Well, what's coming now? Mass Stewart, I's an old fool, that's what I is. Aunt Tempe, have you found that out? Then you begin to be wise. It's wonderful how, as you and I get old, we arrive at the same conclusions. I ain't joking, Mass Stewart. I's mighty anxious. I've been thinking about Tom and Laramie Bell. Now, Tempe, hold on, Mass. You know de reason I got some right to think about them too. Mass Stewart, my old man didn't do me right to leave me and take up wid another woman. He was a hound. Look at hyah, what you talking about? You ish. I was gwine long to say dat my man didn't treat me right, but since it's done, and de only way to do is to mek de best of it. You've been doing that for a good many years. Yes, but it wasn't wid my willin' heart. Brother Parker say, though, that we must do good to dem what spitefully use us. What are you driving at, Tempe, Mass Stewart? Sense Tom Norton, he my old man's boy. Don't you reckon I some kin of a stepmammy to him? Stewart Mordaunt could not repress a chuckle as he answered, "Well, I can't just figure out any such kinship. I don't care what yo' figures out. Hit's got to be so 'cause I feels it." "It must be so, then. Well, de plantation done cuss Laramie Bell out 'cause she love Tom, and she cryin' eyes out. Tom, he feel mighty bad about it. Well, Mass Stewart, let 'em marry. Tempe, you know, I object to the servants marrying off the plantation. I know, and you know that I can't buy Tom. Won't you des this time?" "No, I won't. I'm not a nigger trader, and I won't have any one making me one. You let me alone, Tempe, and don't concern yourself in this business." "Dey des two po' chillun, Mass Stewart." "I don't care if they are. I won't have anything to do with it, I tell you. I won't have my people marrying with Nortons, and if he can't make a fair exchange for the man I gave him, why, Tom and Laramie Bell will have to give each other up, that's all." Aunt Tempe said no more, but went tearfully away. But out of the corner of her eye she saw her master pacing up and down long after she had left him, and she had the satisfaction of knowing he was uneasy. "Confound Tempe," Mordaunt was saying. "Why can't she let me alone? Just as I quiet my conscience, here she comes and knocks everything into a cocked hat. I won't buy Tom. I won't. That's all there is about it. Her stepson, indeed." He tried to laugh, but it ended lamely. "Confound Tempe," he repeated. He was troubled for 2 or 3 days, and then with a very sheepish expression he went to Tempe's cabin. "Tempe," he said, "you've served me long and faithfully, and I've been thinking about making you a present for some time." "Law, Mass Stewart, what's the matter wid you?" "You hush up. Here's some money. You can do with it as you please." And he thrust a roll of bills into her hand. "Why, Mass Stewart, Mordaunt, is you clean loony? What is I gwine to do wid all dis money? Throw it in the fire, confound you, if you haven't got sense enough to know what use to put it to." Stewart Mordaunt shouted as he turned away. Then the light dawned on Aunt Tempe, and she sank to her knees with a prayer of thanks. It took but a short time for her to have a less scrupulous man buy Tom for her, and then, with a solemnity as great as his own, she presented him to her master, who received him, as he said, in the spirit in which he was given. Lucy and Laramie Bell were present at the ceremony. The fierce light had died out of Lucy's eyes, and Laramie's face was aglow. When it was all over, Julia shook hands with Tom as an acknowledgment of defeat, and that gave the cue to the rest of the plantation, who forgot at once all its animosities against the new fellow-servant. But there were some things which the author of all this good could not forget, and on the night of the wedding, when the others rejoiced, Aunt Tempe wept and murmured, "He might have been mine. He might have been mine." End of section 2. Section 3 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Walls of Jericho. Parker was sitting alone under the shade of a locust tree at the edge of a field. His head was bent, and he was deep in thought. Every now and then there floated to him the sound of vociferous singing, and occasionally above the music rose the cry of some shouting brother or sister. But he remained in his attitude of meditation, as if the singing and the cries meant nothing to him. They did, however, mean much, and despite his outward impassiveness, his heart was in a tumult of wounded pride and resentment. He had always been so faithful to his flock, constant in attendance and careful of their welfare. Now it was very hard at the first call of the stranger to have them leave their old pastor and crowd to the new exhorter. It was nearly a week before that a free Negro had got permission to hold meetings in the wood adjoining the Mordaunt estate. He had invited the Negroes of the surrounding plantations to come and bring their baskets with them, that they might serve the body while they saved the soul. By ones and twos Parker had seen his congregation drop away from him, until now in the cabin meeting-house where he held forth, only a few retainers, such as Mandy and Dinah, and some of the older ones on the plantation, were present to hear him. It grieved his heart, for he had been with his flock in sickness and in distress, in sorrow and in trouble. But now, at the first approach of the rival, they could and did desert him. He felt it the more keenly because he knew just how powerful this man Johnson was. He was loud-voiced and theatrical, and the fact that he invited all to bring their baskets gave his scheme added influence, for his congregations flocked to the meetings as to a holy picnic. It was seldom that they were thus able to satisfy both the spiritual and material longings at the same time. Parker had gone once to the meeting and had hung unobserved on the edge of the crowd. Then he saw by what power the preacher held the people. Every night, at the very height of the service, he would command the baskets to be opened and the people, following the example of the children of Israel, to march, munching their food round and round the enclosure as their biblical archetypes had marched around the walls of Jericho. Parker looked on and smiled grimly. He knew, and the sensational revivalist knew, that there were no walls there to tumble down, and that the spiritual significance of the performance was entirely lost upon the people. Whatever may be said of the Mordaunt plantation exhorter, he was at least no hypocrite, and he saw clearly that his rival gave to the emotional negroes a breathing chance and opportunity to eat, and a way to indulge their dancing proclivities by marching trippingly to a spirited tune. He went away in disgust and anger, but thoughts deeper than either burned within him. He was thinking some such thoughts now, as he sat there on the edge of the field listening to the noise of the basket meeting. It was unfortunate for his peace of mind that while he sat there absorbed in resentful musings, 2 of the young men of his master's household should come along. They did not know how Parker felt about the matter, or they never would have allowed themselves to tease him on the score of his people's defection. "Well, Parker," said Ralph, "seems mighty strange to me that you are not down there in the woods at the meeting." The old man was silent. "I'm rather surprised at Parker myself," said Tom Mordaunt. "Knowing how he enjoys a good sermon, I expected him to be over there. They do say that man Johnson is a mighty preacher." Still Parker was silent. "Most of your congregation are over there," Ralph resumed. Then the old exhorter, stung into reply, raised his head and said quietly, "Dat ain't nuffin strange, Mass Ralph. I been preachin' de gospel on yo' father's plantation, night after night, nigh onto 25 years. In spite of dat, most of my congregation is in hell." "That doesn't speak very well for your preaching," said Ralph, and the 2 young fellows laughed heartily. "Come, Parker, come, don't be jealous. Come on over to the meeting with us, and let us see what it is that Johnson has that you haven't. You know any man can get a congregation about him, but it takes some particular power to hold them after they are caught." Parker rose slowly from the ground and reluctantly joined his 2 young masters as they made their way towards the woods. The service was in full swing. At a long black log far to the front there knelt a line of mourners wailing and praying, while the preacher stood above them waving his hands and calling on them to believe and be saved. Every now and then someone voluntarily broke into a song, either a stirring, marching spiritual or some soft crooning melody that took strange hold upon the hearts of even the most skeptical listeners. As they approached and joined the crowd, someone had just swung into the undulating lilt of "Someone buried in de graveyard, someone buried in de sea, all come together in de morning, go sound a jubilee." Just the word jubilee was enough to start the whole throng into agitated life, and they moaned and shouted and wailed until the forest became a pandemonium. Johnson, the preacher, saw Parker approach with the 2 young men, and a sudden spirit of conquest took possession of him. He felt that he owed it to himself to crystallize his triumph over the elder exhorter. So with a glance that begged for approbation, he called aloud, "Open de baskets, rise up fa de Jericho walls. A sin is a stannin'. You 'member dey marched round 7 times, and at de 7th time de walls have begun to shake and shiver, de foundations have begun to tremble, de chillun a hear de rumblin' like a thunder from on high, and putty soon down come de walls a fallin' and a crumblin'. Oh, brothers and sisters, let us march around the walls of Jericho tonight 7 times and eating of the food that the Lord has provided us with. There ain't no walls of brick and stone standing here tonight, but by the eye of Christian faith, I see a great big wall of sin standing strong and thick here in our midst. Is we gwine to let it stand? Oh, no, no, moaned the people. Is we gwine to march around that wall the same as Joshua and his band did in the days of old? Will we hear the crackling and the rumbling, the breaking and the tearing, the unsettling of the foundations and the falling of the stones, and mutter? Then raising his voice, he broke into the song. Then we'll march, march down, oh chillin', march down in the day of Jubilee. The congregation joined him in the ringing chorus, and springing to their feet began marching around and around the enclosure, chewing vigorously in the breathing spaces of the hymn. The 2 young men, who were too used to such sights to be provoked to laughter, nudged each other and bent their looks upon Parker, who stood with bowed head, refusing to join in the performance, and sighed audibly. After the march, Tom and Ralph started for home, and Parker went with them. He's very effective, don't you think so, Tom? Said Ralph. Immensely so, was the reply. I don't know that I have ever seen such a moving spectacle. The people seem greatly taken up with him. Personal magnetism, that's what it is. Don't you think so, Parker? Said Parker. It's a wonderful idea of his, that marching around the walls of sin. So original, too. It's a wonder you never thought of a thing like that, Parker. I believe it would have held your people to you in the face of everything. They do love to eat and march. Well, said Parker, you all may think what you please, but I ain't never made no business of making a play show out'n the Bible. Them folks don't know what they're doin'. Where if them niggers heard anything commence to fall, they'd take that place up getting away from there. It's a wonder the Lord don't send a judgment on 'em for turning his word into mockery. The 2 young men bit their lips, and a knowing glance flashed between them. The same idea had leaped into both of their minds at once. They said no word to Parker, however, save at parting, and then they only begged that he would go again the next night of the meeting. You must, Parker, said Ralph. You must represent the spiritual interest of the plantation. If you don't, that man Johnson will think we are heathen, or that our exhorter is afraid of him. At the name of fear, the old preacher bridled and said with angry dignity, never mind, he shan't never think dat. I'll be there. Parker went alone to his cabin, sore at heart. The young men, a little regretful that they had stung him a bit too far, went up to the big house, their heads close together, and in the darkness and stillness there came to them the hymns of the people. On the next night Parker went early to the meeting place, and, braced by the spirit of his defiance, took a conspicuous front seat. His face gave no sign, though his heart throbbed angrily as he saw the best and most trusted of his flock come in with intent faces and seat themselves anxiously to await the advent of an alien. Why had those rascally boys compelled him for his own dignity's sake to come there? Why had they forced him to be a living witness of his own degradation and of his own people's ingratitude? But Parker was a diplomat, and when the hymns began he joined his voice with the voices of the rest. Something, though, tugged at Parker's breast, a vague, hoped-for something, he knew not what, the promise of relief from the tension of his jealousy, the harbinger of revenge. It was in the air. Everything was tense, as if awaiting the moment of catastrophe. He found himself joyous, and when Johnson arose on the wings of his eloquence, it was Parker's loud "Amen," which set fire to all the throng. Then, when the meeting was going well, when the spiritual fire had been thoroughly kindled and had gone from crackling to roaring, when the hymns were loudest and the hand-clapping strongest, the revivalist called upon them to rise and march around the walls of Jericho. Parker rose with the rest, and though he had no basket, he levied on the store of a solicitous sister and marched with them, singing, but waiting for he knew not what. It was the 5th time around, and yet nothing had happened. Then the sixth, and a rumbling sound was heard near at hand. A tree crashed down on one side. White eyes were rolled in the direction of the noise, and the burden of the hymn was left to the few faithful. Halfway around, and the bellow of a horn broke upon the startled people's ears, and the hymn sank lower and lower. The preacher's face was ashen, but he attempted to inspire the people, until on the seventh turn such a rumbling and such a clattering, such a tumbling of rocks, such a falling of trees, as was never heard before, gave horror to the night. The people paused for one moment, and then the remains of the bread and meat were cast to the winds, baskets were thrown away, and the congregation, thoroughly maddened with fear, made one rush for the road and the quarters. Ahead of them all, his long coat-tails flying, and his legs making not steps but leaps, was the Reverend Mr. Johnson. He had no word of courage or hope to offer the frightened flock behind him. Only Parker, with some perception of the situation, stood his ground. He had leaped upon a log and was crying aloud, stand still, I say, and see the salvation." But he got only frightened backward glances as the place was cleared. When they were all gone, he got down off the log and went to where several of the trees had fallen. He saw that they had been cut nearly through during the day on the side away from the clearing, and ropes were still along the upper parts of their trunks. Then he chuckled softly to himself as he stood there in the dim light of the fat pine torches that were burning themselves out. Two stealthy figures made their way out of the surrounding gloom into the open space. Tom and Ralph were holding their sides, and Parker, with a hand on the shoulder of each of the boys, laughed unrighteously. "Well, he hya de rumblin' and crumblin'," he said, and Ralph gasped. "You're the only one who stood your ground, Parker," said Tom. "How about der walls of Jericho now?" was all Parker could say as he doubled up. When the people came back to their senses, they began to realize that Reverend Mr. Johnson had not the qualities of a leader. Then they recalled how Parker had stood still in spite of the noise and called them to wait and see the salvation, and so with a rush of emotional feeling they went back to their old allegiance. Parker's meeting house again was filled, and for lack of worshippers Mr. Johnson held no more meetings and marched no more around the walls of Jericho. End of section 3. Section 4 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Brother Parker Fell from Grace. It all happened so long ago that it has almost been forgotten upon the plantation, and few, save the older heads, know anything about it save from hearsay. It was in Parker's younger days, but the tale was told on him for a long time, until he was so old that every little disparagement cut him like a knife. Then the young scapegraces, who had the story only from their mother's lips, spared his dotage. Even to young eyes, the respect which hedges about the form of 80 obscures many of the imperfections that are apparent at 28, and Parker was nearing 80. The truth of it is that Parker, armed with the authority which his master thought the due of the plantation exhorter, was wont to use his power with rather too free a rein. He was so earnest for the spiritual welfare of his fellow servants that his watchful ministrations became a nuisance and a bore. Even Aunt Dashie, who was famous for her devotion to all that pertained to the church, had been heard to state that Brother Parker was a mighty powerful zorter, but he surely was monstrous biggity. This from a member of his flock old enough to be his mother quite summed up the plantation's estimate of this black disciple. There was many a time when it would have gone hard with Brother Parker among the young bucks on the Mordaunt plantation, but that there was scarcely one of them but could remember a time when Parker had come to his cabin to console some sick one, help a seeker, comfort the dying, or close the eyes of one already dead, and it clothed him about with a sacredness which, however much inclined they dared not invade. Ain't it enough, Mandy's Jim used to say, for Brother Parker to tend to his business down at meetin' without spookin' round all de cabins and outhouses? Seems to me days enough devilment gwine on right under his nose without him gwine round trying to smell out what's hid. Every secret sinner on the place agreed with this dictum, and it came to the preacher's ears. He smiled broadly. "Uh-huh," he remarked. "Hit's de stuck pig dat squeals. I reckon Jim's up sompin right now, and I lay I'll find out what dat sompin is." Parker was a subtle philosopher, and Jim had by his remark unwittingly disclosed his interest in the preacher's doings. It then behooved his zealous disciple to find out the source of this unusual interest and opposition. On the Sunday following, his sermon was strong, fiery, and convincing. His congregation gave themselves up to the joy of the occasion and lost all consciousness of time or place in their emotional ecstasy. But although he continued to move them with his eloquence, not for one moment did Parker lose possession of himself. His eyes roamed over the people before him, and took in the absence of several who had most loudly and heartily agreed with Jim's dictum. Jim himself was not there. "Uh-huh," said the minister to himself even in the midst of his exhortations. "Uh-huh, arroway on some dev'ment, I be bound." He could hardly wait to hurry through his sermon. Then he seized his hat and almost ran away from the little table that did duty as a pulpit desk. He brushed aside with scant ceremony those who would have asked him to their cabins to share some special delicacy, and made his way swiftly to the door. There he paused and cast a wondering glance about the plantation. "I dis wonder what dem scoundrels is most likely to be." Then his eye fell upon an old half-ruined smoke-house that stood between the kitchen and the negro quarters, and he murmured to himself, "Black is not, black is not." But he did not start directly for the object of his suspicions. Oh no, he was too deep a diplomat for that. He knew that if there were wrongdoers in that innocent-looking ruin, they would be watching in his direction about the time when they expected meeting to be out. So he walked off swiftly but carelessly in an opposite direction, and instead of going straight past the kitchen, began to circle around from the direction of the quarters, whence no danger would be apprehended. As he drew nearer and nearer the place, he thought he heard the rise and fall of eager voices. He approached more cautiously. Now he was perfectly sure that he could hear smothered conversation, and he smiled grimly as he pictured to himself the surprise of his quarry when he should come up with them. He was almost upon the smoke-house now. Those within were so absorbed that the preacher was able to creep up and peer through a crack at the scene within. There, seated upon the earthen floor, were the unregenerate of the plantation. In the very midst of them was Mandy's Jim, and he was dealing from a pack of greasy cards. It is a wonder that they did not hear the preacher's gasp of horror as he stood there gazing upon the iniquitous performance, but they did not. The delight of Hilo Jack was too absorbing for that, and they suspected nothing of Parker's presence until he stepped around to the door, pushed it open, and confronted them like an accusing angel. Jim leaped to his feet with a strong word upon his lips. "I reckon you done forgot, brother Jim, what day dis is," said the preacher. "Ain't forgot nothing," was the dogged reply. "I don't see what you doin' round hyah, nohow." "I's a lookin' after some strayin' lambs," said Parker, "and I done foun' 'em. You ought to be ashamed of yo'selves, ever one of ye, playin' kyards on de Lord's day." There was the light of reckless deviltry in Jim's eyes. "There ain't no harm in a little game o' kyards." "Co'se not," replied the preacher scornfully. "Dem's des the sins that carried many a man to hell wid his eyes wide open, the little no harm kind." "I don't reckon you ever played kyards," said Jim sneeringly. Yes, I has played, and I thought I was enjoying myself. Oh, well, I found out that it was all wickedness and idleness. Oh, I don't reckon you was ever very much of a player. I know lots of men who has got a religion dis case they couldn't win at cards. The company greeted this sally with a laugh, and then looked aghast at Jim's audacity. Your religion's a mighty savin' to de pocket, Jim went on. We can believe what we wants to, and I say you never was no player, and dat's de reason you took up de gospel. It ain't so. I 'lowed dey was a time when I could 'a outplayed any one of you sinners hyar, but prove it. The challenge shot forth like a pistol's report. Parker hesitated. What you mean? He said. Beat me. Beat all of us, and we'll believe you didn't quit playing 'cause you allus lost. You are preachin' now, and I dare ya. Parker's face turned ashen, and his hands gripped together. He was young then, and the hot blood sped tumultuously through his veins. Prove it, said Jim. You can't. We'd play you out in yo' coat and back into de pulpit again. You would you? The light of battle was in Parker's eyes, the desire for conquest throbbing in his heart. Look hyah, Jim. Sunday or no Sunday, preacher or no preacher, I play you 3 games for de gospel's sake. And the preacher sat down in the circle, his face tense with anger at his tormentor's insinuations. He did not see the others around him. He saw only Jim, the man who had spoken against his cloth. He did not see the look of awe and surprise upon the faces of the others, nor did he note that one of the assembly slipped out of the shed just as the game began. Jim found the preacher no mean antagonist, but it mattered little to him whether he won or not. His triumph was complete when he succeeded in getting this man, who kept the conscience of the plantation, to sin as others sinned. I see you ain't forgot yo' cunning, he remarked as the preacher dealt in turn. "'Tain't no time to talk now," said Parker fiercely. The excitement of the onlookers grew more and more intense. They were 6 and 6, and it was the preacher's deal. His eyes were bright, and he was breathing quickly. Parker was a born fighter, and nothing gave him more joy than the heat of the battle itself. He riffled the cards. Jim cut. He dealt and turned jack. Jim laughed. "You know the trick," he said. "Dat's one game," said Parker, and bent over the cards as they came to him. He did not hear a light step outside, nor did he see a shadow that fell across the open doorway. He was just about to lead, when a cold voice, full of contempt, broke upon his ear, and made him keep the card he would have played poised in his hand. "And so these are your after-meeting diversions, are they, Parker?" said his master's voice. Steward Mordaunt was standing in the door, his face cold and stern, while his informant grinned maliciously. Parker brushed his hand across his brow as if dazed. "Well, Mass Stewart, he do play monstrous well for a preacher," said his tempter. The preacher at these words looked steadily at Jim, and then the realization of his position burst upon him. The tiger in him came uppermost, and with flaming eyes he took a quick step toward Jim. "Stop," said Mordaunt, coming between them. "Don't add anything more to what you have already done." "Mass Stewart, I Parker broke down, and turning away from the exultant faces, rushed headlong out of the place. His master followed more leisurely, angry and hurt at the hypocrisy of a trusted servant. Of course the game was over for that day, but Jim and his companions hung around the smokehouse for some time, rejoicing in the downfall of their enemy. Afterward they went to their cabins for dinner. Then Jim made a mistake. With much laughter and boasting he told Mandy all about it, and then suddenly awakened to the fact that she was listening to him with a face on which only horror was written. Jim turned to his meal in silence and disgust. A woman has no sense of humor. "Why are you gwine?" he asked, as Mandy began putting on her bonnet and shawl with ominous precision. "I's gwine up to de big house That's where I's gwine." "Where you gwine dere fer?" "I's gwine to tell Mass Stuart all about hit." "Don't you dare." "Hush yo' mouth. Don't you talk to me, you nasty low-life scamp. I's gwine tell Mass Stuart, and I hope and pray he'll tek all de hide off'n yo' back." Jim sat in bewildered misery as Mandy flirted out of the cabin. He felt vaguely some of the hopelessness of defeat which comes to a man whenever he attempts to lay sacrilegious hands on a woman's religion, or what stands to her for religion. Parker was sitting alone in his cabin with bowed head when the door opened and his master came across the floor and laid his hand gently on the negro's shoulder. "I didn't know how it was, Parker," he said softly. "Oh, I's backslid. I's fell from grace," moaned Parker. "Nonsense," said his master. "You've fallen from nothing. There are times when we've got to meet the devil on his own ground and fight him with his own weapons." Parker raised his head gladly. "Say dem words agin, Mass Stuart," he said. His master repeated the words, but added, "But it isn't safe to go into the devil's camp too often, Parker." "I ain't gwine into his camp no mo'. After dis I's gwine to stand outside and holler in." His face was beaming and his voice trembled with joy. "I didn't think I'd preach to-night," he said timidly. "Of course you will," said Mordaunt, "and your mistress and I are coming to hear you, so do your best." His master went out, and Parker went down on his knees. He did preach that night, and the plantation remembered the sermon. End of section 4. Section 5 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trousers. It was a nasty, rainy Sunday morning. The dripping skies lowered forbiddingly, and the ground about the quarters was slippery with mud and punctuated with frequent dirty puddles where the rain had collected in the low spots. Through this, Brother Parker, like the good pastor that he was carefully picking his way toward the log meeting-house on the border of the big woods, for neither storm nor rain could keep him away from his duty, however careless his flock might prove. He was well on his way when he was arrested by the sound of a voice calling him from one of the cabins, and Ike, one of the hands, came running after him. His wife, Caroline, was sick, and as she could not get to church, she desired the pastor's immediate spiritual ministrations at her own house. The preacher turned back eagerly. His duty was always sweet to him, and nothing gave him so keen a sense of pleasure as to feel that he was hurried to attend to all that needed him, that one duty crowded upon the heels of another. Moreover, he was a strong man of prayer in the sick-room, and some word that he should say might fall as a seed upon the uncultivated ground of Ike's heart, or if not, that he might heap coals of fire upon his head, for he was still a sinner. With these thoughts and speculations in his mind, he started back to the cabin, but alas for his haste, a sneaking, insidious piece of land lay in wait for him. Upon this he stepped. In another instant his feet were pointing straight before him, and he sat down suddenly in one of the biggest of the mud puddles. The tails of his long coat spread out about him and covered him like a blanket. "Oomph!" he exclaimed, as if the impact had driven the word from his lips, and for a moment he sat looking pitifully up into Ike's face, as if to see if there were any laughter there. But there was no mirth in the younger man's countenance. "Did you hurt yourself, Brother Parker?" he asked, offering his hand. "Well, seems like hit's shuck me up a leetle, but I reckon hit'll des settle my bones mo' naturally for de grave. It's too bad I had to call you. It never would 'a' happened if it hadn't 'a' been for dat." "Heish, man, it's all right. De shepherd mus' answer de call of de lambs, don't care what de weather and what de tribulations, dat's what he fa." The old man spoke heroically, but he felt ruefully his soaking and damaged trousers even while the words were on his lips. "Well, let's pursue our way." He took up his hurried walk again, and led Ike to his own door, the cloth of his garment sticking to him and the tails of his coat flapping damply about his legs. It has been maintained with some degree of authority to enforce the statement that the Americanized African is distinctly averse to cold water. If this is true, Parker was giving a glowing illustration of the warmth of his religion or the strength of his endurance, for not once did he murmur or make mention of his wet clothes, even when the sick woman, all unconscious of his misfortune, started in upon a long history of her bodily ailments and spiritual experiences. He gave her sound pastoral advice, condoled with her, and prayed with her, but when his ministrations were over, something like a sigh of relief broke from the old man's breast. He turned at once to Ike. "Brother Ike," he said, "I's feared to go on to meetin' in dese pants. I's all day ain't no tellin', but I tek cold. Has you got a spare pair 'bout?" Ike was suddenly recalled to himself, and his wife, upon hearing the matter explained, was for getting up and helping to brush and fix up the none too neat pair of trousers that her husband found for the preacher. Dissuaded from doing this, she was loud in denunciations of her innocent self for keeping Brother Parker so long in his wet garments, but the old man, thankful to get out of them at last, bade her not to worry. "I reckon it's de oldest hosses after all dat can stand de headest wax," he said, and with these cheery words hastened off to meeting. As was to be expected, he was late in arriving, and his congregation were singing hymn after hymn as he came up in order to pass the time and keep themselves in the spirit. It warmed his heart as he heard the rolling notes, and he was all ready to dash into his sermon as soon as he was seated before the table that did duty as a reading desk. He flung himself into the hymn with all the power that was in him, and even before his opening prayer was done, the congregation showed that it was unable to contain its holy joy. "Oh, Brother Parker sho'ly is full of the Spirit dis mawnin'," Aunt Fanny whispered to Aunt Tempe, and Aunt Tempe whispered back, "I reckon he done been in his second closet and had a Pentecostal shower befo' he come. He sho'ly been a dwellin' on Mount Sinai. Seem like he mus' a heard the thunder. Hush, honey, he's a thunder in hisself." And so, like the whisper of waves on a shore, the ripple of comment ran around the meeting house, for there were none present but saw that in some way the Spirit had mysteriously descended upon their pastor. Just as the prayer ended and the congregation had swung into another spiritual hymn, Ike entered with a scared look upon his face and took a seat far back near the door. He glanced sheepishly about the church, and then furtively at Brother Parker. Once he made as if to rise, but thinking better of it, ducked his head and kept his seat. Now, if one thing more than another was needed to fire the exhorter, it was the voluntary presence of this sinner untouched by the gospel. His eyes glowed, and his old frame quivered with emotion. He would deliver a message that morning that would be pointed straight at the heart of Ike. To the observer, not absorbed by one idea, however, there was something particularly strange in the actions of this last comer. Some things that he did not seem to argue that he had come to the house of worship seeking a means of grace. After his almost stealthy entrance and his first watchful glances about the room, he had subsided into his seat with an attitude that betokened a despair not wholly spiritual. His eyes followed every motion the preacher made as he rose and looked over the congregation, and he grew visibly more uneasy. Once or twice it seemed that the door behind him opened a bit, and there is no doubt that several times he turned and looked that way, on one occasion giving his head a quick shake when the door was hastily but softly closed. When Parker began his sermon, Ike crept guiltily to his feet to slip out, but the old preacher paused with his eyes upon him, saying, "I hope none of the congregation will leave the sanctuary before the service is ended. We is in now, and getting up will disturb the rest. Hit ain't gwine hurt none of us to gin one day to the Lord, specially if dem what is near and death is unto us is laying upon the bed of affliction." And the man had sunk back miserably into his seat, with the looks of all his fellows fixed on him. From then he watched the preacher as if fascinated. Parker was in his glory. He had before him a sinner writhing on the gospel gridiron, and how he did apply the fire. Ike moved about and squirmed, but the old man held him with his eye, while he heaped coals of fire upon the head of the sinner man. He swept the whole congregation with his gaze, but he came back and rested on Ike as he broke into the song. "Oh, sinner, you needn't try to run away. You show to be caught on the judgment day." He sung the camp meeting spiritual with its powerful personal allusions all through, and then resumed his sermon. "Oh, I tell you, de gospel is a pointed sword to the sinner. Hit make him squirm, hit make him shiver, and hit make him shake. He sing loud in the day, but he hide his face at night. Oh, sinner, what you gwine to do on the great day? What do the songs say? We in the rocks and the mountains shall all flee your way. Why, you shall have a new hiding place that day. Oh, sinner man, is you a hunting for the new hiding place? Is you a fixing for the time when the rocks shall be melted and the mountains shall run like rivers?" Parker had settled well down to his work. As his own people would have expressed it, he'd done tried the water and waited out. They were shouting and crying aloud as he talked. A low minor of moans ran around the room, punctuated by the sharp slapping of hands and stamping of feet. On all sides there were cries of "Truth, truth, amen, amen," and "Keep in the stream, Parker, keep in the stream." This encouragement was meat to the pastor's soul, and he rose on the wings of his eloquence. The sweat was pouring down his black face. He put his hand back to his pocket to pull out his handkerchief to wipe his face. It came out with a flourish, and with it a pack of cards. They flew into the air, wavered, and then fluttered down like a flock of doves. Aces, jacks, queens, and tens settled all about the floor, grinning wickedly face upward. Parker stopped still in the midst of a sentence and gazed speechless at the guilty things before him. The people gasped. It all flashed over them in a minute. They had heard a story of their pastor's fondness for the devil's picture books in his younger days, and now it had come back upon him, and he had fallen once more. Here was incontestable proof. Parker, in a dazed way, put his hand again into his back pocket and brought forth the king of spades. His flock groaned. "Come down outen dat pulpit," cried one of the bolder ones. "Come down." Then Parker found his voice. "For de Lord, folks," he said, gazing sorrowfully at the king, "dese ain't my pants, ner my kyards." Then his eye fell upon Ike, who was taking advantage of the confusion to make toward the door, and he thundered at him, "Come back hyah, you rapscallion, and claim yo' dev'ment. Come back hyah." Ike came shamefacedly back. He came forward and commenced to pick up the cards, while Parker was making his explanations to the relieved flock. The sinner got all of the cards except one, and that one the preacher still held. Brother Parker, he whispered, "you's a holin' the king." The old man dropped it as if it had burnt him, and grabbing it, the scapegrace fled. Outside the door all things were explained. Several fellows with angry faces were waiting for Ike. "Couldn't hep it, boys," he said. "He done begun suthers when I got in. I couldn't stop him. And den when he dropped all de rest, he held on to the king." "Well, all I got to say," said the fiercest of the lot, "done you never put dat deck in your pocket no mo' and lend your pants. Come on, de game's been waitin' a hour. Put nigh." End of section 5. Section 6 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Fiddling of Mordaunt's Jim. When the spirit has striven with a man year after year, without success, when he has been convicted and then gone back, when he has been converted and then backslidden, it's about time to say of him that there is the devil's property, with his deed signed and sealed. All of these things had happened to Jim. He became serious and bowed his head in the meeting-house, a sure sign of contrition and religious intention, but the very next night he'd been caught winging behind the smoke-house with the rest of the unregenerate. Once he'd actually cried out, "Amen," but it was afterwards found out that one of his fellows had trodden upon his foot, and that the "Amen" came in lieu of a less virtuous expletive. Had it been that Jim's iniquities affected himself only, he might have been endured, at least, with greater patience, but this was not so. He was the prime mover in every bit of deviltry that set the plantation by the ears, and the most effectual destroyer of every religious influence that its master attempted to throw around it. His one fiddle had caused more backsliding, more flagrant defections from the faith than had any other invention of the devil that the plantation knew. All of Parker's pleas and sermons had been unavailing, even his supreme exhortation, when he threatened the wicked with eternal fiddling, when their souls should be pining for rest and silence and never find it. Jim was there, but he appeared unmoved. He laughed when Parker broke out, "Fiddle on, you sinners, fiddle on. But the time'll come when you'll want to hear prayer and you'll hear a fiddle, when you'll want to sing a hymn and you'll hear a fiddle, when you'll be listening for the sound of the angels' voices above the noise of earth, and you'll hear a fiddle. Fiddle on, sinners, but when you hear the sound of Jordan a-dashing on the rocks, when you hear the water leaping and the lashing way up above them all, you'll hear the devil fiddling for you, and you'll follow him on and into the utter darkness, where they is wailing and gnashing of teeth. Fiddle on, sinner, fiddle on. Dance on, sinner, dance on. Laugh on, sinner, laugh on. But I tell you, the time will come when that laughing will be tuned to weeping, and the sound of the fiddle shall be as to call it the last trump in your ears." And Jim laughed. He went home that night and fiddled until nearly morning. "'Pears to me," he said to his wife, "a good fiddle 'ud be a mighty fine ting to hear as a body was passing over Jordan, as old Parker calls it." "Never mind, Jim," said Mandy, solemn and shocked. "Never mind, you and yo' dev'ment. Brother Parker right, and the time gwine come when dat fiddle gwine to be to yo' soul as a millstone dat's been cast in the middle of the sea, that'll bring forth tares, some 50 and some 100-fold. Never mind, all I got to say to you, you better listen to the word as it is preached." "Mandy," said Jim irreverently, "do you 'member dat old tune, 'Hoe corn and dig potatoes'? Don't it go long something like dis?" "Lawsy, yes, honey, dat's hit." And before the poor deluded creature knew what she was doing, she was nodding her head in time to the seductive melody, while Jim fiddled and chuckled within himself until the joke was too much for him, and he broke down and ended with a discord which brought Mandy to her sorrowing senses. Her discretion came to her, though not before Parker's white, inquisitive head had been stuck in at the door. "Lord, Sis Mandy," he cried in dismay, "you ain't colloguing wid de spirit of de devil, too, is you? Lord of mercy, pon my soul, and you one of de faithful of de flock, my soul." "I ain't been a colloguin' wid de devil, brother Parker," said Mandy contritely, "but dat rapscallion, he fooled me and got my haid to gwine 'fo I knowed what I was 'bout." Murmured the preacher. Jim was convulsed. "Hit sho is a mighty funny 'ligion you preaches, brother Parker, when a one fiddle chune can des mortally lay out all o' yo' hymes." Parker turned on Jim with the old battle fire in his eyes. "Go on," he cried, "go on, but I lay you'll fiddle yo'self in hell yit." And without more ado he stamped away. He was very old, and his temper was shorter than it used to be. The events of the next week followed each other in quick succession, and there are many tales, none fully authenticated, about what really occurred. Some say that, hurt to the quick, Parker tramped around late that night after his visit to Jim's cabin. Others say that he was old and feeble, and that his decline was inevitable. Whatever the truth about the cause of it, the old man was taken with a heavy cold, which developed into fever. Here, too, chroniclers disagree, for some say that at no time was he out of his head, and that his wild ravings about fiddles and fiddlings were the terrible curses that a righteous man may put, and often does put, on a sinner. For days the old man's life hung in the balance, and Jim grew contrite under the report of his sufferings and Mandy's accusations. Indeed, he fiddled no more, and the offending box, as he called it, lay neglected on a shelf. "Yes, you trying to get good now, after you most nigh killed dat old man, having him tromping around in the night looking after yo' devilment. Women are so cruel when they feel themselves in the right. He wa'n't tromping around after me. I ain't never sont for him," was always Jim's sullen reply. "'Tain't no use beatin' her 'bout de bush. You knows you been causin' dat old man a heap er trouble, and many's de time he mought 'a been in baid takin' a good rest if it hadn't been for you carryin' on." Jim grinned a sickly grin, and lapsed into silence. What was the use of arguing with a woman anyway? And how utterly useless it was when the argument happened to be about her preacher. It is really a remarkable thing how, when it comes to woman, the philosophy of man in the highest and lowest grades of life arrives at the same conclusion. So Jim kept his mouth shut for several days, until the one on which the news came that Parker had rallied and was on the mend. Then he opened it to guffaw. This brought Mandy down upon him once more. "I sho'ly don't know what to mek of you, Jim. Instid of spreadin' dat mouth of yo'n, you ought to be down on yo' knees a thankin' de Lord dat brother Parker ain't passed over on lef yo' niquities on yo' soul." "Law, chile, hush up. I's gwine celebrate brother Parker's 'covery." Jim busied himself with dusting and tuning his neglected instrument, and immediately after supper its strains resounded again through the quarters. It rose loud and long, a gladsome sound. What wonder, then, that many of the young people, happy in their old pastor's recovery, should gather before Jim's cabin and foot it gaily there? But in the midst of the merriment a messenger hastened into the cabin with the intelligence that brother Parker wanted Jim at his cabin. Something in the messenger's face, or in the tone of his voice, made Jim lay his fiddle aside and hurry to Parker's bedside. "Howdy, Bud Jim," said Parker weakly. "Howdy, brother Parker," said Jim nervously. "How you come on?" "Well, I's clothed and in my right mind as last, bless God. Been having a little frolic down to yo' cabin to night." Jim twirled his piece of hat tremulously. "Yes, sah, we was a kind o' celebratin' yo' gettin' well." "Dat is a mighty po' way o' celebratin' for me, Jim, but I ain't gwine scole you now. Dey say dat while I was outen my haid, I said haid things erbout you and yo' fiddlin', Jim. And now dat the Lord has give me my senses back again, I want to ax yo' pardon." "Brother Parker," Jim interrupted brokenly, "I ain't meant to no harm to'ds you. Hit mus' a been natural 'dev'ment in me." "I ain't a blamin' you, Jim. I ain't a blamin' you. I only wanted to beg you pardon fur whatever I said when my mind wasn't mine." "You don't need to beg my pardon. Run erlong now, Jim, and act de best you kin. So long." "So long, brother Parker," and the contrite sinner went slowly out and back to the cabin, sorrow, fear, and remorse tugging at his heart. He went back to his cabin and to bed at once, but he could not sleep for the vague feeling of waiting that held his eyes open and made him start at every sound. An hour passed with him under this nervous tension, and then a tap came at the door. He sprang up to open it, and Mandy, as if moved by the same impulse, rose and began to dress hurriedly. Yes, his worst fears were realized. Parker was worse, and they sent for Mandy to nurse him in what they believed to be his last hours. Jim dressed too, and for a while stood in the door watching the lights and shadows moving over in the direction of the preacher's cabin. Then an ague seemed to seize him, and with a shiver he came back into the room and closed and bolted the door. He had sat there, it seemed, a long while, when suddenly out of the stillness of the night a faint sound struck on his ears. It was as if some one far away were fiddling a wild, weird tune. Jim sat bolt upright, and the sweat broke out upon his face in great cold drops. He waited. The fiddling came nearer. Jim's lips began moving in silent but agitated prayer. Nearer and nearer came the sound, and the face of the scapegrace, alone in the cabin, turned ashen with fear. Then seizing his own fiddle, he smashed it into bits upon the chair, crying the while, "Lord, Lord, spare me, and I'll never fiddle again." He was on his knees now, but the demon of the fiddle came so relentlessly on that he sprang up and hurled himself against the door in a very ecstasy of terror, while he babbled prayer on prayer for protection, for just one more trial. Then it seemed that his prayer had been answered. The music began to recede. It grew fainter and fainter and passed on into silence. Not, however, until the last note had passed away did Jim leave the door and sink helpless on his knees beside the broken fiddle. It seemed ages before he opened the door to Mandy's knock. "Brother Parker done daid," she said sadly. "I know it," Jim replied. "I knowed it when he died, 'cause the devil come for me and tried to fiddle my soul away to hell, and he 'ud done it, too, if I hadn't a wrastled in prayer." "Jim, has you been visited?" "I has," was the solemn reply, "and I'll never fiddle no mo' as long as I live. Dere's de fiddle." Mandy looked at the broken instrument, and the instinct of thrift drove out her superstition. "Jim," she cried out angrily, "what you wanna go break up dat good fiddle fuh? Why'n't you sell it?" "No, ma'am, no, ma'am. I know what's in dat fiddle. I's been showed, and I ain't gwine tempt no man wid de devil's instrument." From that moment Jim was a pious man, and at the great funeral which they gave Brother Parker a few days later, there was no more serious and devout mourner than he. The whole plantation marveled, and the only man who held the key to the situation could not tell the story. He was only a belated serenader who had fiddled to keep up his spirits on a lonely road. But Parker's work was not without its fruition, for his death accomplished what his life had failed to do, and no more moral story was known or told on the plantation than that of the last fiddling of Mordaunt's Jim. End of section 6. Section 7 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Supper by Proxy. There was an air of suppressed excitement about the whole plantation. The big old house stared gravely out as if it could tell great things if it would, and the cabins in the quarters looked prophetic. The very dogs were on the alert, and there was expectancy even in the eyes of the pickaninnies who rolled in the dust. Something was going to happen. There was no denying that. The wind whispered it to the trees, and the trees nodded. Then there was a clatter of horses' hoofs, the crack of a whip. The bays with the family carriage swept round the drive and halted at the front porch. Julius was on the box, resplendent in his holiday livery. This was the signal for a general awakening. The old house leered an irritating "I told you so." The quarters looked complacent. The dogs ran and barked. The pickaninnies laughed and shouted. The servants gathered on the lawn. And in the midst of it all, the master and mistress came down the steps and got into the carriage. Another crack of the whip, a shout from the servants, more antics from the pickaninnies, the scurrying of the dogs, and the vehicle rumbled out of sight behind a clump of maples. Immediately the big house resumed its natural appearance, and the quarters settled back into whitewashed respectability. Mr. and Mrs. Mordaunt were off for a week's visit. The boys were away at school, and here was the plantation, left in charge of the negroes themselves, except for the presence of an overseer who did not live on the place. The conditions seemed pregnant of many things, but a calm fell on the place, as if every one had decided to be particularly upon his good behaviour. The pickaninnies were subdued. The butlers in the big house bowed with wonderful deference to the maids as they passed them in the halls, and the maids called the butlers Mister when they spoke to them. Only now and again from the fields could a song be heard. All this was ominous. By the time that night came, many things were changed. The hilarity of the little darkies had grown, and although the house servants still remained gravely quiet, on the return of the field hands the quarters became frankly joyous. From one cabin to another could be heard the sound of "Juba, Juba," and the loud patting of hands and the shuffling of feet. Now and again some voice could be heard, rising above the rest, improvising a verse of the song, as "Mass done gone to Philamundelphy, Juba, Juba, lef us bacon, lef us cornbread, Juba, Juba, oh Juba, dis and Juba dat, and Juba skinned the yaller cat to mek his wife a Sunday hat, oh Juba." Not long did the sounds continue to issue from isolated points. The people began drifting together, and when a goodly number had gathered at a large cabin, the inevitable thing happened. Someone brought out a banjo, and a dance followed. Meanwhile, from the vantage ground of the big house, the more favoured servants looked disdainfully on, and at the same time consulted together. That they should do something to entertain themselves was only right and proper. No one of ordinary intelligence could think for a moment of letting this opportunity slip without taking advantage of it. But a dance such as the quarters had, bah! They could never think of it. That rude, informal affair, and these black aristocrats turned up their noses. No, theirs must be a grave and dignified affair, such as their master himself would have given, and they would send out invitations to some on the neighbouring plantations. It was Julius the coachman who, after winning around the head butler Anderson, insisted that they ought to give a grand supper. Julius would have gone on without the butler's consent, had it not been that Anderson carried the keys, so the matter was canvassed and settled. The next business was the invitations, but no one could write. Still this was a slight matter, for neatly folded envelopes were carried about to the different favoured ones, containing nothing, while at the same time the invitations were proffered by word of mouth. "Hi, dah!" cried Jim to Julius on the evening that the cards had been distributed. "I ain't seed my imbitation yit." "You needn't keep yo' eyes bucked looking fur none, neither," replied Julius. putting on airs, is you? I don't care to converse with you just now, said Julius pompously. Jim guffawed. Well, of all the sights I ever seed, a darky coachman off'n de box trying to look like he on it. Go long, Julius, or you'll surely kill me, man. The coachman strode on with angry dignity. It had been announced that the supper was to be a ladies' and gentlemen's party, and so but few from the quarters were asked. The quarters were naturally angry and a bit envious, for they were but human and not yet intelligent enough to recognize the vast social gulf that yawned between the blacks at the big house and the blacks who were quartered in the cabins. The night of the grand affair arrived, and the Mordaunt mansion was as resplendent as it had ever been for one of the master's festivities. The drawing-rooms were gaily festooned, and the long dining-room was a blaze of light from the wax candles that shone on the glory of the Mordaunt plate. Nothing but the best had satisfied Julius and Anderson. By 9 o'clock the outside guests began to arrive. They were the dark aristocrats of the region. It was a well-dressed assembly, too. Plump brown arms lay against the dainty folds of gleaming muslin, and white, stock, brass-buttoned black counterparts of their masters strode up the walks. There were Dudley Stone's Gideon and Martha, Robert Curtis, Ike, and with Dealey, and there were Quinn and Dashi, and over them all Aunt Tempe to keep them straight. Of these was the company that sat down to Stewart Mordaunt's board. After some rivalry, Anderson held the head of the table, while Julius was appeased by being placed on the right beside his favorite lady. Aunt Tempe was opposite the host, where she could reprove any unseemly levity or tendency to skylarking on the part of the young people. No state dinner ever began with more dignity. The conversation was nothing less than stately, and everybody bowed to everybody else every time they thought about it. This condition of affairs obtained through the soup. Somebody ventured a joke, and there was even a light laugh during the fish. By the advent of the entree, the tongues of the assembly had loosened up, and their laughter had melted and flowed as freely as Stewart Mordaunt's wine. Well, I must say, Mr. Anderson, this is surely a most salubrious occasion. Thank you, Mr. Curtis, thank you. It allus my endeavour to make my guesses feel dey selves at home. Let me give you some mo' of dis wine. It's from de best that's in my cellar. Seems like I remember de vintage, said Ike, sipping slowly and with the air of a connoisseur. Oh, yes, you drinked some of dis on de occasion of my darter's marriage to Mr. Daniels. I recollect. Yes, I recollect. Des listen at dem darkies, said the voice of a listening field hand. Gideon, as was his wont, was saying deeply serious things to Martha, and Quinn whispered something in Dashi's ear that made her giggle hysterically and cry, "Now, Mr. Quinn, ain't you scandalous? You des seem like you possessed this evening." In due time, however, the ladies withdrew, and the gentlemen were left over their cigars and cognac. It was then that one of the boys, detailed to wait on the table, came in and announced to the host that a tramp was without, begging for something to eat. At the same instant the straggler's face appeared at the door, a poor, unkempt-looking white fellow with a very dirty face. Anderson cast a look over his shoulder at him, and commanded pompously, "Take him to the kitchen and give him all he wants." The fellow went away very humbly. In a few minutes Aunt Tempe opened the dining-room door and came in. "Anderson," she cried in a whisper. "Madam," said the butler, rising in dignity, "excuse me, but—" "Here, don't you come no foolishness wid me. I ain't no madam. I's tired of playin' fine lady. I done been out to de kitchen, and I don't like dat tramp face and form." "Well, madam," said Anderson urbanely, "we haven't asked you to marry him." At this there was a burst of laughter from the table. Nemmine, I tell you. I don't like de tramp's face and form, and you'd better keep yo' eye skinned, er you'll be laughing on de other side of yo' mouth." The butler gently pushed the old lady out, but as the door closed behind her, she was still saying, "I don't like dat tramp's face and form." Unused to playing fine lady so long, Aunt Tempe deserted her charges and went back to the kitchen, but the straggler man had gone. It is a good thing she did not go around the veranda, where the windows of the dining-room opened, or she would have been considerably disturbed to see the tramp peeping through the blinds, evidently at the Mordaunt plate that sparkled conspicuously on the table. Anderson, with his hand in his coat, quite after the manner of Stuart Mordaunt, made a brief speech in which he thanked his guests for the honour they had done him in coming to his humble home. "I know," he said, "I've done my po best, but at some later day I hopes to entertain you in a manner dat the position and character of de gentleman hyah assembled deserves. Let us now jine de ladies." His hand was on the door, and all the gentlemen were on their feet, when suddenly the window was thrown up, and in stepped the straggler. Why, how dare you, sir, invade my premises?" asked Anderson, casting a withering glance at the intruder, who stood gazing around him. "Leave de room dis minute," cried Julius, anxious to be in the fray, but the tramp's eyes were fastened on Anderson. Finally he raised one finger and pointed at him. "You old scoundrel," he said in a well-known voice, as he snatched off his beard and wig and threw aside his disguising duster and stood before them. "Mass Stuart, you old scoundrel, you! I've caught you, have I?" Anderson was speechless and transfixed, but the others were not, and they had cleared that room before the master's linen duster was well off. In a moment the shuffling of feet ceased, and the lights went out in the parlour. The two stood there alone, facing each other. "Mass Stuart!" "Silence!" said Mordaunt, raising his hand and taking a step toward the trembling culprit. "Don't hit me now, Mass Stuart, don't hit me. Oh, well, I's kinna shuck off yo' pussonality. If you do, it'll be des the same as thumpin' yo'self." Mordaunt turned quickly and stood for a moment looking through the window, but his shoulders shook. "Well," he said, turning, "do you think you've at last relieved yourself of my personality?" I don't know. De garment show do fit monstrous tight." "Huh! You take my food, you take my wine, you take my cigars, and now even my personality isn't safe. Look here, what on earth do you mean by entertaining half the darkies in the county in my dining-room?" Anderson scratched his head and thought. Then he said, "Well, look hyah, Mass Stuart, dis hyah wasn't rightly my supper, no ways." "Not your supper? Whose was it?" "Yo'n." "Mine?" "Yes, sah." "Why, what's the matter with you, Anderson? Next thing you'll be telling me that I planned it all and invited all those servants." "Lemme 'splain it, Mass, lemme 'splain it. Now I didn't give dat supper as Anderson. I give it as Mass Stuart Mordaunt. And Quin and Ike and Gidjon, dey didn't come for deyselves. Dey come for Mass Curtis and Mass Dudley Stone. Don't you understand, Mass Stuart? We wasn't we all. We was you all." "That's very plain. And in other words, I gave a supper by proxy, and all my friends responded in the same manner." "Well, ef dat means what I said, that's it." "Your reasoning is extremely profound, Anderson. It does you great credit. But if I followed your plan, I should give you the thrashing you deserve by proxy. That would just suit you. So instead of that, I'm going to feed you, for the next day or so, by that ingenious method. You go down and tell Jim that I want him up here early tomorrow morning to eat your breakfast." "Oh, Mass Stuart, whup me, but don't tell dose darkies in de quarters, and don't starve me." For Anderson loved the good things of life. "Go." Anderson went, and Mordaunt gave himself up to mirth. The quarters got their laugh out of Anderson's discomfiture. Jim lived high for a day, but rumors from the kitchen say that the butler did not really suffer on account of his supper by proxy. End of section 7. Section 8 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The trouble about Sophiny. Always on the plantation there had been rivalry between Julius the coachman and Anderson the butler for social leadership. Mostly it had been good-natured, with now and then a somewhat sharper contest when occasion demanded it. Mostly, too, Anderson had come off victorious on account of certain emoluments, honestly or dishonestly come by, that followed his position. Now, however, they were at loggerheads, and there seemed no possible way to settle the matter in the usual amicable manner. Anderson swore dire things against Julius, and the latter would be satisfied with nothing less than his enemy's destruction. There was no use in the peacemakers on the plantation trying to bring them together. They were sworn enemies and would have none of it. In fact, there was no way to adjudicate the affair, for it concerned no less a matter than who should have the right to take Miss Sophiny to the great ball that was to be given in her honour. Perhaps you do not know that Miss Sophiny was maid to Mistress Fairfax, who was now on a visit to the Mordaunt plantation, and in the whole state the prettiest girl, black, brown, or yellow, that had ever tossed her head, imitated her mistress, and set her admirers wild. She was that entrancing colour between brown and yellow, which is light brown if you are pleasant, and gingerbread if you want to hurt a body's feelings. Also Sophiny had lustrous big black eyes that had learned from her mistress the trick of being tender or languishing at their owner's will. Mistress Fairfax and her maid had not been on the grounds a day before they had disrupted the whole plantation. From the very first Julius had paid the brown damsel devoted court. In fact, as the coachman, he had driven up from the station with her mistress, and had the first chance to show her his gallantry. It is true that Anderson came into the lists immediately after and found it dainty for her even before he had served her mistress, but it could not be denied that he was after Julius, and it was upon this priority of attention that the coachman based his claim to present precedence. For days the contest between the two men was pretty balanced. Julius walked down the quarters road with her, but Anderson stood talking with her on the back veranda for nearly an hour. She went to the stables with the coachman to look over the horses, in which he took especial pride, but she dropped into the butler's pantry to try his latest confection. She laughed at a joke by Julius, but said, "You're right," to a wise remark that Anderson made. Altogether their honour seemed dangerously even. Then the big house gave the grand ball for Mistress Fairfax, and the servants' quarters could hardly wait to follow their example in giving something for the maid. It was here that the trouble arose. Their ball was to be a great affair. It was to be given in the largest of the cabins, and field and house were to unite to do honour to the fair one, but the question was, who was to have the honour of escorting her to the ball? Now it might be supposed that under ordinary circumstances such a matter would be left to the personal preference of the lady most concerned, but that is just where the observer makes his first mistake. His premise is wrong. This was no ordinary matter. Had the lady shown any decided preference for either one or the other of her suitors, had either even the shade of a hair an advantage over the other, it would all have been different. It would have resolved itself merely into a trial of personal influence, and the vanquished would have laughed with his victor. But it was not so. Miss Sophiny had treated them both painfully alike. The one who took the lady would gain a distinct advantage over his fellow, and this must not be left to chance. They must settle outside their charmer's knowledge once and for all as to which should ask and as a consequence be her escort. Now it was at this time that the mirth-loving master, Stewart Mordaunt, took note of the affair. He saw that there was bad feeling between his butler and his coachman, and he was not long in finding out the cause thereof. There were many with the story waiting on their lips and anxious to tell him. The little tale filled Mordaunt with mischievous joy. He hurried to the house with the news that there was trouble on the plantation. "Look-a-here, Miss Caroline," he said to his visitor, "I had no idea your coming was going to cause such a commotion on my place. Why, I really believe that I'm threatened with an uprising, and all about that maid of yours. It's really doubtful whether we shall be able to drive anywhere, and I'm beginning to tremble for the serving of my meals, for all the trouble seems to centre in my coachman and my butler. Now tell me, Mr. Stewart, what has that girl been doing now? Honestly, she's the plague of my life." "Oh, no more than her mistress did last winter down at the Capitol. It's really remarkable what a lot of human nature horses and niggers have. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Mr. Mordaunt? Pray, what did I do last winter at the Capitol?" "The whole case is as bad as it was between Captain Carter and Willis Breckenbridge, and I'm expecting the affair of honour between Julius and Anderson at any time. If you hear the sudden report of pistols, you may all just know what it is, and thank your maid Sophiny for bringing it about." Miss Caroline laughed heartily at her host's bantering, but He went on in a tone of mock seriousness. "You may laugh now, my lady, but I'll warrant you'll sing another tune if you have to go walking about this place, or perchance have to set to work some of you, and get your own dinners, and that's what it will come to if this matter goes on much longer." The rivalry between the two servants had now run its course for some time, and as neither man seemed disposed to yield, it threatened to ruin the whole entertainment, which had been postponed from time to time to allow of an adjustment of the matter. Finally, when that night of pleasure was too visibly menaced, Jim the unregenerate came forward with a solution of the problem. Why, he argued, should Julius and Anderson be allowed to spoil the good time of the whole plantation by their personal disagreements and bickerings? What was it to the rest of them who took Miss Sophiny so she came and they had their dance? If the two must differ, why not differ like men and fight it out? Then the one that whipped had the right to take the young lady. Jim was primitive. He was very close to nature. He did not argue it out in just these words, but his fellows took his meaning, and they said, "That's so." Now neither Julius nor Anderson much favored the idea of fighting. Each wanted to save himself and look his best on the momentous night. But the fact that unless the matter were soon settled there would be no such night, and because the force of opinion all around pressed them, they accepted Jim's solution of the problem and decided to fight out their differences. Meanwhile there was an unholy twinkle in the eye of Miss Sophiny. She was not unmindful of all that was going on, but she kept her counsel. Neither Julius nor his fellow servant was in particularly good fighting trim. One had been stiffened by long hours, both in winter and summer, upon the carriage. The other had been softened by being much in the house and by overfeeding. But as their disadvantages were equal, these could not justly be taken into account, and so are passed over. As the plantation was manifesting a growing impatience for its festivities, and the visitors' stay withdrawing to a close, they set the time for the encounter on the night after the matter was proposed. It was soon, but not too soon for some solicitous one to inform the master of what was going on. The place chosen was one remote from the big house, and behind an old dismantled smokehouse, in which the card games were usually played of a Sunday. At the appointed time a few who were in the secret gathered and formed a ring about the rivals, who faced each other stripped to the waist. There was not a great show of confidence or eagerness in their bearing, and there would have been less could they have known that their master, with Miss Caroline and several members of the family, were hiding just around the corner of the smokehouse, convulsed with laughter. The two men were a funny sight as they stood there in the ring, fearfully facing each other. Julius was tall and raw-boned, while Anderson was short and fat from much feeding. When the preliminaries were all arranged, the fight began without further ceremony. Julius led with a heavy, awkward blow that caught his opponent just above where the belt should have been, and Anderson grunted with a sound like a half-filled barrel. This was enough. The blow was immediately returned by the butler's bending his head and butting his rival quickly and resoundingly. Before he could recover his upright position, however, the tall coachman had caught him under his arm and was trying to work havoc on his woolly pate. For a few minutes they danced around in this position, for all the world like two roosters, when one shields his head under the other's wing. "Break loose!" cried Jim excitedly. "Break loose! Dat ain't no fist fightin'." The men separated and began to pummel each other at a distance and in good earnest. Anderson's nose was bleeding, and Julius' eye was closed to earthly scenes. They were both panting like engines. At this juncture, thinking it had gone far enough, Mordaunt, with much ado to keep his face straight, emerged from behind the smokehouse. At first the combatants did not see him, so busily were they engaged, but the sound of scurrying feet as their spectators fled the scene called them to themselves, and they turned to meet the eyes of their master, fixed upon them with a sternness that it was all he could do to maintain. "Well, you are a pretty pair. Here, what is the meaning of this?" The two men hung their heads. A giggle, pretty well defined, came from behind the smokehouse, and they became aware that their master was not alone. They were covered with confusion. "Get into your coats." They hustled into their garments. "Now tell me, what is the meaning of this?" "We was des fightin' a little," said Julius sheepishly. "Just for fun, I suppose?" No answer. "I say just for fun." "Well, I seen huh fust." Julius broke out like a big boy. "Don't keer ef yo did. I did mo' talkin' to huh, and I got the right to tek huh to the potter. That's what I have." "Well, you're a pretty pair," repeated the master. "Has it ever occurred to you that Sophiny herself might have something to say as to who went with her?" "Well, dat's des what I say, but Julius he want to ax huh fuss, and so does I." "Anderson, I'm ashamed of you. Why ain't you got sense enough to go together and ask her, and so settle the matter peacefully? If it wasn't for the rest of the hands, you should not have any dance at all." Now take yourselves to the house, and don't let me hear any more of this business." Mordaunt turned quickly on his heel as the combatants slipped away. His gravity had stood all that it could. As soon as he had joined the others, he broke into a peal of laughter in which Miss Caroline and the rest joined him. "Oh, you women!" he exclaimed, "didn't I warn you that we should have an affair of honour on our hands? It's worse, positively worse, than Carter and Breckenridge." "Yes, it is worse," assented Miss Caroline, mischievously, for in this encounter some blood was drawn, and they took their way merrily to the house. Julius and Anderson were both glad of the relief that their master brought to them, and of the expedient he had urged for getting around their difficulty. They talked amicably of the plan as they pursued their way. "I'll go fix my eye, and yo tend to yo nose, and den we'll go and see Miss Sophiny together, des like Mas says." "All right, I'll be ready in a minute." When they had somewhat repaired the damage to their countenances, the coachman and the butler together set out to find the object of their heart's desire. Together, each one fearing to let the other talk too much, they laid their case before her. Sophiny sat on the step of the back porch and swung one slender foot temptingly down and outward. She listened to them with a smile on her face. When they were through, she laughed lightly and said, "Why, law, gentlemen, I done promised Mistah Sam long ago. He asked me soon's he heard about it." Then she laughed again. Sam was a big field hand and not at all in the coachman's and the butler's social set. They turned away from the siren in silence, and when they were some distance off, they solemnly shook hands. End of section 8. Section 9 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Groby's slippery gift. Two men could hardly have been more unlike than Jim and Joe Mordaunt, and when it is considered that they were brothers brought up under the same conditions and trained by the same hand, this dissimilarity seems nothing less than remarkable. Jim was the older and a better, steadier-going hand. Steward Mordaunt did not own upon the place, while a lazier, more unreliable scamp than Joe could not have been found within a radius of 50 miles. The former was the leader in all good works, while the latter was at the head of every bit of deviltry that harassed the plantation. Every one recognized the difference between these two, and they themselves did not ignore it. "Jim, he's de ligious part of de fambly," Joe used to say, "and I's most of de rest of it." He looked upon his brother with a sort of patronizing condescension, as if his own wickedness in some manner dignified him, but nevertheless the two were bound together by a rough but strong affection. The wicked one had once almost whipped a fellow servant to death for saying that his brother couldn't outpray the preacher. They were both field hands, and while Jim went his way and did his work rejoicing, Joe was the bane of the overseer's life. He would seize every possible chance of shirking, and it was his standing boast that he worked less and ate more than any other man on the place. It was especially irritating to his master because he was a fine-appearing fellow, with arms like steel bars and the strength of a giant. It was this strength and a certain reckless spirit about him that kept the overseer from laying the lash to his back. It was better to let Joe shirk than to make him desperate, thought Mr. Groby. In his employer's dilemma, however, he suggested starvation as a very salutary measure, but was met with such an angry response that he immediately apologized. Steward Mordaunt, while rejecting his employee's methods, yet looked to him to work an amendment in Joe's career, for, said he, that rascal will corrupt the whole plantation. Joe literally carries out the idea that he doesn't have to work, and is there a servant on the place who will work if he thinks he doesn't have to? "Yes, one, Joe's brother Jim," said the overseer, grinning. "He's what a nigger ought to be, as steady and as tireless as an ox. It's a wonder that brother of his hasn't corrupted him. Jim ain't got sense enough to be corrupted as long as he gets his feed." "Maybe he's got too much sense," returned the master coldly. "But do you think that Joe really has notions? Notions of freedom? No. He's like a balky horse. He'll stand in his tracks until you beat the life out of him, but he isn't the kind to run away. It would take too much exertion." "I wish to heaven he would run off," said Mordaunt impatiently. "It would save me a deal of trouble. I don't want to deal harshly with him, but neither do I want the whole plantation stirred up. Why don't you sell him? Steward Mordaunt's eyes flashed up at the overseer as he replied, I haven't got down to selling my niggers down the river yet. Needn't sell him down the river. Sell him. I'm no nigger trader. The gentleman broke in. Listen to me, said Mr. Groby insinuatingly. My wife wants a good servant up at our house, and I'd be willing to take Joe off your hands. I think I could manage him. He looked for a moment as if he might manage the slave to the poor fellow's sorrow. But would you keep him right about here, so that I could look after him if he got into trouble? Certainly, said Mr. Groby, jingling the coins in his pocket. Then I'll give him to you, said Mordaunt coldly. I don't ask that. I do not sell. I believe I told you. I'll give him to you. The overseer laughed quietly when his employer was gone. Oh, yes, he said to himself, I think I can manage Joe when he's mine. I don't believe I ought to have done that, mused the master as he went his way. Joe did not know what had happened until the papers transferring him were made out, and Groby came and read them to him. You see, Joe, he said, you're mine. I've wanted you for a long time. I've always thought that if you belonged to me, I could make a good hand out of you. You see, Joe, I've got no sentiments. Of course you don't know what sentiments are, but you'll understand later. I feel as if I can increase your worth to the world. And Mr. Groby rubbed his hands and smiled. The black man said nothing, but at night, humble and pleading, he went to see his old master. When Steward Mordaunt saw him coming, he did not feel altogether easy in his mind, but he tried to comfort himself by affecting to believe that Joe would be pleased. Well, Joe, he said, I suppose you'd be glad to get away from the field. Glad to get away? Oh, master. He suddenly knelt and threw his arms about his master's knees. Oh, Mass Stewart, he cried, don't give me to dat, Mr. Groby, don't do it. I want to work for you all the days of my life. Don't give me to dat man. Why, Joe, you never have been anxious before to work for me. Mass Stewart, I knows I ain't been doing right. I ain't been working, but I will work. I'll dig my fingers to the bone. But don't give me to dat man. But, Joe, you don't understand. You'll have a good home, easier work, and more time to yourself, almost the same as if you were up to the big house. This was every field hand's ambition, and Steward Mordaunt thought that his argument would silence the refractory servant, but Joe was not to be silenced, so he raised his head, and his black face was twitching with emotion. I'd rather be yo' field hand dan dat man Groby's master. Mordaunt was touched, but his determination was not altered. But he'll be good to you, don't you know that? Good to me, master, you don't know dat man. The master turned away. He had a certain discipline to keep on his place, and he knew it. Perhaps I don't know him, he said, but what I don't see with my own eyes I can't spy out with the eyes of my servants. Joe, you may go. I've given my word, and I could not go back even if I would. Be a good boy, and you'll get along all right. Come to see me often. The black man seized his master's hand and pressed it. Great fellow as he was, when he left he was sobbing like a child. He was to stay in the quarters that night, and the next morning leave the fields and enter the service of Mrs. Groby. It was a sad time for him as he sat by the hearth, his face bowed in his hands. Jim reached over and slapped him on the head. It was as near to an expression of affection and sympathy as he could come. But his brother looked up with the tears shining in his eyes, and Jim, taking his pipe from his mouth, passed it over in silence, and they sat brooding until Melly took a piece of middling off the coals for brother Joe. When she had gone to bed, the two men talked long, but it was not until she was snoring contentedly, and the dogs were howling in the yard, and the moon had gone down behind the trees, that Mr. Groby's acquisition slipped out of the cabin and away to the woods, bearing with him his brother's blessing and breakfast. It was near 11 o'clock the next morning when the overseer came to the big house, fuming and waving his papers in his hands. He was looking for his slave, but the big house did not know where he was any more than did the quarters, and he went away disappointed and furious. Joe had rebelled. He had called the dark night to his aid, and it had swallowed him up. Against Mordaunt's remonstrances, the new-made master insisted upon putting the hounds on the negro's track, but they came back baffled. Joe knew Mr. Groby's methods and had prepared for them. It was a slippery gift you gave me, Mr. Mordaunt, said the overseer on the third day after Joe's escape. Even a slippery gift shouldn't get out of rough hands, Groby, answered Mordaunt, and from what I hear your hands are rough enough. And they'd be rougher now if I had that black whelp here. I'm glad Joe's gone, mused Steward Mordaunt as he looked at the overseer's retreating figure. He was lazy and devilish, but Groby. It was just after that Parker, the plantation exhorter, reported the backsliding of Jim. His first fall from grace consisted in his going to a dance. This was bad enough, but what was worse, although the festivities closed at midnight, Jim and his wife Melly told it too. did not reach his cabin until nearly daylight. Of course she was uneasy about it. That was quite natural. There were so many dashing girls on the plantations within a radius of 10 or 12 miles that no woman's husband was safe. So she went to the minister about it, as women will about their troubles, and the minister went to his master. "Let him alone," said Steward Mordaunt. "His brother's absence has upset him, but Jim'll come round all right." "But, master," said old Parker, pushing back his bone-bowed spectacles, "dat is mighty late for Jim to be getting in. Not day late, as stiddy a man as he is. Don't you reckon dey's a woman in it?" "Look here, Parker," said his master, "aren't you ashamed of yourself? Haven't you ever known Jim to go with any other woman than Melly? If you preachers weren't such rascals yourselves and married less frequently, you wouldn't be so ready to suspect other men." "I am," coughed Parker. "Well, Mass Stewart, ef you gwine question into de pogatives of de ministry, I'd better be gwine, case you dangerous ground," and he went his way. But even an indulgent master's patience must wear out when a usually good servant lapses into unusually bad habits. Jim was often absent from the plantation now, and things began to disappear, chickens, ducks, geese, and even Jim's own family bacon, and now and then a shoat of the master's found its way off the place. The thefts could be traced to but one source. Melly didn't mind the shoats, nor the ducks, nor the geese, nor the chickens. They were her master's, and he could afford to lose them. But that her husband should steal hers and the children's food, it was unspeakable. She caught him red-handed once, stealing away with a side of bacon, and she upbraided him loud and long. "Oh, you low-down scoundrel," she screamed, "stealing de braid out of yo' chillen's mouths for some other woman." Jim, a man of few words, stood silent and abashed, and his very silence drove her to desperation. She went to her master, and the next day the culprit was called up. "Jim," said Mordaunt, "I want to be as easy with you as I can. You've always been a good servant, and I believe that it's your brother's doings that have got you off the handle. But I've borne with you week after week, and I can't stand it any longer. So mark my words, if I hear another complaint, I'll have you skinned. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sah." That night Jim stole a ham from the kitchen before Aunt Doshy's very eyes. When they told the master in the morning, he was furious. He ordered that the thief be brought before him, and 2 whippers with stout corded lashes in their hands stood over the black man's back. "What's the matter with you, anyhow?" roared Mordaunt. "Are you bound to defy me?" Jim did not answer. "Will you answer me?" cried the master. Still Jim was silent. "Who is this woman you're stealing for?" "Ain't stealing for no woman." "Don't lie to me. Will you tell?" "Silence. Do you hear me? Lay it on him. I'll see whether he'll talk." The lashes rose in the air and whizzed down. They rose again, but stopped, poised as a gaunt figure coming from nowhere, it seemed, stalked up and pushed the whippers aside. "Give it to me," said Joe, taking off his coat. "I told him just how it would be, and I was coming to give myself up anyhow. He done it all to keep me from starving. But I's done hiding now. I'll be dat Groby's slave forever. Dan let him take my blows." He ceased speaking and slipped out of his ragged shirt. "'Tain't no use, Jim," he added. "You's done all you could." "Dar now, Joe," said his brother in disgust. "You's done come hyah and spiled everything. You never did know yo' place." "Whup away," said Joe, but the master's hand went up. "Joe," he cried, "Jim, you've been taking that food to him. Why didn't you tell me?" He kicked each one of the whippers solemnly. Then he kicked Joe. "Get out of this," he said. "You'll be nobody's but mine. I'll buy you from Groby, you low-down, no-account scoundrel." Then he turned and looked down on Jim. "Oh, you fool nigger, God bless you." When Mr. Groby heard of Joe's return, he hastened up to the big house. He was elated. "Ha," he said, "my man has returned." Steward Mordaunt looked unpleasant. Then he said, "Your man, Mr. Groby, your man, as you call him, has returned. He is here. But, sir, your man has been redeemed by his brother's vicarious suffering, and I intend to buy Joe back. Please name your price." And Mr. Groby saw the look in the gentleman's eye, and made his price low. End of Section 9. Section 10 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ash Cake Hannah and her Ben. Christmas Eve had come, and the cold, keen air, with just a hint of dampness in it, gave promise of the blessing of a white Christmas. A few flakes began sifting slowly down, and at sight of them a dozen pairs of white eyes flashed, and a dozen negro hearts beat more quickly. It was not long before the sound of grinding axes was heard, and the dogs barked a chorus to the grindstone song, for they, wise fellows that they were, knew what the bright glint of the steel meant. They knew, too, why Jake and Ike and Joe whistled so merrily, and looked over at the distant woods with half-shut eyes, and smiled. Already the overseers were relaxing their vigilance, the quarters were falling into indolence, and the master was guarding the key of a well-filled closet. Negro Tom was tuning up his fiddle in the barn, and Blowfus with his banjo was getting the chords from him, while Aleck was away out in the woods with his face turned up to the grey sky, letting the kinks out of his tenor voice. All this because the night was coming on. Christmas Eve night was the beginning of a week of joy. The wind freshened, and the snow fell faster. The walks were covered. Old gnarled logs that had lain about, black and forbidding, became things of beauty. The world was a white glory. Slowly, so slowly for a winter's night, the lights faded out, and the lamps and candles and torches, like lowly stars, laughed from the windows of big house and cabin. In fireplaces, great and small, the hickory crackled, and the savory smell of cooking arose, tempting, persistent. The lights at the big house winked at the cabin, and the cabin windows winked back again. Laughter trickled down the night, and good cheer was everywhere. Everywhere save in one room, where Hannah, Ash Cake Hannah they called her, sat alone by her smouldering hearth, brushing the cinders from her fresh-baked cake, mumbling to herself. For her there was no Christmas cheer. There were only her dim, lonely cabin and the ash-covered hearth. While the others rejoiced, she moaned, for she had taken as a husband a slave on a distant plantation, whose master was a hard man, and on many a Christmas he had refused permission to Ben to go and see his wife. So each year, as soon as Christmas Eve came, Hannah began to mope and fast, eating nothing but ash cake, until she knew whether or not Ben was coming. If he came, she turned to and laughed, and made merry with the rest. If he did not, her sorrow and meagre fare lasted the week out, and she went back to her work with a heavy heart and no store of brightness for the coming year. Today she sat as usual, mumbling and moaning, for the night was drawing down, and no sign of Ben. Outside, the negroes from the quarters, dressed in their best, were gathering into line, 2 by 2, to march to the big house, where every Christmas they receive their presents. There was much pushing and giggling, with ever and anon an admonitory word from one of the older heads as they caught some fellow's arm, making free with a girl's waist. Finally, when darkness had completely come, they started briskly away to the tune of a marching song. As they neared and passed Hannah's cabin, they lowered their voices out of respect to the sorrow they knew she was undergoing. But once beyond it, they broke out with fresh gusto, stamping or tripping along through the damp snow like so many happy children. Then, as they neared the steps of the great house, the doors were thrown wide, and a flood of yellow light flowed out upon the throng of eager faces. With their halting, the marching song was stopped, and instantly a mellow voice swung into a Christmas hymn, one of their own rude spirituals. "O maudie day at Bethlehem, who dat layin' in de manger? De town hit full, dey ain't no room, who dat layin' in de manger?" The old master had come forward to the front of the piazza, and around him clustered his family and guests, listening with admiration to the full, rich chorus. When it was done, the negroes filed through the hall, one by one, each with a Merry Christmas, and each receiving some token from the master and mistress. Laughing, joking, bantering, they went out to their holidays, some to their cabins to dance or eat, others to the woods with the dogs and the newly sharpened axes to look for game. One of the women stopped at Hannah's cabin with the gift for which she so seldom came. At her knock, the lone watcher sprang up and flung the door wide, but sank down again with a groan at sight of the visitor. She did not even open the things which the messenger laid upon the bed, but bent again over her cheerless hearth. The sound of merriment and song were dying away within the neighboring huts when her door was thrown suddenly open again, and a huge negro stood before Ash Cake Hannah. The slightly nibbled cake was hurled into a dark corner, and the woman sprang up with a heart cry. "Ben!" She threw her arms about his neck and burst into happy tears, while Ben held her, grinned sheepishly, and kept glancing furtively toward the door. "Sh! Sh!" he said. "What I want to sh fa when you's hyah, Ben? I got a mind to holla," she answered, laughing and crying. "Sh! Sh!" he repeated. "I's run off." She stopped and stood staring at him with wide, scared eyes. "You's run off?" she echoed. "Yes, Mass Mason wouldn't let me come, so I took my chanst and come anyhow. Oh, Ben, he'll most nigh kill you. I knows it, but I don't keer. It is Christmas, and I was bound to see you." The woman fell to crying again, but he patted her shoulder, saying, "'Tain't no use to cry, Hannah. It's des wastin' time. I got to pay fer dis runnin' off anyhow, so I des as well have as good a time as I kin while hit lasts. Fix me some supper, and den we'll go round a little and see de folks." As they went out, the deadened sound of merriment came to them from the cabins. "I don't know as I ought to show myself des now," said Ben stealthily, as they neared one of the places where the fun was at its height. "If I should take a notion to go back, I mought get in widout Mass Mason knowin' I been gone, dough he moughty sharp-eyed. Le's des stand outside hyah den, and hole hands and listen. Dat'll be enough for me, seein' you's hyah." They stationed themselves outside a cabin window, whose shutter was thrown wide open to admit the air. Here they could see and listen to all that went on within. To them it was like starving within sight of food. Their hearts yearned to be enjoying themselves with their kind, but they only clutched each other's hands the tighter, and stood there in the square of yellow light thrown out by the candles and fat pine torches, drinking in all they could of the forbidden pleasures. Now they were dancing to the tum-tum of a banjo and the scraping of a fiddle, and Ben's toes tingled to be shuffling. After the dance there would be a supper. Already a well-defined odor was arising from a sort of rude lean-to behind the cabin. The smell was rich and warm and sweet. "What is dat, Hannah?" asked Ben. "Hit smell monstrous familiar." "It's sweet 'taters, dat's what it is." Ben turned on her an agonized look. "It's sweet 'taters and His lips were pouted to say the word, but it was too much for him. He interrupted himself in an attempt to pronounce that juicy, seductive, unctuous word, "possum," and started for the door, exclaiming, "Come on, Hannah. I'd des as well die for an old sheep as for a lamb." And in a moment he was being welcomed by the surprised dancers. Ben and Hannah were soon in the very midst of the gaiety. "No ash cake for Hannah dis Christmas," shouted some one as he passed the happy woman in the dance. Hannah's voice rang loud and clear through the room as she curtsied to her husband and answered, "No, indeed, honey. Hannah gwine live off'n de fat of de land dis hyah Christmas." In a little while Fullerton, the master, came to the cabin with some of his friends who wanted to enjoy looking on at the negro's pleasure. This was the signal for the wildest pranks, the most fantastic dancing, and a general period of showing off. The happy-go-lucky people were like so many children released from their tasks. The more loudly their visitors applauded, the gayer they became. They clapped their hands, they slapped their knees, they leaped and capered, and among them no one was lighter-hearted than Ben. He had forgotten what lay in store for him, and his antics kept the room in a roar. Fullerton had seen him, and had expressed the belief that Ben had run away, for Mason Tyler would hardly have let him come without sending with him a pass. But he took it easily, glad to see Hannah enjoying herself, and no longer forced to moan and fast. For a brief space the dancers had rested. Then the music struck up again. They had made their beejunts, and were swinging corners, when suddenly the clatter of horses' hoofs broke in on the rhythm of the music, which stopped with a discord. The people stood startled and expectant, each in the attitude in which he had stopped. Ben was grinning sheepishly and scraping his foot on the floor. All at once he remembered. With a cry, Hannah ran across the room and threw herself at her master's feet. "Oh, Mass Jack," she begged, "don't let Mass Mason Tyler whup Ben. He runned off to be wid me." "Sh!" said Fullerton quickly. "I'll do what I can." In another moment the door was flung open, and Mason Tyler, a big, gruff-looking fellow with a face red with anger, stood in the doorway. Over his shoulder peeped two negroes. He had a stout whip in his hand. "Is my Oh, there you are, you black hound. Come here. I'm going to larrup you within an inch of your life." "Good evening, Mr. Tyler," broke in Fullerton's smooth voice. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Fullerton. You must excuse me. I was so taken up with that black hound that I forgot my manners." Fullerton proceeded to introduce his friends. Tyler met them gruffly. "Ben here," he proceeded, "has taken it into his head that he is his own master. Oh, well, these things will happen about Christmas time, and you must overlook them. Nobody need tell me how to run my place." "Certainly not, but I've a sort of interest in Ben on Hannah's account. However, we won't talk of it. Come to the house and let me offer you some refreshment." "I haven't time." "My friends will think very badly of you if you don't join us in one holiday glass, at least." Tyler's eyes glistened. He loved his glass. He turned irresolutely. "Oh, leave Ben here for the little time you'll be with us. I'll vouch for him." Mellowed already by pleasant anticipations, Mason Tyler allowed himself to be persuaded, and setting the two negroes who accompanied him to watch Ben, he went away to the big house. It was perhaps 2 hours later when a negro groom was sent to bed Tyler's horse for the night, while one of his own servants was dispatched to tell his family that he could not be home that night. Ben, perfectly confident that he was to die for an old sheep, was making the best of his time, even while expecting every moment to be called to go home for punishment. But when the news of his master's determination to stay reached him, his fears faded, and he prepared to enjoy himself until fatigue stopped him. As for Hannah, she was joyous, even though, womanlike, she could not shut her eyes to the doubtful future. It was near 12 o'clock on the crisp, bright Christmas morning that followed when Mason Tyler called for his horse to ride home. He was mellow and jovial, and the red in his face was less apoplectic. He called for his horse, but he did not call for Ben, for during the night and morning Fullerton had gained several promises from him, one that he would not whip the runaway, the other that Ben might spend the week. One will promise anything to one's host, especially when that host's cellar is the most famous in 6 counties. It was with joyous hearts that ash cake, and now happy Hannah and Ben watched the departure of Tyler. When he was gone, Ben whooped and cut the pigeon wing, while Hannah, now that the danger was past, uttered a reproving, "You is de beatin'est. I most wish he'd a tuck you ere long now," and turned to open her Christmas presents. End of section 10. Section 11 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dizzy-headed Dick. Those were troublous times on the plantation, both for master and for man. The master only should have been concerned, but nothing ever went on at the big house that the quarters did not feel and know. And they had good reason to know this. The master had been specially irritable that morning, and Dinah told Aunt Fanny that he had driven Jim, the valet, from the room, and had shaved himself, an unprecedented happening, for Bradley Fairfax had never before been known to refuse the delicate attentions of his favourite serving-man. There was another reason, too, why the quarters should know all about the trouble, for was not Dinah herself the weather-vane, whose gyrations in the quarters had only to be watched to know which way the wind blew at the big house? And when Big Ben from the Norton plantation came over to visit her Emily, as he had been doing for a year past, had she not driven him from the place? "Ain't a raisin darters," she said indignantly, "to throw away on de likes of dem Noten niggers. When Emily marry, I spec her to look for bigger game in taller trees." "But Dinah," said Aunt Fanny, "yo been lettin' Ben gallant Emily ride her long for most nigh a year. How come yo done changed so quick?" Dinah turned upon her interlocutor that look of disgust which is only possible with a match-making matron, as she replied, "Law, ain't Fanny chow, you don't know. I let her go long o' him 'cause I hadn't skivered yit that de nigger had any tension. Soon as I did, I made him fairly fly." Aunt Fanny laughed significantly because she knew her people so well, and said with apparent irrelevance, "I ain't seed Mass Tom Knowlton up to de big house for a day or so." It was irrelevant but confidential. "Hish, honey, Mass Bradley done driv him away too long ago to talk 'bout. He 'lows how ef Miss Marget can't find no better match for husser Don Tom Knowlton, she can des be a old maid like her Aunt Margaret. What's de matter wid Mass Tom? He good quality and mighty well off. What's de matter? Why, he will as a young deer. What wid hoss racing and gwine down de riber to New Orleans, he des tie hin up awful Jack. But hole on, I don't see de rights of dat. Old Phoebe say dat Mass hisself was one of de hoss racingest, travelling aroundest young mans in de country when he was a comin' along. Sh, sh. Maybe he done been dat, but den Mass he settled down. Den why don't he give Mass Tom a chanst? A hoss got to be a colt fuss, ain't he? Look here, Aunt Fanny, what's de matter wid you? I don't care of a horse has got to be a colt fuss. Nobody ain't gwine to buy no colt when he want a cage hoss. No, indeedy, and yo can't tell me no cage hoss ain't gwine to mount to nuffin lessen he been a purty lively colt. Go long, Aunt Fanny. Clar out, Dinah. Aunt Fanny was wiser than she seemed. She was the cook for the big house, and from the vantage ground of her kitchen, which sat just a little way off the back veranda, she saw many things. Besides, her son Dick was a houseboy, and he told her others. She and Dick had special reasons for loving and cherishing the young Miss Margaret, for when, angry at some misdemeanor of the black boys, Bradley Fairfax had threatened to sell him down the river, it had been the young woman's prayers, rather than Aunt Fanny's wailings, that had turned him from his determination. So they worshipped her, and Dick would have died for her. On the day that the storm rose to its height, Dick slipped down to his mother's kitchen with the news. "What's de matter, you, Dick?" asked his mother. "Sh, mammy, but dey's goin' on up dar." "What kinda gwine on, huh?" "I heerd Mass Bradley talkin' to young Miss dis mornin', and I tell you, for a little while it was manners." "What did he say to my little lammy?" "Dey was talkin' 'bout Mass Tom Knowlton, and she told him dat Mass Tom wasn't so wild as he used to be, and he is a settlin' down. Mass he up and said dat Tom Knowlton didn't come a settlin' down family, and dey wouldn't be no weddin' in his house 'tween her and a Knowlton. Den she asked him ef he and Mass Tom's pa wa'n't great friends and when dey was young, and he say co'se, but dey had come to de partin' of de ways long befo' old man Tom Knowlton died. Miss Marget, she plied up, 'Well, father, I hope you won't force yo' daughter to steal away like a thief in de night to marry de man she loves. I ain't 'fraid old Mass says no Fairfax lady have ever done dat.' Den watch though de day," she answered back, and den I didn't hear no mo'. "It 'pears like to me Mass Bradley ain't so sot agin Mass Tom Knowlton, 'cause he came out purty soon and kicked Jim, and when he right mad he don't act dat away. Seem like he des kinda whimsy and stubborn, but it's goin' to mek somethin' happen." "How you know what it gwine to do?" "'Case I saw Miss Margaret ride down to de big gate, and when she thought nobody was looking, tek a letter out of de post, and when she rode back her lips was a set in de Fairfax way, so I'm gwine to keep my eye peeled through de day." "Humph! Is dat all you know?" "Yes'm." "Will you clar out? You black rascal, you been eavesdropping again, dat's what you been doing. You ought to be ashamed of yo'self. Don't you come here a tellin' me no mo' of yo' eavesdropping trash. Clar out." "Yes'm, I'm a goin', but you keep a yo' ears open, mammy, and your eyes too, and mammy, 'member hit's our Miss Margaret. Clear out, I tell you," and Dick went his way. "Our Miss Margaret, sick impudence," mused the old woman as she began to beat the dough for the biscuits. "Our Miss Margaret, my poor little lamb." If Tom Norton had only known it, he had two strong allies in any designs he might have. Aunt Fanny affected to ignore Dick's injunctions. Nevertheless, in the ensuing days she followed his advice and kept her eyes open. They were so wide open and so busy with diverse things that on 2 mornings she sent in burned biscuits to the big house, and was like to lose her reputation. However, all waiting must sometime end, and Aunt Fanny's watchfulness was rewarded when she saw one morning a carriage and pair dash up the front drive, circle the house, and halt at the back veranda. "I couldn't mek out what was de matter," she afterward told Dinah, "when I seed dat ca'ige flyin' round de house without stoppin'. Den all of a suddent I seed my lammy come a runnin' out wid a mantilly over her haid, and I look at de ca'ige again, and lo and behold, dar stood young Mass Tom Noten holin' out his arms to her. She run right past de kitchen, and what you think dat blessed child do? She stop and fling her arms round my old naik, and kiss me, and hits the living truth, I'd a died for her right dar. She wasn't no mo' den halfway to de cage when old Mass come des a ragin' and a stormin' to de do'. And Lord child, 'fore I knowed it, I was a hollerin', 'Run, baby, run!' She did run too, and Mass Tom he run to meet her and took her by de hand. Then I seed my Dick runnin' too, and I heerd Mass Bradley holler, 'Cut de traces, Dick, cut de traces!' I stepped back and reached for my meat cleaver. Ef dat boy'd a tetched dem traces, I's mighty feared I'd a throwed it at him and cut our relationship in two. But I see Miss Margaret too, and looked back over her shoulder at him just as she stepped in de cage. She gin him a kind, appealin' look, but hid a fightin' look, too, and all of a sudden dat rascal's hands went up in de air, and he fell flat on de grass. Old Mass kept a screamin' to him to cut de traces, but 'cause 'fo he could git up de hosses was a sailin' down de road, and Miss Margaret was a wavin' her hand kind sad like out'n de carriage winder. But law, Mass Tom gin one look at Dick a layin' dere in de grass, and fairly split his sides wid laffin'. De last I seed of dem as dey made de turn, he was still a holin' hisself. Well, Mass Bradley he come a stormin' down and kicked Dick. 'Git up,' he say, 'git up, you black scoundrel!' And Dick raised his haid, kind weak like, and say, 'Huh?' Well, I like to died. I didn't know de boy had so much dev'ment in him. Old Mass he grabbed him and yank him up, and he say, 'Why'n't you cut dem traces?' And Dick he look up and ply, des as innocent, 'Why, Mass Bradley, I was tuck wid such a disness in my haid, all of de sudden hit seemed like I was turnin' round and round.' 'I give you disness in yo' haid!' Old Mass holler. 'Tek him up on de porch and tie him to one of dem pillars.' So Bob and Jim took him up and tied him to one of de pillars, and old Mass went into de house. Here Dinah broke in. I was in dere when he comed. Me and old Miss had des got back from town, and Mass Bradley he say, 'Well, a feller dat'll drive right up in a man's yard and tek his darter from under his nose must have somethin' in him,' and old Miss she laugh and cry all together. I 'spect she is in de secret. I ain't so down on Big Ben as I was. Law, Dinah, you is de beatin'est. But wait, let me tell you. Don't I know de res'? You don't know 'bout de coffee. No, what about de coffee? After a while, Mass Bradley sent a whole string of little darkies down to my kitchen and mek me give each of them a cup of coffee. Den he marched 'em all in line up to Dick and mek him drink all de coffee. 'What you want me drink all dis coffee fer?' Dick say, and Mass Bradley he look mighty serious and ply, 'I's tryin' to cure dat dizzy haid of yourn.' 'Well, sah, I wish you'd a hired dem little rascallions.' Dey des rolled on de grass and hollered, 'Dizzy hated Dick, Dizzy hated Dick,' and Mass he turned and went in de house. I reckon dat name'll stick to de boy 'twill he die. But I don't keer. He didn't go back on his young Miss Dizzy Haid or no Dizzy Haid, and Mass Bradley he gwine forgive de young folks anyhow. If he ain't, how come he didn't tear Dick all to pieces? End of section 11. Section 12 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Conjuring Contest. The whole plantation was shocked when it became generally known that Bob, who had been going with Viney for more than a year, and for half that time had publicly escorted her to and from meeting, had suddenly changed and bestowed his affections upon another. It was the more surprising, for Viney was a particularly good-looking girl, while the new flame Cassie was an ill-favoured woman lately brought over from another of the Mordaunt plantations. It was one balmy Sunday evening that they strolled up from the quarter's yard together, arm in arm, and sat wagging the tongues of all their fellow-servants. Bob's mother, who was sitting out in front of her door, gave a sigh as her son passed with his ungainly sweetheart. She was still watching them with an unhappy look in her eyes when Ma'am Henry, the plantation oracle, approached and took a seat on the step beside her. "Howdy, Ma'am Henry," said Maria. "Howdy, Maria. How you come on?" "Oh, right pert in my body, but I'm kind o' disturbed in my mind." "Huh, I reckon you is 'sturbed in yo' mind," said the old woman keenly. "Maria, you sho'ly is one blind woman." "Blind? I don't know what you mean, Ma'am Henry. How's I blind?" "You's blind, I tell you. Now what you s'pose de matter wid yo' Bob?" "De matter wid him? Dat des what trouble my mind, Ma'am Henry. Hit's to think dat a boy of mine 'ud be so fickle-minded. He was a gwine 'long o' Viney, what sho'ly is a likely gal, and a pert one too. Den all of a sudden he done change his mind, and tek up wid dat ole high-time-looking gal. I don't know what he tinkin' 'bout." "You don't know what he tinkin' 'bout? 'Cause you don't know what he thinkin' 'bout, and I don't know whar your eyes is, that you can't see somethin' dat's des as plain as de nose on your face." "Well, I 'low I must be blind, Ma'am Henry, 'cause I don't understan' it. What you reckon a likely boy lak Bob see on dat gallus nigger?" "I don't know, Ma'am Henry, but dey do say she bake mighty fine biscuits, and you know Bob's mind mouty close to his stomach." "Biscuits, biscuits," snorted the old woman. "'Tain't no biscuits got dat man crazy. Hit's roots, I tell you, hit's roots." "Ma'am Henry, fo' de Lord, you don't mean—" The old woman leaned solemnly over to her companion and whispered dramatically, "He's conjured, that's what he is." Maria sprang up from the doorway and stood gazing at Ma'am Henry like a startled animal. Then she said in a hurried voice, "What, dat has he conjured, my chile? I'll kill her. That's what I will." "Yes, you kill her, 'cause you will. I reckon dat'll tek de spell off'n Bob, won't it? Dat'll keep him from hatin' you and despinin' her way and dyin' for her, won't hit, Maria sank down again in utter helplessness, crying, "Conjured, conjured! Oh, what shall I do?" "Fust ting," said Ma'am Henry, "you des set up and act sensible. After dat I'll talk to you. Go on, Ma'am Henry. I's a listening to you. Conjured, conjured, my boy. Oh, de—" "Hush up and listen to me. Befo' Bob put on his shoes termorrer mornin', you slip a piece of silver in de right one, flat in de middle, whar he won't feel it. You want to find out how he's conjured, and des how bad it is. Ef she ain't done nuffin but planted sompin round de dough for him, why, I reckon de sowin' salt'll break de spell. But ef she's cotch him in his eatin's, you'll have to see a reg'lar conjure doctor 'fo you kin wuk dat out. I ain't long hated myself, but I got a friend dat is." "But, Ma'am Henry, how I gwine tell how bad de conjure is?" "Huh, gal, you don't know nuffin. Ef de silver turns right black, why he's cotch bad, and ef it only turns kind green, he's only middlin' tricked. How long I got to wait fo'? I knows. Let him wear de silver 3 or 4 days, and den let me see it." Maria did as she was told, placing a dime in the bottom of her son's shoe, and at the expiration of the allotted time, with eyes fear and wonder-wide she took the coin to her instructor. Whether from working in the field all day the soil had ground into Bob's shoe and discoloured the coin, or whether it had attracted some subtle poison from the wearer's body, is not here to be decided. From some cause the silver piece was as dark as copper. Ma'am Henry shook her head over it. "He sho is cotch bad," she said. "I reckon she done cotched him in his eatins. Dat de wuss kind. You take dat silver piece and throw it in de runnin' water." Maria hesitated. This was part of a store she was saving for a particular purpose. "Why does I has to do dat, Ma'am Henry?" she asked. "Ain't dey no other way? Go 'long, gal. What's de matter wid you? Will you do as I tell you? Don't you know dat anyting you buy wid dat money be bad luck to you? Dat a dime's chuck full of goop fa, clar to de rim." So, trembling with fear, Maria hastened to the branch and threw the condemned coin into it, and she positively asserted to Ma'am Henry on her return that the water had turned right black and thick where the coin sunk. "Now de next ting for you to do is to go down and see my friend de Conjure doctor. He live down at de folks of de road, des back of de old tobaccer house. Hit's a skeery place, but you go dere tonight and tell him I sont you, and he lift de spell. But don't you go down dere offerin' to pay him nothin', 'cause dat stroy his charms. After de work done, den you kin him what you want, and if it ain't enough, he put de spell back on again. But mustn't never ax a conjure doctor what he charge, or pay him for de charm work. No moan, you must say thank you for flower seed." About 9 that night, Maria, frightened and trembling, presented herself at the conjure doctor's door. The hut itself was a gruesome-looking place, dark and dilapidated. The yard surrounding it was overrun with a dense growth of rank weeds, which gave forth a sickening smell as Maria's feet pressed them. The front window was shuttered, and the sagging roof sloped down to it like the hat of a drunken man over a bruised eye. The mew of a cat, the shuffling of feet, and a rattle of glass followed the black woman's knock, and Maria pictured the terrible being within hastening to put away some of his terrible decoctions before admitting her. She was so afraid that she had decided to turn and flee, leaving Bob to his fate, when the door opened and the doctor stood before her. He was a little wizened old man, his wrinkled face the colour of parchment. The sides of his head were covered with a bush of grey hair, while the top was bald and blotched with brown and yellow spots. A black cat was at his side, looking with evil eyes at the visitor. "Is you de conjure doctor?" asked Maria. He stepped back that she might enter, and closed the door behind her. "I's Dr. Bass," he replied. "I come to see you. I come to see you 'bout my son. Ma'am Henry, she sont me." "Well, lem hear all erbout it." His manner was reassuring, if his looks were not, and somewhat encouraged. Maria began to pour forth the story of her woes into the conjure doctor's attentive ear. When she was done, he sat for a while in silence. Then he said, "I reckon she's got some o' his heart. Dat makes a mighty strong spell in a woman's hands. You go back and bring me some o' de woman's hair, and I fix it. But how's I gwine get any o' her hair? Dat ain't for me to say. I des tell you what to do." Maria backed out of the bottle-filled root-hung room, and flew home through the night with 1,000 terrors pressing hard upon her heels. All next day she wondered how she could get some of her enemy's hair. Not until evening did the solution of the problem come to her, and she smiled at its simplicity. When Cassie, her son's unwelcome sweetheart, came along, she stepped out from her cabin door and addressed her in terms that could mean but one thing: fight. Cassie attacked Maria tooth and nail, but Maria was a wiry little woman, and when Bob separated the two, a little later, his mother was bruised, but triumphant, for in her hand she held a generous bunch of Cassie's hair. "You found out a way to get de hair," said the conjure doctor to her that night, "and you ain't spared no time a getting it." He was busy compounding a mixture which looked to Maria very much like salt and ashes. To this he added a brown thing which looked like the dried liver of some bird. Then he put in a portion of Cassie's hair. The whole of this he wrapped up in a snakeskin and put in a bag. "Dat'll fetch him," he said, handing the bag to Maria. "You take this and put it under his bade, whar he won't find it, and sprinkle de rest of dis hair on de blanket he lay on, and let hit stay dere 7 days. After dat he come round all right. Den you kin come to see me," he added significantly. Clasping her treasure, Maria hastened home and placed the conjure bag under his son's bed, and sprinkled the short, stiff hair as she had been directed. He came in late that night, hurried out of his clothes, and leaped into bed. Usually he went at once to sleep, but not so now. He rolled and tossed, and it was far past midnight before his regular breathing signified to the listening mother that he was asleep. Then, with a murmured, "De Conjure is a woken him," she turned over and addressed herself to rest. The next morning Bob was tired and careworn, and when asked what was the matter, responded that his dreams had been troubled. He was so tired when the day's work was over that he decided not to go and see Cassie that night. He was just about going to bed when a tap came at the cabin door, and Viney came in. "Evenin', Aunt Maria," she said. "Evenin', Bob." "Evenin'," they both said. "I dest run in, Aunt Maria, to bring you some of my biscuits. Ma'am Henry done give me a new seat for makin' dem." She uncovered the crisp brown rolls, and the order of them reached Bob's nose. His eyes bulged, and he paused with his hand on his boot. "Law," said Maria, "dese show is nice, Viney." "Help yourself, Bob." Bob suddenly changed his mind about going to bed, and he and Viney sat and chatted while the biscuits disappeared. Maria discreetly retired, and she said to herself as she sat outside on the step, "Dey ain't no way for dat boy to sis dat goopfa and dem biscuits too." Bob's dreams were troubled again that night and the next, and as the evenings came he still found himself too tired to go a-courting. All this was not lost on the watchful mother, and she duly reported matters to Ma'am Henry, who transferred her information to Cassie in the following manner. "It sho'ly don't seem right, Sis Cassie, when Bob gwine long a you, for him to be setting up ever night long a dat gal Viney." And Cassie, who was a high-spirited girl, replied, "Let de nigger go long. I don't care nuffin 'bout him." Next time she met Bob she passed without speaking to him, and strange to say he laughed and didn't seem to care, for Ma'am Henry's biscuit recipe had made Viney dearer to him than she had ever been. Up until the 8th night his dreams continued to be troubled, but on that night he slept easily and dreamed of Viney, for Maria had removed the conjure bag and had thrown it into running water. What is more, she had shaken the hair out of the blanket. The first evening that Bob felt sufficiently rested to go out skylarking, it was with Viney he walked, and the quarters nodded and wondered. They walked up to the master's house, where the momentous question was asked and favourably answered. Then they came back radiant, and Viney set out some biscuits and preserves in her cabin to clinch it, and invited Maria and Ma'am Henry to share them with Bob and her. That night sundry things from the big house, as well as lesser things from Maria's cabin, found their way to the Conjure doctors. The things from the big house were honestly procured, but it took the telling of the whole story by Maria to get them. When she had gone, her master, Dudley Stone, laughed to himself and said with true Saxon incredulity, "That old rascal Bass is a sharp one. I think lying on Cassie's hair would trouble anybody's dreams, conjure or no conjure, and if Viney learned to make biscuits like Mammy Henry, she needed no stronger charm." End of section 12. Section 13 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dandy Jim's Conjure Scare. Dandy Jim was very much disturbed when he came in that morning to shave his master. He was Dandy Jim because, being just his master's size, he came in for the spruce garments which Henry Desmond cast off. The dark-skinned valet took great pride in his personal appearance, and was little less elegant than the white man himself. He was such a dapper black boy, and always so light and agile on his feet, that his master looked up in genuine surprise when he came in this morning, looking careworn and dejected, and walking with a decided limp. To the question, "Why, what on earth is the matter with you, Jim?" he answered only with a doleful shake of his head, "Why, you look like you'd been getting religion." "No, I ain't quite as bad as dat, Mass Henry. Religion 'fects de soul, but hits my body dat's 'fected. You've been getting your feet wet, I reckon, and it's cold." "I wish 'twas, I wish 'twas," said Jim sadly. "You wish it was? Well, what is the matter with you, Mass Henry? Kin you let me have a silver dime?" "I's been hurted." "Jim, I tell you I's been tricked." "And you believe in that sort of thing after all I've tried to teach you?" "Mass Henry, I tell you I's been tricked, Dey ain't no sputin' the signs, teachin' er no teachin'. Well, I wish you'd tell me the signs so that I'd know them. It's just possible that I may have been tricked some time and didn't know it. Don't joke, Mass Henry, don't joke. Dis is a serious matter, and if you'd ever been tricked and hit done right, you'd a knowed, kase they ain't no sputin' de symptoms. Dey's mighty well known. When a body's tricked, dey's tricked, and dat's de gospel truth. Do you claim to know them? Don't I tell you I's a sufferin' from dem now? Well, what are they? Well, for one ting, I's got a mighty misery in my back, and I got de limb trembles, and I's des creepy all over in spots. That's a show sign whenever you feel spotted. I tells you, Mass Henry, somebody's done laid for me and cotch me. I wish you'd please, sir, give me a piece of silver to lay on the place. Well, will that do? Why, I wants to be right show, fo' I goes to a conjure doctor, and ef I is tricked, the silver, hit'll show it. Doubt a doubt, hit'll turn right black. Jim, said the white man as he handed over the silver coin, I've never known you to talk this way before, and I believe you've got some other reason for believing you're conjured besides the ones you're giving me. You rascal, you've been up to something. The valet grinned sheepishly, hung his head, and shuffled his feet in a way that instantly confessed judgment. Come, own up now, pressed his master. What devilment have you been up to? I don't see how it's any devilment for a body to go to see the gal he like. Uh-huh, you've been after somebody else's girl, have you? And he's fixed you, eh? I didn't know. Lize was going long anybody else. Twill, I went in there the other night to see her, and even then she never let on nothing. We talked her long and laughed and was having a mighty fine time. You see, Lize, she got a powerful drawin' way about her. I kept on settin' up nigher and nigher to her, and she kept laughing, but she never hitched her cheer away. So, 'cause I thought hit was all right, and they want nobody else a keepin' company wid her, when lo and behold, des as I was about to put my arm around her waist, who should walk in the door but one dem great big red-eyed fellens. 'Cause I drawed her way, for dat man sure did look dangerous. Well, 'cause a gentleman got to show his manners, so I ups and says, "Good evening, sir," and makes my bejunts. Umph, dat man never answered no more'n I'd been a knot on a log, and him another. Then Lize, she up and say, "Good evening, Sam," and bless yo' soul, ef he didn't treat her de same way. He des went over in de cornder and sot down, and there he sot a looking at us wid dem big red eyes of his'n fairly blazing. Well, I see dat Lize was a getting uneasy, and 'cause hit ain't never perlite to be inconvenience to a lady, so I gets and takes my hat and takes my departer. The fact, in other words, is you ran from the man. No, sir, I person couldn't exactly say I run. I did come away kind of fast, but you see I was thinking 'bout Liza's feelin's, and it seemed like ef I'd get out of de way, it'd relieve de strain. Yes, your action does great credit to your goodness of heart and your respect for your personal safety, Jim. Jim flashed a quick glance up into his master's face. He did not like to be laughed at, but his eyes met nothing but the most serious of expressions, so he went on. "Dat is 2 nights ago, and ever since den I been feelin' mighty funny. I des moan low dat Sam done laid for me and cotch me in de backen leg. You know, Mass Henry, dem red-eyed people, dey mighty dangerous, and it don't do nobody no good to go long a foolin' wid dem. If I'd a knowed dat Sam was a goin' long a Lize, I surely would have fed 'em both wid a long spoon. I don't want nobody plantin' tings for me. Jim, you're hopeless. Here, I've tried my best to get that conjuring notion out of your head. You've been brought up right, here in the house with me for 3 or 4 years, and now the first thing that happens you fall right back to those old beliefs that would be unworthy of your African grandfather. Mass Henry, I ain't goin' to dispute none of yo' teachin's, and I ain't goin' to argy wid you, case you my master, and it wouldn't be perlite. But I des got one thing to say. Dat piece of silver you give me 'll tell de tale." The valet, now having finished his work and his complaints, went his way, leaving his master a bit disgusted and a good deal amused. These great overgrown children, he mused, still frightened by fairy tales. It was late in the afternoon before the master saw his servant again. Then he opened his eyes in astonishment at him. Henry Desmond was sitting on the porch when the black man hove in sight. He would have slipped round to the back of the house and entered that way had not his master called to him. Dandy Jim, a dandy no longer, approached and stood before his speechless owner. He was a figure for gods and men to behold. He was covered with dirt from head to foot. His clothes looked as though he might have changed raiment with an impoverished scarecrow. One sleeve was gone out of his coat, and the leg of his trousers was ripped from the knee down. A dozen scratches and bruises disfigured his face, and when he walked it was with a limp more decidedly genuine than the one of the morning. But the feature that utterly surprised Henry Desmond, that took away his speech for a moment or two, was the beautiful smile that sat on Jim's countenance. The master finally found his voice. "Jim, what on earth is the matter? You look like a storm had struck you." "Oh, Mass Henry, I ain't conjured. I ain't conjured." "You ain't conjured? Well, you look a good deal more like you'd been conjured than you did this morning. I should take it for granted that a whole convention of witches and hoodoos had sat on your case." "No, sir, no, sir, I ain't conjured at all." "Well, what's the matter with you, then?" "Why, sir, I seed dat red-eyed field hand, Sam, and he put nigh wallop de life out of me. Yes, sir, he did." "Well, you take it blessed cheerful." "Dat's because I knows I ain't conjured." "Didn't the silver turn black? You know it might not have had time yet." "Mass Henry, I ain't bothered nuffin 'bout de silver. I ain't pendin' on dat. De reason I knows I ain't conjured, Sam he done whupped me. I was a goin' down to de field 'long 'bout dinner time, and who should I meet but Sam. 'Hole on, Jim,' he say, a settin' down de bucket he was carryin' to de field. 'Hole on,' he say, and I stop, twell he come up. 'Jim,' he say, 'you was down in the quarters, a settin' up to Miss Li's night before last, wasn't you?' 'Well, I was present,' say I, 'on dat occasion when I had de pleasure of meetin' you.' 'Never mind dat, never mind dat,' he say. 'I don't want none of yo' fine words what you learn up to de big house, and users crooked down in de quarters. But bless yo' soul, Mass Henry, dat wa'n't true. I do want none of yo' fine words.' Then he took off his hat and rolled up his sleeves. 'He surely has got awful arms. I's goin' to whup you,' says he. And well, sir, he did. He whupped me most scandalous. He des walloped me all over de ground. Oomph, I never shall forget it. Why, dat man lack to wall me out. Seemed like when he first started, he was des goin' to give me a little dressin' down, but he seemed to waken to de work as he pursued his course. When he got low, he say, 'Now if ever I catches you foolin' round Miss Li's again, I'll break you all to pieces.' Then I come away rejoicing, 'cause I knowed I wasn't tricked." "Well, you're the first man I ever saw rejoice over such a thrashing as you've had. What do you mean? How do you know you're not conjured?" "Why, Mass Henry, what's de use of conju'in' a man when you can whup him like dat? Hain't dat enough satisfaction? Dey ain't no need to go round wokin' and wid roots when you got sich fists as Sam got. But you had so much confidence in the silver this morning. What does the silver say?" "Law, Mass Henry, after Sam whupped me dat way, I was so satisfied in my mind dat I des took off de silver and bought liniment wid it. You kin cure bruises wid liniment, and you allus knows des how to reach de case. But conjure, dat's different." And Jim limped away to apply his lotion to his sore but unconjured body. End of section 13. Section 14 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14. The Memory of Martha. You may talk about banjo playing if you will, but unless you heard old Ben in his palmy days, you have no idea what genius can do with 5 strings stretched over the sheepskin. You have been told perhaps that the banjo is not an expressive instrument. Well, in the hands of the ordinary player it is not, but you should have heard old Ben as bending low over the neck. With closed eyes he made the shell respond like a living soul to his every mood. It sang, it laughed, it sighed, and just as the tears began welling up into the listener's eyes, it would break out into a merry reel that would set one's feet a-twinkling before one knew it. Ben and his music were the delight of the whole plantation, white and black, master and man, and in the evening when he sat before his cabin door, picking out tune after tune, hymn, ballad, or breakdown, he was always sure of an audience. Sometimes it was a group of white children from the big house, with a row of pickaninnies pressing close to them. Sometimes it was old Mass and Miss themselves who strolled up to the old man, drawn by his strains. Often there was company, and then Ben would be asked to leave his door and play on the veranda of the big house. Later on he would come back to Martha, laden with his rewards, and swelled with the praise of his powers. And Martha would say to him, "You, Ben, don't you git conceited now. You des keep yo' haid level. I des moan 'low you been up dar playin' some of dem ungodly tunes like Ho Cohen and Digtators." Ben would laugh and say, "Well, den I take the wickedness offen de banjo. Swing in, old woman," and he would drop into the accompaniment of one of the hymns that were the joy of Martha's religious soul, and she would sing with him until, with a flourish and a thump, he brought the music to an end. Next to his banjo, Ben loved Martha, and next to Ben, Martha loved the banjo. In a time and a region where frequent changes of partners were common, these 2 servants were noted for their single-hearted devotion to each other. He had never had any other wife, and she had called no other man husband. Their children had grown up and gone to other plantations or to cabins of their own. So, alone, drawn closer by the habit of comradeship, they had grown old together, Ben, Martha, and the banjo. One day Martha was taken sick, and Ben came home to find her moaning with pain, but dragging about trying to get his supper. With loud pretended upbraidings, he bundled her into bed, got his own supper, and then ran to his master with the news. "Marfy, she down sick, Mass Tom," he said, "and I's mighty uneasy in my mind 'bout her. Seem like she don't look right to me outen her eyes." "I'll send the doctor right down, Ben," said his master. "I don't reckon it's anything very serious. I wish you would come up to the house tonight with your banjo. Mr. Lewis is going to be here with his daughter, and I want them to hear you play." It was thoughtlessness on the master's part, that was all. He did not believe that Martha could be very ill, but he would have reconsidered his demand if he could have seen on Ben's face the look of pain which the darkness hid. "You'll send the doctor right away, Mass?" "Oh, yes, I'll send him down. Don't forget to come up." "I won't forget," said Ben as he turned away, but he did not pick up his banjo to go to the big house until the plantation doctor had come and given Martha something to ease her. Then he said, "I's got to go up to de big house, Marfy. I'll be back pretty soon. Don't you hurry, though, on my account. You go 'long and gin Mass Tom good measure. You heah?" "Quit yo' bossin'," said Ben, a little more cheerfully. "I got you where you can't move, and if you give me any o' yo' back talk, I 'low I'll frail you monstrous." Martha chuckled a go along, and Ben went lingeringly out of the door, the banjo in its ragged cover under his arm. The plantation's boasted musician played badly that night. Colonel Tom Curtis wondered what was the matter with him, and Mr. Lewis told his daughter, as he drove away that it seemed as if the colonel's famous banjoist had been overrated. But who could play reels and jigs with the proper swing, when before his eyes was the picture of a smoky cabin-room, and on the bed in it a sick wife, the wife of 40 years? The black man hurried back to his cabin, where Martha was dozing. She awoke at his step. "Didn't I tell you not to hurry back here?" she asked. "I ain't never hurried. I reckon I gin them all the music they wanted." Ben answered a little sheepishly. He knew that he had not exactly covered himself with glory. "How's you feeling?" he added. "'Bout the same. I got kind of a misery in my side." "I reckon you couldn't jine in to him to tek the wickedness outen dis old banjo." He looked anxiously at her. "I don't know 'bout jinin' in, but you go 'long and play anyhow. If I feel like journeyin' wid you, I find you somewhere on de road." The banjo began to sing, and when the hymn was half through, Martha's voice, not so strong and full as usual, but trembling with a new pathos, joined in and went on to the end. Then Ben put up the banjo and went to his rest. The next day Martha was no better, and the same the next. Her mistress came down to see her, and delegated one of the other servants to be with her through the day and to get Ben's meals. The old man himself was her close attendant in the evenings, and he waited on her with the tenderness of a woman. He varied his duties as nurse by playing to her sometimes some lively, cheerful bit, but more often the hymns she loved, but was now too weak to follow. It gave him an aching pleasure at his heart to see how she hung on his music. It seemed to have become her very life. He would play for no one else now, and the little space before his door held his audience of white and black children no more. They still came, but the cabin door was inhospitably shut, and they went away whispering among themselves, "Aunt Martha's sick." Little Lize, who was a very wise pickaninny, once added, "Yes, Aunt Marthy's sick, and my mammy says she ain't never gwine to get up no mo'." Another child had echoed "never," in the hushed, awe-struck tones which children use in the presence of the great mystery. Lize's mother was right. Ben's Martha was never to get up again. One night, during a pause in his playing, she whispered, "Play, Hock, from the tune." He turned into the hymn, and her voice, quavering and weak, joined in. Ben started, for she had not tried to sing for so long. He wondered if it wasn't a token. In the midst of a hymn she stopped, but he played on to the end of the verse. Then he got up and looked at her. Her eyes were closed, and there was a smile on her face, a smile that Ben knew was not of earth. He called her, but she did not answer. He put his hand upon her head, but she lay very still, and then he knelt and buried his head in the bedclothes, giving himself up to all the tragic violence of an old man's grief. "Marfy, Marfy, Marfy," he called. "What you want to leave me for? Marfy, wait, I ain't gwine be long." His cries aroused the quarters, and the neighbors came flocking in. Ben was hustled out of the way, the news carried to the big house, and preparations made for the burying. Ben took his banjo. He looked at it fondly, patted it, and placing it in its covering, put it on the highest shelf in the cabin. "Brother Ben allus was a most pop'lar and 'sponsible sort o' man," said Lize's mother as she saw him do it. "Now dat's what I call showin' 'spect to Sis Marfy, puttin' his banjo up in de very place whar it'll get all dus'. Brother Ben sure is different from any husband I ever had." She had just provided Lize with a third stepfather. On many evenings after Martha had been laid away, the children, seeing Ben come and sit outside his cabin door, would gather around, waiting and hoping that the banjo would be brought out, but they were always doomed to disappointment. On the high shelf the old banjo still reposed, gathering dust. Finally one of the youngsters, bolder than the rest, spoke. "Ain't you gwine play no mo', Uncle Ben?" and received a sad shake of the head in reply, and a laconic "Nope." This remark Lize dutifully reported to her mother. "No, oh, co'se not," said that wise woman with emphasis. "Oh, co'se Brother Ben ain't gwine play no mo'. Not right now, leastways. And don't you go dare pesterin' him nuther, Lize. You be perlite and 'spectable to him, and make yo' 'beejance when you pass." The child's wise mother had just dispensed with her latest stepfather. The children were not the only ones who attempted to draw old Ben back to his music. Even his master had a word of protest. "I tell you, Ben, we miss your banjo," he said. "I wish you would come up and play for us sometime." "I'd like to, master. I'd like to, but every time I think about playin', I can des see her up there and hear the kinda music she's a-listening to, and I ain't got no heart for that old banjo no more." The old man looked up at his master so pitifully that he desisted. "Oh, never mind," he said, "if you feel that way about it." As soon as it became known that the master wanted to hear the old banjo again, every Negro on the plantation was urging the old man to play, in order to say that his persuasion had given the master pleasure. None, though, went to the old man's cabin with such confidence of success as did Mary, the mother of lies. "Oh, 'cause he wa'n't gwine play den," she said, as she adjusted a ribbon. "He was a moanin'. But now hit's different," and she smiled back at herself in the piece of broken mirror. She sighed very tactfully as she settled herself on old Ben's doorstep. "I never come long hyah," she said, without thinking 'bout Miss Marphy. "Me and her was great friends, and a mighty good friend she was." Ben shook his head affirmatively. Mary smoothed her ribbons and continued, "I used to often come and set in my dough when you'd be a playin' to her. I was des sayin' to myself t'other day how I would like to hear that old banjo again." She paused. "'Pears like Miss Marphy'd be right nigh." Ben said nothing. She leaned over until her warm brown cheek touched his knee. "Won't you play for me, brother Ben?" she asked pleadingly. "Des to bring back de memory. Oh, Miss Marphy." The old man turned two angry eyes upon her. "I don't need to play," he said, "and I ain't gwine to. Sis Marphy's memory's hyah," and tapping his breast he walked into his cabin, leaving Mary to take her leave as best she could. It was several months after this that a number of young people came from the north to visit the young master, Robert Curtis. It was on the second evening of their stay that young Eldridge said, "Look here, Colonel Curtis, my father visited your plantation years ago, and he told me of a wonderful banjoist you had, and said if I ever came here to be sure to hear him if he was alive. Is he?" "You mean old Ben? Yes, he's still living, but the death of his wife rather sent him daft, and he hasn't played for several years." "Pshaw, I'm sorry. We laughed at father's enthusiasm over him because we thought he overrated his powers." "I reckon not. He was truly wonderful. Don't you think you can stir him up?" "Oh, do, Colonel Curtis," chorused a number of voices. "Well, I don't know," said the colonel, "but come with me and I'll try." The young people took their way to the cabin, where old Ben occupied his accustomed place before the door. "Uncle Ben," said the master, "here are some friends of mine from the north who are anxious to hear you play. I knew you'd break your rule for me." "Chile, honey," began the old man. But Robert, his young master, interrupted him. "I'm not going to let you say no," and he hurried past Uncle Ben into the cabin. He came out brushing the banjo and saying, "Whew, the dust!" The old man sat dazed as the instrument was thrust into his hand. He looked pitifully into the faces about him, but they were all expectancy. Then his fingers wandered to the neck, and he tuned the old banjo. Then he began to play. He seemed inspired. His listeners stood transfixed. From piece to piece he glided, pouring out the music in a silver stream. His old fingers seemed to have forgotten their stiffness as they flew over the familiar strings. For nearly an hour he played, and then abruptly stopped. The applause was generous and real, but the old man only smiled sadly and with a faraway look in his eyes. As they turned away, somewhat awed by his manner, they heard him begin to play softly an old hymn. It was "Hark" from the tune. He stopped when but half through, and Robert returned to ask him to finish, but his head had fallen forward close against the banjo's neck, and there was a smile on his face as if he had suddenly had a sweet memory of Martha. End of section 14. Section 15 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Who stand for the gods? There was a warm flush of anger on Robert Curtis' face as he ran down the steps of the old Stuart mansion. Everyone said of this young man that he possessed, in a marked degree, the high temper for which his family was noted, and one looking at him that night would have said that this temper had been roused to the utmost. This was not the first time Robert Curtis had ridden away from the Stuarts in anger. Emily Stuart was a high-strung girl, independent and impatient of control, and their disagreements had been many. But they had never gone so far as this one, and they had somehow always blown over, This time the young lover had carried away in his pocket the ring with which they had plighted their troth, and had gone away, vowing never to darken those doors again, and Emily had been exasperatingly polite and cool, though her eyes were flashing, as she assured him how little she ever wanted to look upon his face again. It may have been the strain of keeping this self-possession that made her break down so completely as soon as her lover was out of sight. That she did break down is beyond dispute, for when Dealey came in with a very much disordered waistband, she found her mistress in tears. With the quick sympathy and easy familiarity of a favourite servant, she ran to her mistress, exclaiming, "La, Miss Emily, what's the matter?" Her Miss Emily waved her away silently, and drying her eyes, stood up dramatically. "Dealey," she said, "Mr. Curtis will not come here any more after to-day. Certain things have made it impossible. I know that you and Ike are interested in each other, and I do not want the changed relations between Mr. Curtis and me to make any difference to you and Ike." "Law, Miss Emily," said Dealey, surreptitiously straightening her waistband, "I don't keer nuffin 'bout Ike. He ain't nuffin 'tall to me." "Don't fib, Dealey," said Emily, impressively. "Clar to goodness, Miss Emily, I ain't fibbin'. But even if Ike was anyting to me, you know I wa'n't never 'spectin' to go over to the Curtis plantation, 'ceptin' wid you, when you and Mass Bob." "That will do, Dealey." Emily caught up her handkerchief and hurried from the room. "Po' Miss Emily," soliloquized Dealey. "She des nat'rally breaking her heart now, but she ain't gwine let on. Ike, indeed, I ain't bothered about Ike." And then she added, smiling softly, "That scamp's des the same as Ba. He mighty nigh ruined my ep on at the waist." Robert Curtis was crossing the footbridge which separated the Curtis and Stewart farther fields before Ike rode up abreast of him. The bay mare was covered with dust and foam, and a heavy scowl lay darkly on the young man's face. Finding his horse blown by her hard gallop, the white man drew rein, and they rode along more slowly, but in silence. Not a word was spoken until they alighted, and the master tossed the reins to his servant. "Well," he said bitterly, "when you go to the Stewarts again, Ike, you'll have to go alone." "Then I won't go," said Ike, promptly. "Oh, yes, you will. You were fool enough to be hanging around a woman's skirts, too. You'll go." "Well, you don't go, I don't go." "Well, I don't go to the Stewarts any more, that's one thing certain." Robert was very young. "Then I don't go," returned Ike, doggedly. "Don't you reckon I got some family feelin's?" The young man's quick anger was melting in its own heat, and he laughed in spite of himself as he replied, "Neither family feelings nor anything else count for much when there's a woman in the case." "Now I des wonder," said Ike, as he led the horses away and turned them over to a stable boy, "I des wonder how long this yah thing's goin' on. De last time they fell up for Eva Hit was 4 whole days befo' he give in. I reckon this time it might run to be a week." He might have gone on deluding himself thus if he had not suddenly awakened to the fact that more than the week he had set as the limit of the estrangement had passed, and he had not yet been commanded to saddle a horse and ride over to the Stewarts with the note that invariably brought reconciliation and happiness. He felt disturbed in his mind, and his trouble visibly increased, when on the next day, which was Sunday, Quin, who was his rival in everything, dressed himself with more than ordinary care, and took his way toward the Stewarts. "What's de matter wid you, Ike?" asked one of the houseboys next day. "You going to let Quin cut you out? He was over to Stewart's yistiddy, and he say he had a tayin' down time wid Miss Dealey." "Oh, I don't reckon anybody's going to cut me out." "Better not be so sho," said the boy. "Better look out." This was too much for Ike. He had been wavering. Now his determination gave way, yet he tried to delude himself. "Hit's a shame," he said. "I des know Mass Bob is breckin' his heart to give back to Miss Emily, and hit do seem lak somethin' oughter be done to gin him a chancet." It needed only the visit from his master that afternoon to decide him. He was out on the back veranda cleaning shoes, when his master came and stood in front of him, flicking his boots with his riding whip. "Ah, Ike, you haven't been over to Mr. Stewart's lately?" "No, sah, course not. I ain't been over." "Well, I don't believe I'd do that, Ike. Don't let my fare keep you away. You go on and see her. You don't know, she might be sick or something and want to see you. Here's 50 cents. Take her something nice, and with the very erroneous idea that he had fooled both Ike and himself, Robert Curtis went down the steps whistling. "What did I tell you?" said Ike, addressing the shoe which sat upon his hand, and he began to hurry. Delie was sitting on the doorstep of her mother's cabin as Ike came up. She pretended not to see him, but she was dressed as if she expected his coming. "Howdy, Delie. How you this evening?" said Ike. "Law, Mr. Ike," said Delie, affecting to be startled, "I come mighty nigh not seeing you. Won't you walk in?" "No, I des take a sit on de doorstep hyah, 'longside you." She tossed her head, but made room for him on the step. "Ain't seen you for several days. You wasn't blind nor lame?" "No, but you know," answered Ike, rather doggedly. "I don't know nothing," Delie returned. "I wasn't 'spected to come alone." "Was you skeered? Did you want me to come alone?" Delie did not deign to answer. "I wonder how long this is going on," pursued Ike. "I'm getting mighty tired of it. They ain't no tellin', Miss Em'ly, she mighty high strung. Well, it's a shame, for them two loves one another, and they ought to be brought together. 'Cause they ought. But how anybody goin' to do it? You and me could try, if you was willin'. I'd do anything for my Miss Em'ly, and I'd do anything for Mass Bob. Come, and let's walk down by the big gate and talk about it." Delie rose, and together they walked down by the big gate, where they stood in long and earnest conversation. Maybe it was all about their master's and mistress' love affair, but a soft breeze was blowing, and the moon was shining in the way which tempts young people to consider their own hearts, however much they may be interested in the hearts of others. It was some such interest which ostensibly prompted Robert Curtis to sit up for Ike that night. Ike came into the yard whistling. His master was sitting on the porch. "Ike, you are happy. You must have had a good time." Instantly Ike's whistle was cut short, and the late moonlight shone upon a very lugubrious countenance as he answered, "Sometimes people whistles to drown day's sorrows." "Why, what sorrows have you got?" Wasn't Delie in a pleasant mood? "Delie's mighty 'sturbed 'bout her Miss Em'ly." "About her Miss Em'ly!" exclaimed the young master in sudden excitement. "What's the matter with Miss Em'ly?" "Oh, Delie says she des seems to be a pinin' 'bout somethin'. She don't eat and she don't sleep." "Poor began Curtis. Then he checked himself. He said, "Well, good night, Ike." When Ike had gone in, his master went to his room and paced the floor for a long while. Then he went out again and walked up and down the lawn. "Maybe I'm not treating her just right," he murmured. "Poor little thing, but—" and he clenched his fist and kept up his walking. "Ike was here to-night," said Miss Em'ly to Delie, as the maid was brushing her hair that night. "Yes'm, he was here. Yes, I saw him come up the walk early, and I didn't call you because I knew you'd want to talk to him." She sighed. "Yes'm, he wanted to talk mighty bad. He feelin' mighty 'sturbed 'bout his Mass Bob." The long brown braid was quickly snatched out of her hand as her young mistress whirled swiftly round. "What's the matter with his master?" "Oh, Ike say he des seem to pine. He don't seem to eat, and he don't sleep." Miss Em'ly had a sudden fit of dreaming, from which she awoke to say, "That'll do, Delie. I won't need you any more to-night." Then she put out her light and leaned out of her window, looking with misty eyes at the stars, and something she saw up there in the bright heavens made her smile and sigh again. It was on the morrow that Delie told her mistress about some wonderful wild flowers that were growing in the west woods in a certain nook, and Delie was so much in earnest about it that her mistress finally consented to follow her thither. Strange to say, that same morning Ike accosted his young master with, "Look here, Mass Bob, de birds is sho'ly thick over yonder in that stretch of beech woods. I've polished up the guns for you, ef you want to tek a shot." "Well, I don't mind, Ike. We'll go for a while." It was in this way, quite by accident of course, one looking for strange flowers and the other for birds, that Emily and Robert, with their faithful attendants, set out for the same stretch of woods. Miss Emily was quite despairing of ever finding the wonderful flowers, and Ike was just protesting that he himself had seen them birds, when all of a sudden Delie exclaimed, "Well, la, ef there ain't Mass Curtis!" Miss Emily turned pale and red by turns as Robert, blushing like a girl, approached her, hat in hand. "Miss Emily, Mr. Curtis." Then they both turned to look for their attendants. Ike and Delie were walking up a side path together. They both broke into a laugh that would not be checked. "It would be a shame to disturb them," Robert went on, when he could control himself. "Emily, I've been a—" "Oh, Robert, let us take the good that the gods provide." "And they," said Emily, looking after the blacks, "stand for the gods." End of section 15. Section 16 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Lady's Slipper. On that particular night in June, it pleased Miss Emily Stuart to be gracious to Nelson Spencer. Robert Curtis was away, attending court at the county seat, and really, when one is young and beautiful and a woman, it is absolutely necessary that there should be some person upon whom to try one's charms. So the lady was gracious to her ardent but oft rejected lover. She was sitting on the step of the high veranda, and he a little below her. Her tiny foot, shod in the daintiest of slippers, swung dangerously near him. She knew that he was looking admiringly at the glimpse of pointed toe which now and then he got from beneath her skirt, and it pleased her. She was rather proud of that pretty aristocratic foot of hers, not so much because it was pretty and aristocratic as because it was hereditary in the family and belonged by right of birth to all the Stuarts. It was a warm, soft night, a night just suited for love and dreams. The sky, like a blue-black cup, inverted, seemed pouring a shower of gems upon the earth, and the breeze was laden with the sweet smell of honeysuckle and the heavier odor of magnolia blossoms. They were not talking much, because it wasn't worth while. After an extended period of silence, he looked up at her and sighed, perhaps because he wanted to, maybe because he couldn't help it. "What are you sighing for?" she asked. "Oh, just at the beauty of things. Why, that should make you smile." "Not always. If there is sometimes a grief too deep for tears, there is at others a joy too great for smiles." "You ought to have been a poet, Nelson. You are so Spare me that." "No, I shall not." "You are sentimental to the last degree." "Oh, well, I may be, if it is sentimentality to be willing to grovel in the dirt for a lady's slipper. Then I am sentimental." Emily Stuart laughed. "You know you would look very ridiculous groveling in the dirt. Would you really do it for my slipper?" "Yes." "I'll put you to the test, then. You shall have my slipper when I see you grovel." He hesitated. "What?" she laughed. "Am I too literal?" "No," he said. "I mean what I say." And he leaped from the porch to the road beyond, and fell upon his knees in the dust of the carriage-way. The spectacle amused Emily, and disgusted her no little. A woman pretends that she wants a man to abase himself before her, but she never forgives him if he does. While he knelt there in the road, she thought how differently Robert would have acted under the circumstances. Instead of grovelling, he would probably have said, "I'll be hanged if I do," and she rather liked the thought of his saying that. She knew that, so far as brains went, Robert could not compare with Nelson. She knew, too, that the wisest man has the greatest capacity for making a fool of himself. After an interval, Nelson arose from his position and came back to the veranda. "I claim my reward," he said. "Do you think you can rightly call that grovelling?" "Yes, without a doubt." "Then you shall not go unrewarded." And turning, she went into the house, to return with a slipper, a dainty little beribboned thing which she handed to him. She was quite used to his extravagant protestations, and only thought to put a light significance upon his words. She was unprepared then to see him put the slipper into his pocket, as if he really meant to keep it. The evening passed away, and though they talked much, no reference was made to the slipper until he rose to go. Then Emily said, "Has your desire for my slipper been sufficiently satisfied?" "Oh, no," he replied. "I shall keep this as the outward sign and the reward of my abasement." "You are really not going to keep it?" "Oh, but I am. You gave it to me." "I did not mean it in that way. The sight of me grovelling there in the road, I gave you to remember for all time, and the gift that I ask in return is a permanent one. And it is of no use for me to argue with you." "None. Nor plead?" "No." "Very well," said Emily, with a vain effort at calmness. "I wish you joy of your treasure. Good night." And she went into the house. But she watched him from behind the curtain until he was quite gone. Then she came flying out again, and made her way hastily toward the quarters whither she knew her maid Dealey had gone to spend the evening. When she had brought her to the big house, she exclaimed breathlessly, "Oh, Dealy, Dealy, I'm in such trouble. Do tell we what is de matter now." "Oh, Nelson Spencer has been here, and—" "Miss Emily," Dealy broke in, "you been cawin' on wid dat man again?" "Why, Dealy, how can you say such things? Carrying on, indeed! I was only trying to put him in his place by making him ridiculous. But I gave him my slipper, and he kept it. He got yo' slipper, Miss Emily? Don't tell me dat." "Oh, what shall I do, Dealy? What shall I do? Suppose Robert should go there and see it on his bureau, or somewhere. You know they are such friends. What would he say? He'd be bound to recognize it, you know. They are the ones with the silver buckles and satin bows that he likes so well. One could never explain to Robert, he's so impetuous. Dealy, don't stand there that way. You must help me." "What shall I do, Miss Emily? I reckon you'd better go and have your pa frail dat slipper outen him." "What, papa? Why, I wouldn't have him to know anything about it for the world." "Why, it ain't yo' fault, Miss Emily. You in de rights of de thing." "Oh, yes, yes, I know, but a thing like that is so hard to explain. Dealy, you must get that slipper." "How am I goin' to?" "I don't know. You'll have to find some way. You'll find some way to get it before Robert comes. You will, won't you, Dealy?" "When do Mass Robert come?" "He'll surely be home in a couple of days. And he's mighty curious, ain't he? If he should happen to come across that slipper in Nelson Spencer's room, all would be over between us. Oh, Dealy, you must find some way." "Mass Nelson Spencer is right smart boastful, ain't he? Oh, Dealy, you don't reckon he'd show it to Mass Robert, do you?" "Dealy, you're saying everything to frighten me. Don't talk that way. Miss Emily, the truth is the light. But never mind. I'll try and get dat slipper for you. Oh, Dealy, and you shall have that blue sprig muslin dress of mine you like so much." Dealy's eyes gleamed, but she answered, "Never you mind about de dress, Miss Emily. What we wants is de slipper." And the maid departed to think. For a long while she thought of everything she knew, and canvassed every resource within her power. Of course she might make love to Harry, Spencer's valet, and have him get the prize for her, but then she knew that Ike would be sure to find that out, and get angry with her. She might appeal to Carrie, one of the Spencer household, but she knew that Carrie hated her, and would do anything rather than gratify her slightest wish, for Carrie herself had an eye on Ike. Then might she not steal it herself? But how to effect an entrance to the room of her mistress' enemy? "Laud bless me!" she exclaimed suddenly, her eyes brightening. "I done forget young Mass Roger. I s'pect he'll be snooping round some place to-morrow." Now Dealy knew that Nelson Spencer had a brother, a reckless, disobedient boy, who had just arrived at the unspeakable age. Something in this knowledge, or rather in the sudden recollection, sent her flying to the kitchen, where for something over 2 hours she braved Aunt Hester's maledictions while she baked heap upon heap of crisp, sweet cakes. When hot and tired she had finished and placed them in a cloth-covered jar, she chuckled to herself with the remark, "No, if dat don't fetch dat slipper, I reckon Miss Emily better look out for another gallant. But I know dat boy." On the following morning the maid, carrying a bulging bag, wandered out in the direction of the Spencer place, hoping to meet young Roger somewhere in the open air on his pony, or nosing about the woods on foot. She had said that she knew that boy, and she did. Roger was a boy with a precocious appetite. He might be backward in everything else, but his ability to consume food was large beyond his years. He lived to eat. He went into the house to browse, and came out of it to forage. He was insatiable. When kitchen and orchard had done their part in vain, he had recourse to roots of the field and strange, unaccountable plants, which would have proved his death but for the intervention of that Providence which is popularly supposed to take care of 3 certain irresponsible classes of humanity. Dealy was not mistaken in thinking he would be snooping about somewhere, for it was not long before she saw him walking along the road, munching an apple and looking for more food. She hastened to catch up with him, and like a sensible girl approached him from the windward side. "Howdy, Roger," said Dealy invitingly. "Hullo, Dealy. Where you goin'?" "I don't know. Where are you going?" Eyeing the bag. Dealy must have put ginger into those sweet cakes, and Roger's scent was keen. "Oh, I'm just walking around." "What you got in your bag?" "Now just listen at that child!" exclaimed Dealy, with a well-feigned surprise and admiration. "Now who'd have thought you'd take notice of dis hyah old bag? Never you mind what I got in dis bag. Seems like I smell something good." "Don't bother me, Roger. I ain't got no time to fool wid you. Seems to me like you always want to be eatin' somethin'." "Then it is eatin', Dealy." "Who said so? Dat's what I want to know. Who said so?" "Why, you did. You did, that's who," Roger cried gleefully. "Did I? Well, law sakes, who'd 'a even thought of me giving myself away dat away? I must be getting right rattle-brained. I don't believe I said it. Oh, yes, you did. Let's see, Dealey. Do let's see. Oh, I dasn't, said the dissembler. Hit's something fine. Roger fairly danced with excitement. Do, he pleaded. Just one little peep. I'm feared you'll want to eat some. Oh, no, I won't. Please let me look. Dealey carefully opened the mouth of the bag and slowly inclined it toward the eager boy. Even before the brown beauty of the cakes broke on the boy's sight, the fragrant odor of them had reached his nostrils. Then he saw them, just one flash of russet and gold, and the maid closed the bag with a jerk, but not before she was aware that she had a willing slave at her feet. Oh, Dealey, the boy gasped. Well, I must be getting along now. Dealey, just one, oh, Dealey. Now, what did I tell you? Didn't I say you'd be wanting one? I can't stop to bother, would you? Dese is luck cakes. Luck cakes? Roger's curiosity for the moment almost overcame his hunger. What's luck cakes? Miss Emily's diplomat took one of them from the bag. You see dis yah cake? She said, holding it dangerously near Roger's nose, while his hands twitched. You see dis yah cake? Well, if you go out of a morning with a bag of dese, and ef anybody can bring you an unmatched slipper before day's all et up, you has luck for de rest of yo' life, and de pusson what brings de slipper gets de rest of de cakes. Gets them all, Dealey? Asked Roger faintly. All that's left. Ain't you eatin' yourself, Dealey? No, I ain't 'lowed to eat 'em. It'll spile de charm. Just then Dealey let the golden cake drop in his hand. When the last crumb had disappeared, he asked, Dealey, what's an unmatched slipper? Why, it's one that ain't got no mate, of course. Just a one-footed slipper. Oh, I can get you one. You, de very idea. Yes, I can, too. Mamma has lots of odd ones. No, said Dealey hastily. You mustn't get your mammies. No, indeedy. Dat you'd spile de charm. Charms are funny things, ain't they? Said the boy. Mighty funny, mighty funny. You never know where they goin' to break up. But 'bout this charm. And she handed him another cake. You mustn't get the slipper of no lady what belongs to you, nor of no man. Ner, you mustn't let nobody know dat you taken it, for dat 'ud break de charm too. The best way is to go in yo' brother Nelson's room and look around right shop, and maybe you might find a little weenchy slipper wid ribbons or something on it, and that'll be de luck slipper. Oh, exclaimed Roger, I know there couldn't be such a slipper in brother Nelson's room. Dealey paused dramatically and closed her bag. Well, I got to be going, she said. I must find somebody else to bring me de luck slipper. I'll go, Dealey, I'll go, cried Roger, starting. But Dealey promised you won't let anybody else eat those cakes. It might spoil the charm. Well, I'll give you another one, just for strength. And she laughed a laugh of triumph as the boy sped away. I 'low if there's any slipper there, he'll find it. Long he smelled this here cakes in his mind. Dealey had not long to wait for her courier. Pretty soon he came bounding toward her, waving something in his hand. He was radiant. I found it, Dealey. I found it, just as you said. It was on the bureau. Now I may have the cakes, mayn't I? It's the luck slipper, thank goodness, said Dealey solemnly, as she eagerly clutched the missing piece of footwear. Now I may have the cakes, mayn't I? Roger was dancing again. Yes, if you'll promise you'll never, never tell, said Dealey, so's 'twill not break the charm. Hope me die, Dealey. Then she poured the cakes on the ground beside him, and leaving him to his joy, went home laughing to her mistress. How did you get it, Dealey? Asked her mistress, clasping her accusing shoe. Oh, I woked my charms, Dealey replied. Miss Emily was walking along the road that evening with thoughtful eyes cast on the ground. She knew that Nelson Spencer was behind her. What are you looking for? He asked as he overtook her. A flower, she said. A flower? What particular one? A lady slipper. Aren't you a little far south for it? His house was to the north. I think I have found it, she said, facing him and planting both feet firmly within sight. Spencer looked down and, bowing low, passed on, but she could see the flush that started in his brow, spreading from cheek to neck, and she laughed cheerily. Nelson Spencer went home to say unrepeatable things to his valet, the butler, the housekeeper, and Carrie the maid, in fact to everybody except Roger, who was at the time suffering the pangs of precocious indigestion. End of section 16. Section 17 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Blessed Deceit. As Martha said, it warn't long any smartness dat de rapscallion ever showed, but jest long his being born 'bout de same time as young Master dat Lucius got tuck into de big house. but Martha's word is hardly to be taken, for she had a mighty likely little pickaninny of her own, who was overlooked when the Daniels were looking about for a companion for the little toddler, their one child. Martha might have been envious. However, it is true that Lucius was born about the same time that his young Master Robert was, and it is just possible that that might have had something to do with his appointment, although he was as smart and likely a little darky as ever cracked his heels on a Virginia plantation. Years after, people wondered why that black boy with the scarred face and hands so often rode in the Daniels' carriage, did so little work, and was better dressed than most white men. But the story was not told them. It touched too tender a spot in the hearts of all who knew. But memory deals gently with old wounds, and the balm of time softens the keenest sorrow. Lucius first came to the notice of Mr. Daniels when, as a 2-year-old pickaninny, he was rolling and tumbling in the sand about the quarters. Even then he could sing so well, and was such a cheerful and good-natured, bright little scamp, that his master stood and watched him in delight. Then he asked Susan how old he was, and she answered, "Law, Mass Stone, Lucius he 'bout 2 years old now. Don't you ricollect? He born 'bout the same time dat little Mass Robert came to you alls." The master's eyes sparkled, and he tapped the black baby on the head. His caress was immediately responded to by a caper of enjoyment on the youngster's part. Stone Daniels laughed aloud and said, "Wash him, Susan, and I'll send something down from the house by Lube, then dress him and send him on up." He turned away, and Susan, her heart bounding with joy, seized the baby in her arms and covered his round black body with kisses. This was a very easy matter for her to do, for he only wore one pitiful shift, and that was in a sadly dilapidated condition. She hurried to fulfill her master's orders. There was no telling what great glory might come of such a command. It was a most wonderful blue dress with a pink sash that Lou brought down from the house, and when young Lucius was arrayed therein, he was a sight to make any fond mother's heart proud. Of course Lucius was rather a deep brunette to wear such dainty colors, but plantation tastes are not very scrupulous, and then the baby Robert, whose garments these had been, was fair, with the brown hair of the Daniels, and was dressed accordingly. Half an hour after the child had gone to the big house, Susan received word that he had been appointed to the high position of companion in chief and amuser in general to his young master, and the cup of her earthly joy was full. 1 hour later the pickaninny and his master were rolling together on the grass, throwing stones with the vigorous gusto of 2 years, and the sad marksmanship of the same age, and the blue dress and pink sash were of the earthy. "I tell you, Eliza," said Stone, "I think I've struck just about the right thing in that little rascal. He'll take the best care of Robert, and I think that playing like that out in the sunshine will make our little one stronger and healthier. Why, he loves him already. Look at that out there." Mrs. Daniels did look. The young scion of the Daniels house was sitting down in the sand and gravel of the drive, and his companion and caretaker was piling leaves, gravel, dirt, sticks, and whatever he could find about the lawn on his shoulders and head. The mother shuddered. "But don't you think, Stone, that that's a little rough for Robert and his clothes? Oh my, I do believe he is jamming that stick down his throat." "Bosh," said Stone, "that's the way to make a man out of him." When the 2 children were brought in from their play, young Robert showed that he had been taken care of. He was scratched, he was bruised, but he was flushed and happy, and Stone Daniels was in triumph. 1, 2, 3 years, the companionship between the two went on, and the love between them grew. The little black was never allowed to forget that he was his master Robert's servant, but there is a democracy about childhood that oversteps all conventions and lays low all barriers of caste. Down in the quarters, with many secret giggles, the 2 were dubbed the Daniels twins. It was on the occasion of Robert's 6th birthday that the pair might have been seen codging under the lilac bush, their heads very close together, the same intent look on both the black and the white face. Something momentous was under discussion. The fact of it was, young Master Robert was to be given his first party that evening, and though a great many children of the surrounding gentry had been invited, provision had not been made for the entertainment of Lucius in the parlour. Now this did not meet with Robert's views of what was either right or proper, so he had determined to take matters in his own hands, and together with his black confederate was planning an amendment of the affair. "You see, Lucius," he was saying, "you are mine, because papa said so, and you was born the same time I was, so don't you see that when I have a birthday party, it is your birthday party too, and you ought to be there?" "Coz," said Lucius, with a wise shake of the head and a very old look, "coz dat is de way it look to me, Mass Robert." "Well now, as it's your party, it appears like to me that you ought to be there, and not be fooling round with the servants that the other company bring." "'Pears like to me dat I oughter be round dere somewha," answered the black boy. Robert thought for a while, then he clapped his little knee and cried, "I've got it, Lucius, I've got it." His face beamed with joy. The two heads went closer together, and with many giggles and capers of amusement their secret was disclosed, and the young master trotted off to the house, while Lucius rolled over and over with delight. A little while afterwards Robert had a very sage and professional conversation with his father in the latter's library. It was only on state occasions that he went to Dashi and asked her to obtain an interview for him in that august place, and Stone Daniels knew that something great was to be said when the request came to him. It was immediately granted, for he denied his only heir nothing, and the young man came in with the air and mien of an ambassador bearing messages to a potentate. What was said in that conversation, and what was answered by the father, it boots not here to tell. It is sufficient to say that Robert Daniels came away from the interview with shining eyes and a look of triumph on his face, and the news he told to his fellow conspirator sent him off into wild peals of pleasure. Quite as eagerly as his son had gone out to Lucius, Stone Daniels went to talk with his wife. "I tell you, Eliza," he said, "there's no use talking. That boy of ours is a Daniels through and through. He is an aristocrat to his fingertips. What do you suppose he has been in to ask me?" "I have no idea, Stone," said his wife, "what new and original thing this wonderful boy of ours has been saying now." "You needn't laugh now, Eliza, because it is something new and original he has been saying. I never doubted it for an instant. He came to me with that wise look of his. You know it, don't I?" said the mother tenderly. "And he said, 'Papa, don't you think as I'm giving a party, and my servant was born about the same time as I was, don't you think he ought to kinder be round where people could see him as what do you call it in the picture, papa?' 'What do you mean?' I said. 'Oh, you know, to set me off.' 'Oh, a background, you mean?' 'Yes, a background. Now I think it would be nice if Lucius could be right there, so whenever I want to show my picture books or anything, I could just say, Lucius, won't you bring me this, or won't you bring me that, like you do with Scott?' 'Oh, but my son,' I said, 'a gentleman never wants to show off his possessions.' 'No, papa,' he replied, with the most quizzical expression I ever saw on a child's face. 'No, I don't want to show off. I just want to kinder indicate, don't you know, 'cause it's a birthday party, and that'll kinder make it stronger.'" "Of course you consented," said Mrs. Daniels. "With such wise reasoning, how could a man do otherwise?" he replied. "Don't you see the child has glimmers of that fine feeling of social contrast, my dear?" "I see," said Mrs. Daniels, "that my son Robert wants to have Lucius in the room at the party, and was shrewd enough to gain his father's consent." "By the Lord," said her husband, "but I believe you're right. Well, it's done now, and I can't go back on my word." The Daniels twins were still out on the lawn dancing to the piping of the winds, and throwing tufts of grass into the air and over their heads when they were called in to be admonished and dressed. Peacock never strutted as did Lucius when, arrayed in a blue suit with shining brass buttons, he was stationed in the parlour near his master's chair. Those were the days when even children's parties were very formal and elegant affairs. There was no hurrying and scurrying then, and rough and tumble goings on. That is, at first there was not. When childhood gets warmed up, though, it is pretty much the same in any period of the world's history. However, the young guests coming were received with great dignity and formality by their 6-year-old host. The party was begun in very stately fashion. It was not until supper was announced that the stiffness and awe of the children at a social function began to wear off. Then they gathered about the table, cheerful and buoyant, charmed and dazzled by its beauty. There was a pretty canopy over the chair of the small host, and the dining room and tables were decorated with beautiful candles in the silver candlesticks that had been heirlooms of the Daniels for centuries. Robert had lost some of his dignity, and laughed and chatted with the rest as the supper went on. The little girls were very demure. The boys were inclined to be a little boisterous. The most stately figure in the room was Lucius, where he was stationed stiff and erect behind his master's chair. From the doorway the elders looked on with enjoyment at the scene. The supper was nearly over, and the fun was fast and furious. The boys were unable longer to contain the animal spirits which were bubbling over, and there began surreptitious scufflings and nudges under the table. Someone near Robert suddenly sprang up. The cloth caught in his coat. 2 candles were tipped over straight into the little host's lap. The melted wax ran over him, and in a twinkle the fine frills and laces about him were a mass of flames. Instantly all was confusion. The children were shrieking and rushing pell-mell from the table. They crowded the room in frightened and confused huddles, and it was this that barred Stone Daniels as he fought his way fiercely to his son's side. But one was before him. At the first sign of danger to his young master, Lucius had sprung forward and thrown himself upon him, beating, fighting, tearing, smothering, trying to kill the fire. He grabbed the delicate linen. He tore at the collar and jacket. He was burning himself. His clothes were on fire, but he heeded it not. He only saw that his master was burning before him, and his boy's heart went out in a cry, "Oh, Mass Bob! Oh, Mass Bob!" Somehow the father reached his child at last, and threw his coat about him. The flames were smothered, and the unconscious child carried to his room. The children were hurried into their wraps and to their homes, and a messenger galloped away for the doctor. And what of Lucius? When the heir of the Daniels was in danger of his life, no one had time to think of the slave, and it was not until he was heard moaning on the floor where he had crept in to be by his master's bedside, that it was found out that he also was badly burned, and a cot was fixed for him in the same room. When the doctor came in, he shook his head over both, and looked very grave indeed. First Robert, and then his servant was bound and bandaged, and the same nurse attended both. When the white child returned to consciousness, his mother was weeping over him, and his father, with face pale and drawn, stood at the foot of the bed. "Oh, my poor child, moaned the woman, "my only one." With a gasp of pain, Robert turned his face toward his mother and said, "Don't you cry, mamma. If I die, I'll leave you, Lucius." It was funny afterwards to think of it, but then it only brought a fresh burst of tears from the mother's heart, and made a strange twitching about the father's mouth. But he didn't die. Lucius' caretaking had produced in him a robust constitution, and both children fought death and gained the fight. When they were first able to sit up, and Robert was less inclined to be parted from Lucius than ever, the young master called his father into the room. Lucius' chair was wheeled near him, when the little fellow began, "Papa, I want to fess something to you. The night of the party I didn't want Lucius in for indicatin'. I wanted him to see the fun. Didn't I, Lucius?" Lucius nodded painfully and said, "Uh-huh. I didn't mean to 'ceive you, Papa, but you know it was both of our birthdays, and Stone Daniels closed his boy's mouth with a kiss, and turned and patted the black boy's head, with a tender look on his face. For once, thank God, it was a blessed deceit. That is why, in years later, Lucius did so little work, and dressed like his master's son. End of section 17. Section 18 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brief Cure of Aunt Fanny. Some people grow old gracefully, charmingly, others with a bitter reluctance so evident that it detracts from whatever dignity might attach to their advanced period of life. Of this latter class was Aunt Fanny. She had cooked in the Mordaunt kitchen for more years than those hands who even claimed middle age cared to remember, but any reference to the length of time she had passed there was keenly resented by the old woman. She had been good-looking in her younger days, sprightly, and a wonderful worker, and she held to the belief in her capabilities long after the powers of her youth and middle age were gone. She was still young when her comrades, Parker, Tempe, Dashi, and Mam Henry, had duly renounced their sins, got religion, and confessed themselves old. She had danced beyond the time when all her comrades had grown to the stage of settled and unfrivolous Christianity. Indeed, she had kept up her gaiety until she could find no men old enough to be her partners, and the young men began to ignore her. Then she went into the church. But with the cooking it was different. even to herself after years had come and brought their infirmities. She would not admit her feebleness, and she felt that she had never undergone a greater trial or endured a more flagrant insult than when Maria was put into the kitchen to help her with her work. Help her with her work, indeed. Who could help her? In truth, what need had she of assistance? Was she not altogether the most famous cook in the whole county? Was she not able by herself to cope with all the duties that could possibly devolve upon her? Resentment renewed her energy, and she did her work with an angry sprightliness that belied her years. She browbeat Maria, and made her duties a sinecure by doing everything just as she had done before her rival's appearance. It was pretty hard for the younger woman, who also was active and ambitious, and there were frequent clashes between the two, but Aunt Fanny, from being an autocrat, had gained a consciousness of power, and was almost always victorious in these bouts. "Uh-huh," she said to Tempe, discussing the matter. "They ain't gwine to put no upstart black woman over me, after all de years I's been in dat kitchen. I knows every brick and slat in it. It is built for me, and I ain't gwine let nobody tek it from me. No, sah, not ontwell de preacher done throw wid de washes on dis haid." "We's all gettin' old, dough," said Tempe thoughtfully, "and de young ones got to tek our place." "Gettin' old," Aunt Fanny would exclaim indignantly. "I ain't gettin' old. I dess as spry as I was when I was a gal," and by her work she made an attempt to bear out her statement. It would not do, though, for time has no illusions. Neither is he discreet, and he was telling on Aunt Fanny. The big house, too, had felt for a long time that she was failing, but the old master had hesitated to speak to her, but now he felt that she was going from bad to worse, and that something must be done. It was hard speaking to her, but when morning after morning the breakfast was unpardonably late, the beaten biscuits were burned, and the cakes tough, it appeared that the crisis had come. Just at this time, too, Maria made it plain that she was not being given her proper share of responsibility, and Steward Mordaunt, the old master, went down to remonstrate with Aunt Fanny. "Now, Fanny," he said, "you know we have never complained of your cooking, and you've been serving right here in this kitchen for 40 years, haven't you?" "Yes, I has, Mass Steward," said Aunt Fanny, "and I wish I could go right on for 40 years mo'." "I wish so, too, but age is telling on you just as it is on me." He put his hand to his white head. "It is no use your working so hard any more." "I want to work hard," said Aunt Fanny, tremulously. "It's my life." "But you are not able to do it," said Mordaunt, forcibly. "You are too old, Fanny." She turned on him a look eager, keen, and argumentative. "I's mighty sho you older'n me, Mass Stewart," she said. "I know it," he said, hastily. "Didn't I just say that age was telling on us both?" "You ain't quit running de plantation yit," was the calm reply. The master was staggered for a moment, but he hurriedly rallied. "No, I haven't, but I am a good deal less active than I was 20, 10, even 5 years ago. I don't work much. I only direct others, and that's just what I want you to do. Be around, direct others, and teach Maria what you know." "It ain't in her," sententiously. "Put it in her. Someone had to teach you." "No, sir. I was a born cook." "Nemmine. I see you want to get rid of me. Nemmine. Maria kin have de kitchen." The old woman's voice was trembling, and tears stood in her eyes, big and glistening. Mordaunt, always gentle-hearted, gave in. "Well, confound it, Fanny," he broke in, "do as you please. I've nothing more to say. I suppose we'll have to go on eating your burned biscuits and tough batter cakes as long as you please. That's all I have to say." But with Maria there was no such easy yielding, for she knew that she had the power of the big house behind her, and in the next bout with Aunt Fanny she held her own, and triumphed for the first time. The older woman's anger knew no bounds. She went sullenly to her cabin that night, and she did not rise the next morning when the horn blew. She told those who inquired that she was sick, and "I 'low," she invariably added, "dat I's either got the rheumatiz, or dat black wench has conjured me so's to git my kitchen, 'case she knowed dat was de only way to git it." Now Aunt Fanny well knew that to accuse one of her fellow servants of calling in the aid of the black art was to bring about the damnation of that other servant if the story gained credence, but even she doubted that the plantation could believe anything so horrible of one so generally popular, who besides had her own particular following. Among the latter Ma'am Henry was not one to be numbered, but she was a woman who loved to see fair play, and after having visited Aunt Fanny in her cabin, she said in secret to Aunt Tempe, "Fanny, she don't look lak no conjured woman to me, and I's gwine find out whether dey's anything de matter wid her atall, 'cause I don't b'lieve dey is. I b'lieve she des in one of her tantrums, 'cause Maria stood her down 'bout de kitchen." Aunt Tempe had answered, "Dey ain't no 'sputin' dat Fanny is gittin' ole and doty." The sick woman or malingerer, whichever she was, did not see the subtle motive which prompted Ma'am Henry's offer to nurse and doctor her. She looked upon it as an evidence of pure friendship, and a tribute to her own worth on the plantation. She saw in Ma'am Henry a woman older even than herself, a trusted ally in revolt against the advances of youth, and she anticipated a sympathetic listener into whose ears she might pour her confidences. As to her powers as a curer and a nurse, while Ma'am Henry was not actually long-headed, she was known to be both gifted and wise, and was close in the confidence of Dr. Bass, the conjure man himself. Although Maria went her way about the kitchen and made the most of her new-found freedom, she heard with grief and consternation, not unmingled with a wholesome fear, the accusations which her old enemy was making against her. She trembled for what the plantation would say and do, and for what her master would think. Some of her misgivings she communicated to Aunt Tempe, who reassured her with the remark, "Never you mind, child. You just go 'long and do yo' work. Dey's things workin' for you in de dark." Meanwhile, Ma'am Henry had duly installed herself in her patient's cabin, and entered upon her ministrations. The afflicted arm and leg were covered with greased Jimson weed, and swathed in bandages. "'Tain't no use doin' dis, Ma'am Henry," Aunt Fanny protested. "'Tain't a bit o' use. I's heah to tell you dat dis misery I's sufferin' wid ain't no rheumatiz. Hit's des plain conjure, and dey ain't nuffin gwine to do no good but to meet trick wid trick." "You lay low, child," answered Ma'am Henry impressively. "I got my own idees. I's gwine to use all de rheumatiz kyars, and den if you ain't no better, de sign will be sho as de wood dat you's been tricked. Den we gwine to use other things." Aunt Fanny closed her eyes and resigned herself. She could afford to wait, for she had a pretty definite idea herself what the outcome would be. In the long hours that the women were together, it was quite natural that they should fall into confidences, and it was equally natural that Aunt Fanny should be especially interested in the doings of the kitchen and the big house. Her mistress had brought her some flannels and good things to eat, and while she had sympathized with her, she felt that nothing could have been more opportune than this illness that settled the question of the cooking once and forever. In one of their talks, Aunt Fanny asked her nurse what old Miss Liza say 'bout me bein' sick. "She say she mighty sorry for you, but dat 'tain't no mo' den she 'spected anyhow, 'cause de kitchen kin open, and you gettin' too old to be round, s'posin' you's ef to all kind o' draughts." "Huh!" sniffed Aunt Fanny from the bed, and she flirted the rheumatic arm around in a way that should have caused her unspeakable pain. She never flinched, however. "She don't believe you conjured," Ma'am Henry went on. "She say dat's all foolishness. She say you just got de rheumatiz, dat when you get up you gotta stay closer to yo' cabin, and not be flyin' round where you tek mo' cold." This time the rheumatic leg performed some gyrations unheard of from such a diseased member. "Ma'am Henry," said Aunt Fanny, solemnly, "ain't it curious how little white folks know 'bout natur'? It sho is. Ole Mass he say he gwine teah mos' of de ole servants and let 'em rest fur de balance of de days, 'cause dey been faithful, and he think dey 'serve it. I think so, too. We been workin' all our days, and I know old Time done laid his hand heavy on my back. Ain't I right?" "Huh!" from the bed. "Some people ages quicker 'n others. Dat's de gospel. Now wid you and me, and Tempe, and Barker, and Doshy, dey ain't been nuffin quick 'bout hit. 'Case I tell you, Fanny, chile, we's been here lo dese many days." "How Maria get along?" Aunt Fanny asked uneasily. "Oh, Maria, she des tickled to death. She flyin' round same as a chicken wid his haid wrung off. She's so proud of husself dat she des can't rest. She can't do enough. She scouring and she cleaning and she cooking all de time, and when she ain't cooking, she planning what she gwine to cook. I hear old Mass say dat she sho'ly was mighty pert, and I 'low her batter cakes was somethin' scrumptious. Mass Stewart et a mess. He 'lowed dat ef Maria kep' a makin' such cakes as she mek in de morning, de molasses barrel ain't gwine hole out no time." Aunt Fanny looked nervously toward her brogans in the corner. The camel's back was being pretty heavily laden, and a faint smile flickered over Ma'am Henry's shrewd face. "You just ought to see de airs Maria teks on herself. She allus struttin' around wid a white apron on soon's work's done, and she calls herself de big house cook." This was the last straw. The camel's back went with a figurative crash. The covers were thrown back, and Aunt Fanny sprang up and seated herself on the side of the bed. "Hand me my shoes," she said. "Why, Fanny, fo' de Lord!" cried Ma'am Henry in well-feigned surprise. "What you gwine do?" "I's gwine git up from hyah, dat's what I's gwine do. Hand me my shoes." "But your rheumatiz, your rheumatiz." "I ain't got no rheumatiz. You done cured me," she said, slipping into her dress as she spoke. "But you ain't gin me de chance to try all de cures yet. S'posen you turns out to be conjured after all. Ain't old Miss done say hit all foolishness? But you done say de white folks don't know nuffin 'bout natur. I ain't got no time to banter words wid you, Ma'am Henry. I got to go to my work. I ain't gwine let my kitchen be all messed up, and my white folks' appetites plumb spiled by dat know-nuffin wench." And Aunt Fanny, walking with an ease that bore out her statement that she was cured, swept out of the house with scant courtesy to her nurse, who remained behind, shaking with laughter. "I said so, I said so," she said to herself. "I knowed dey wa'n't nuffin de matter wid Fanny but de tantrums." Maria was a good deal surprised, and not at all pleased when, a little later, her old rival appeared upon the scene and began to take charge of things in the old way. "Why, Aunt Fanny," she said, "I thought you was sick." "You don't s'pose I's gwine to stay sick all de time, do you?" was the short response. "I wants you to know I's cured." Then Maria bridled. Her unlimited authority in the last few days had put added spirit into her. "Look a here, Aunt Fanny," she said, "I sees through you now. You just been sick 'cause you couldn't have your own way, and you wanted to make believe I conjured you so de folks would drive me out, didn't you? But sick or no sick, conjured or no conjured, cured or no cured, dis is my kitchen, and I ain't gwine gin up to no woman." Later on, the services of the master had to be called in again, and he also began to understand. "Well, it's this way, Fanny," he said. "You might be cured now, but if you stay around here, you are likely to be taken down again. You are apt to become subject to these attacks, so you'd better go back to your cabin and stay around there. Maria is going to take charge of the kitchen now, and when we need you, you can come up and cook something special for your old miss and me." The old woman would have protested, but there was a firm ring in her master's voice which was not to be mistaken, and she went tearfully back to her cabin, where, though so suddenly cured, she was immediately taken ill again, more seriously, if possible, than before. End of section 18. Section 19 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stanton Coachman. The morning sun touched the little old-fashioned Virginia church with glory, while in the shadow of its vine-covered porch an old negro alternately mumbled to himself and dozed. It was not yet time for the service to begin, and as I stood watching the bees go in and out of the honeysuckle vines, there came up the road and halted at the door a strange equipage. Side by side upon the one seat of an ox-cart sat a negro, possibly 50 years of age, and an old white lady. No one could have mistaken her for one of the country women coming in from any of the adjoining farms, for she was unmistakably a lady, from the white hair which crowned her high-bred face to the patched and shabby shoe that peeped from under her dress as she alighted. The black man had leaped down, and holding in one hand the ropes that did duty as reins, helped her tenderly to the ground. The grace and deference of his manner were perfect, and she accepted his service with a certain genial dignity that bespoke custom. She went her feeble way into the church, and I was surprised to see the dozing old negro wake into sudden life, spring up and doff his hat as she passed. Meanwhile, at the heads of the lazy oxen stood the shabby servitor, erect and fine-looking, even in the tattered garments that covered his form. The scene would have been ludicrous if there had not been about it an air of dignified earnestness that disarmed ridicule. You could almost have imagined that black tatterdemalion there, a coachman in splendid livery, standing by the side of his restless chargers, and that ox-cart with its one seat and wheels awry might have been the most dashing of Victorias. What had I stumbled upon? One of those romances of the old South that still shed their light among the shadows of slavery. The old negro in the porch had settled himself again for a nap, but I disregarded his inclination, and the service forgotten, approached him. "Howdy, uncle." "Howdy, son, howdy. How you come on?" "Oh, I'm tolerable pert," I answered, falling easily into his manner of speech. "I was just wondering who the old lady was that went in church just now." He looked up questioningly for a minute, and then, being satisfied of my respect, replied, "Dat is de Stanton lady, old Mis' Stanton." "And the black man there?" "Dat's Harrison. Dat's de Stanton coachman. I reckon you ain't from hyah." "No, but I should like to know about them." "Humph! It's a wonder you ain't never hyahd tell of de Stantons. I don't know whar yo' been at, man. Why, everybody knowed de Stantons round 'bout hyah. Dey was de richest folks anywhar round." "Well-to-do, were they?" "Well-to-do? Man, what you talkin' 'bout? I tell you dem people was rich. Dey was scandalous rich. Dey owned nearly all de darkies in de county, and dey wasn't no hyin' out people neither. I didn't 'long to dem, but I allus wished I did, 'cause—" "But about Harrison?" "As I were goin' to say, my old master hied out, and I was on de go mos' all de time, 'cause I sho'ly was spry and handy dem days. Harrison, he was de coachman, and a prouder, finer dressed darky you never seed in all your born days. Humph, but he was stotchy. Dey had his livery made at de same place whar dey made de old colonel's and de young master's clothes, and dey was sights, such gold buttons, and long coats, and shiny hats, and boots." The old man paused and shook his head as if the final glory had been reached. "Dey ain't no mo' times like dat," he went on. "Hit used to be des like a possession when Harrison come ridin' down de road on top of de Stanton carriage. He sot up thar, des as straight, and de hosses a prancin' and de wheels a glistenin', and he never moved his neck to do right or to de lef, nor moan ef he was froze. Sometimes you could get a glimpse of de mistess face inside, and she was allus beautiful and smilin' like a real lady ought to be, and sometimes dey'd have de carriage open, and de colonel would come a ridin' down 'longside of hit on one of his fine hosses, and Harrison 'ud sit straighter dan ever, and you couldn't a told whedder he knowed de footman was a sittin' side of him er not. Dey was mighty good to all de people, de Stantons was, and dey fairly idolized dem. Why, if Miss Dolly had a started to put her foot on de ground any time, she'd a had a string of niggers as long as from hyah to yonder, a layin' themselves in de path for her to walk on, for dey sho'ly did love her. And de colonel, he was de beatin'est man. He could never walk out on de plantation 'dout a whole string of pickaninnies a followin' after him. Dey knowed what dey was doin', for after while de colonel turn round and throw 'em a whole lot of coppers and fips, and bless your heart, sich another scramblin' and rollin' and a tumblin' in dus you never seed. Well, de colonel, he'd stand thar and des naturally crack his sides a laughin' on't while dey was so fightin'. Den he call up dem dat hadn't got nuffin and give 'em der share, so's to see 'em all go off happy a hollerin', 'Thankee, Mass Stant, thankee, master.' I reckon any fips dey gets now, dey has to scratch for wuss'n dey did den. Dem was wonderful times. Den come long de time of de war, and den course I oughtn't say it, but de Colonel he make a great big mistake. He freed all de niggers. It was dis away. De Stantons dey freed all dere servants right in de middle of de war, and of course nobody couldn't stand against dere would, so freedom des spread. Mr. Lincoln mought a been all right, but he didn't have nothing to do wid it. It was Mass Stanton dat who it was. Ef hit wasn't, how come Mass Stanton keep all de servants he wants, even ef he do pay 'em wages? How come he kept Harrison, 'ceptin' he write home to his lady? He was at de war, and thar wasn't no mo' folks on de place 'ceptin' a sarvant when hit all come up. Harrison he layin' flat on his back, sick in his cabin, and not able to do nuffin at all. Seemed like dey'd afreed a no account darky like dat, but no, sir. Old Miss sont Marfy to nuss him, and sont him all kind of contraptions to get him well, and old Dr. Marmaduke Wilson he come to see him. Then when Harrison got up, old Miss went down to see him, and tuck him his wages, insisted on payin' him for de 3 months he'd been a-layin' thar, case she said he was free, and he'd need all de money he could get. Den Harrison he des broke down and cried like a baby, and said he never 'spected dat old Miss 'ud ever put any sich disgrace upon him, and throwed de money down in de dust, and fell down on his knees right thar in all his uniform. Miss Stanton she cried too, and say she didn't mean no harm to him. Den she tell him to get up, and he 'fused to get up, 'ceptin' she promised dat he allus gwine to drive her this like he been doin'. Den she say she 'spect dey gwine to be po', and he 'ply to her dat he don't care. So she promise and tek de money, and he get up happy. Dat look like de end of hit all, but law, chile, dat was des de beginnin', and de end of hit ain't come yet. De middle part come when de war ended, and de old Colonel come back home all bruck up from de battles, and de young mans dey never come back at all. Dear pappy he was mighty proud of dem though. He'd allus say dat he left his 2 boys with dere feet to de foe. I reckon dat's de way dey buried dem. He was an invalid hisself. Dat's what dey call de soldiers dat's gone down in de valley in de shadder of death, and he surely was in de valley a long while. But Harrison he just keep on driving dem, though de plantation was all too up, and dey'd got mighty po', and dere fine carriages was sold, and dey didn't have but 1 hoss, him a-looking like a old crowbait. Marfy patched and patched her man's livery, twil hit was one living sight to behold. When dat old crowbait of a hoss died, him and Marfy wouldn't let dere old Miss go out at all, but Marfy she'd wheel de Colonel round in his jeer, while her man was a hurryin' out so's to buy another hoss and a spring wagon. Soon's dey got dat de old Missus menced comin' back to church again, 'cause she mighty 'ligious woman and allus was, and Harrison he sat on dat wagon seat de same as ef he was on de old carriage. Harrison, somebody say to him one time, "Whyn't you go on away from here and mek somethin' out yourself? You got 'telligence." Harrison he go long and shet his mouth and don't say nuffin. So dey say again, "Harrison, why don't you go long up north and get to be a congressman or somethin' 'nother?" Den he say, "I don't want to be no congressman nor nuffin else. I been a drivin' old Miss for lo, these many years, and I don't want nuffin better den dis to keep on drivin' her." Why, dat man seemed like he got prouder den ever, 'cause hit wasn't de money he was lookin' after, hit was de fambly. Anybody can get money, but God got to gin yo' quality. I don't like to talk 'bout de rest of it, but de spring wagon and de hoss had to go when de Colonel lay down in de valley, and hit was nigh onto a year 'fore old Miss Stanton come out to de church again. But Harrison done owned dat team of oxen and de cart, and dey been comin' in dat ever since. She's des as sweet and ladyfied as she ever was, and dat nigger, des as pride. I tell you, man, you can kiver hit up wid rags a foot deep, but dey ain't no way to keep real quality from showin'." The old man paused and got up, for the forgotten service was over, and the people were filing out of church. When the old lady came out, there were lifted hats and courtly bows all along her pathway, which she acknowledged with gentle gracefulness. Her coachman suddenly became alive again, as he helped her into the rude cart and climbed in beside her. She gave her hand to a slim, fine-faced man as he stopped to bid her good-bye, and then the oxen turned and moved off up the road whence they had come. End of section 19. Section 20 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Easter Wedding. The brief, sharp winter had passed, and Easter was approaching. As Easter Monday was a great day for marrying, Aunt Suki's patience was entirely worn out with her master's hesitancy, for which she could see no reason. She had long ago given her consent, and young Liza had said yes to Ben. Too many days passed to talk about, and the old woman could not see why the white man, the one least concerned, should either object or hesitate. She had lorded it in the family for so long that it now seemed very hard suddenly to be denied anything. "I tell you, Mass Lancaster," she said, "dem two chillen been gallantin' wid each other too long to part dem now. How'd you a felt when you spaken, Miss Dolly, ef somebody'd a helt you apart and kep you from marryin', huh? 'Cause I knows you gwine say Ben and Lize des niggers, but law, Mass, you'd be s'prised when hit come to lovin'. Dem two des de same as white folks in der feelin's." It was perhaps this point in the old woman's argument that overcame Robert Lancaster's objections. He surrendered and gave his consent to the marriage of Suki's Lize and his boy Ben on the Monday following Easter. Great were the rejoicings that attended the announcement of the affair, and because Suki herself was a great person on the plantation, and Ben his master's valet, the wedding was to be no small one. As the days passed, the preparations were hastened. The mistress herself went into town and purchased such a dress as only Suki's daughter could have thought of wearing, even though both Easter and her wedding day came at the same time. The young mistress, she who had married early but was widowed and sad now, had brought out a once-used orange wreath and a veil as filmy as a fairy spider's web, and both the white mother and daughter took as deep an interest in the affair as did the two black women. While Suki and Liza spun and wove, they laughed, chatted, and sewed, and they could not understand why Robert Lancaster kept so close to his library and looked on at all the preparations with no gladness in his eyes and no mirth on his tongue. He was closeted often with strange men from town, but they thought very little of that. He was a popular man, and it was not to be wondered at that he should be visited by people who did not know him. It may have been that Robert Lancaster was an arch dissembler, or only that he was less transparent than his brother, the good and childlike rector, who cared for the souls of the whole country and for the bodies of one half its population, and took no thought for the morrow. It was on his face that they first saw the cloud that hung over them all. Robert himself was slow to confess it, and when his wife went to him and taxed him with holding something from her, some trouble on his mind that he was bearing alone, he confessed all, and she took up the burden of it with him. For some time past things had gone badly with him. He had been careless of his crops and overindulgent with his servants, a man drawn apart from the mere commercial pursuits of life to the quieter world of literature and art. He had paid little attention to the affairs of his plantation, and suddenly he awoke to find his overseer rich and himself poor. Little or nothing was left of all that had been his, except his wife, his daughter, and his memories. But what grieved him most was that his slaves, beings whom he had treated almost as his own children, whom he had indulged and spoiled until they were not fit to work for any other master, would have to be put upon the block. He knew what that meant, and felt all the horror of it. He had fostered fidelity among them, and he knew that now it would fall back upon them, bringing only suffering and pain, for wives and husbands who had been together for years must be separated, and whole families broken up. It was for this reason, Dolly, he said, that I objected to the marriage of Ben and Eliza. They are two good whole-souled darkies, and they love each other, I suppose, as well as we ever could have loved, and it seems hard to let them go into the farce of marrying, with the chance of being separated again in 3 or 4 weeks. Won't you be able to keep them anyway, Robert? Asked his wife. No, I am sorry, I cannot. I shall keep a few of the older servants who would be absolutely useless to a new master, but the greed of my creditors will swallow everything that is of any commercial value. His wife put her arms about his neck and laid her cheek against his. Never mind, Robert, she said, never mind. We have our Dolly still, and each other. Then there's James, so we shall get on very well after all. But what of Ben and Eliza? Well, let them dream their dream while they may. If the dream be short, it would at least be sweet. It is not right, her husband said, it is not right. It is giving them a false hope which is bound to be dashed when the sale comes. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, said his brother James. Crossing the threshold, he joined his word to his sister-in-law's, and together they persuaded the broken man to let the marriage go on, to let the 2 servants sup whatever of joy there might be for them. Perhaps, added the always sanguine rector, some man will be good enough to buy the 2 together. Anyway, we can try. By an effort, his voice was cheerful and his manner buoyant, but on his face there was a deeper shadow than that which clouded the brows of his brother. For now, when his all was gone from which so many had received bounty, what would the poor of the county do? The sad conversation was hardly finished when Aunt Sukey came in. It was something more that she had to say about de weddin' fixins. She was delighted and garrulous. Tell you what, Mass Lancaster, she said, hit do seem to me like old times again, all dis fixin' and carryin' on. 'Pears to me like de day of my man Jeems done come back again. Yo spect, yo manner, and yo disposition, and everything des de spittin' image of yo pa. 'Tain't no wonder dey named you Robert after him. I 'member how he say to me when Jeems come a courtin', Sukey, he say, Sukey, you gwine marry Jeems, right? You gwine marry him wid a preacher, and you gwine to live wid him twill you die. Dey ain't gwine to be no jumpin' over de broom and pottin' in a year on my plantation. You gwine to all de families. Law bless yo' soul, when Jeems and me married, we had de real preacher dere, and we stood up and helt hands and peated over 'twill deaf do us spot des like white folks. It sure did mek me monstrous happy and glad when I found out you gwine to do de same wid Lize and Ben. Lize she a good gal, and Ben be stiddy. And Mass Jeems, she said, turning to the rector, I know you ain't gwine fuse to marry 'em out on de poach, des like me and Jeems was married. It'll do my old eyes good. I can believe my soul be fit for glory den. The clergyman cleared his throat to speak, but the old woman broke in. You ain't gwine fuse, Mass Jeems. Lize and Ben, dey loves one another in de real mayin' way, and dey hearts des sot on you jinin' 'em. The brothers gazed for a moment into each other's eyes, and then James said huskily, All right, Aunt Sukey, I'll do it. She went away happy, but over the inmates of the big house a gray pall of sorrow fell. Easter, radiant with flowers and birds, and the glorious southern sunshine came, but Lize had another use for her holiday dress, and Ben was ashamed to go, so neither of them went to the church service. A gladder, holier service waited for them. There followed a happy Monday. Then the night of the wedding came, and the long procession of servants marched from Aunt Sukey's cabin in the quarters up to the big house. The porch was garlanded and festooned. Under the farther end, near where the bridal pair would stand, sat the master's family, the dark-robed widow whose mind went back sadly to her own brief married life, the master, the mistress, and the rector. His face was pale and set, but as the strange, weird wedding song of the negroes came to his ears, and they marched up the steps, stiff, awkward, but proud, in the best clothes they could muster, he tried to call back to his features the forest smile which had always been so ready to welcome them. Eliza and Ben led the way, she radiant in her new finery, smiling and bridling. Ben, shamefaced, head hung and shuffling, and behind them Aunt Sukey in all the glory of a new turban, and happy as she had been with her Jeems years and years ago. They halted before the preacher, and he pressed his brother's hand and stood up. The servants gathered around them, eager and expectant. The wedding hymn died away into the night, a low minor sob, as much of sorrow in it as of joy, as if it foreshadowed all that this marriage was and was not. Just as the last faint echo died away into the woods that skirted the lawn, and the waiting silence was most intense. The hoot of an owl smote upon their ears, and Eliza turned ashen with fear. She gripped Ben's arm. It was the worst of omens. James Lancaster knew the superstitions of the people, and as he heard the cry of the evil bird, his book shook in his hand. Was it prophetic? His voice trembled with more than one emotion as he began, "Dearly beloved." The ceremony ran on, a deep tone solely, with an accompaniment of the anxious breathing of the onlookers. Then the preacher hesitated. He turned for an instant and looked at his brother, and in the glance was all the agony of a wounded heart. His next words were uttered in a scarcely audible tone, "Till death do us part." And after him they all, unknowing, repeated, "Twill death do us part." It was over. The couples reformed and followed the bridal pair down the steps, Aunt Suki hardly containing her joy, but Ben and Eliza somehow subdued. As their feet touched the ground of the lawn, the owl hooted again, and ever and anon his voice was heard as the procession wound its stately way to the place of the next festivities. In silence the family from the big house followed. The two men walked together. As they reached the door of the decorated barn, James paused and took his brother's hand. "Till death do them part," he cried. "My God, will it be death or the block?" Then with hard, forced smiles they turned into the room to open the dance, and the fiddles struck up a merry tune. End of section 20. Section 21 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Finding of Martha. Whether one believes in predestination or not, the intenseness with which Gideon Stone went toward his destiny would have been a veritable and material proof of foreordination. Even before the old mistress had followed her husband to the silent land, and the marriage of Miss Ellen had entirely broken up the home, he had begun to exhort among the people who were forming a free community about the old slave plantation. The embargo against Negro education having been removed, he learned to read by hook and by crook, and night after night, in his lonely room, he sat poring over the few books that he could lay his hands upon. Aside from the semi-pastoral duties which he had laid upon himself, his life was a lonely one, for Gideon was no less true to his love than he had been to his honor. Since Martha had left him 5 years before, no other woman had been enshrined in his heart, and the longing was ever in him to go forth and search for her. But his duties and his poverty still held him bound, and so the years glided away. Gideon's powers, however, were not rusting from disuse. He was gaining experience and increasing his knowledge. It was now that the wave of enthusiasm for the education of the blacks swept most vigorously over the South, and catching him, carried him into the harbor of one of the new Southern schools. The chief business of these institutions, then, was the turning out of teachers and preachers. During the months of his vacations, Gideon followed the former calling as a means of preparation for the latter. So he was imparting to others the rule of 3 very soon after he had learned it himself. He brought to both these new labors of his the same earnestness and seriousness that had characterized his life on the plantation, and in due course the little school sent him forth proudly as one of her brightest and best. The course being finished, Gideon's first impulse was to go farther southward, where his duty toward his fellows was plain, but his plan warred with the longing that had been in his heart ever since he had seen the blue lines swing over the hills and away, and he knew that with them Martha was making her way northward. He had never heard of her since, but he did not blame her. She could not write herself, few of her associates could, and in the turmoil of the times it would not be easy to get a letter written, or being written, get it to him. Not for one moment did he lose faith in her. He believed that somewhere she was waiting for him, impatiently perhaps, but still with trust. He would go to her. From that moment his search should begin. Washington was the Mecca for his people then. Perhaps among those who had flocked from the South to the nation's capital he might find the object of his search. It was worth the trying, so thither he turned his steps. At that time, when the first desire for a minister with at least a little more knowledge than they themselves possessed was coming to the negroes, it was not a difficult matter for Gideon to find a church. He was called to a small chapel very shortly after he arrived in Washington, and after pastoring that for a few months found himself over the larger congregation of Shiloh Church, which was the mother of his former charge. He had an enthusiasm for his work that gave him influence over the people and made him popular both as a preacher and a pastor, while the voice that in the days gone by had sung Gideon's band was mighty in its aid to the volunteer choir. His fame grew week by week, and he drew around him a larger and better crowd of his own people, but in it all, his occupations and his successes, he did not forget why he had come to the city. His eye was ever out for a glimpse of a familiar face. With no thought of self-aggrandizement, he yet did all in his power to spread his name abroad, for, thought he, if Martha hears of me, she will come to me. He did not trust to this method alone, however, but went forth at all times upon his search. "It do 'pear to me mighty funny," said one of his congregation to another one day, "dat a preacher, a brother Stone's ability do hang around de depot so." "Hang around de depot? What you talking 'bout, Sis Mandy?" "Dat des what I say. Dat man kin sho'ly allus be found at one depot or another, Sis Lizy. I don't know how dat come, 'cause he sho'ly do mek his pastoral wisits. I ain't 'sputin' de wisits, ner I ain't a blamin' de man, 'cause I got all kind o' faif in brother Gideon Stone, but I do say, and dey's others dat kin tell you de same, dat when he ain't a wisitin' de sick or a preachin', he stan' around watchin' de steam cars, and dey say his eyes dey glisten whenever a train comes in. Huh, honey, dey's somethin' in behime dat. 'Tain't for me to say, 'cause I knows all educated people has dey curiousness, but dis is mighty curious." It was indeed true, as Sister Mandy Belknap had said, that Gideon was often to be found at one or the other of the railway stations, where he watched feverishly the incoming and outgoing trains. Maybe Martha would be on one of them. She might be coming in or going out any day, and so he was miserable whenever he missed a day at his post. The station officials looked in wonder at the slim negro in clerical dress, who came day by day to watch with intense face the monotonous bustle of arrival and departure. Whoever he is, they thought, he has been expecting someone for a long time. The trains went and the trains came, and yet Martha did not appear, and the eager look in Gideon's face grew stronger. The intent gaze with which he regarded the world without grew keener and more expectant. It was as if all the yearning that his soul had experienced in all the years had come out into his face and begged pity of the world, and yet there was none of this plea for pity in Gideon's attitude. On the contrary, he went his own way, and a brave, manly way it was, that asked less of the world than it gave. The very disappointment which he restrained made him more helpful to the generally disappointed and despised people to whom he ministered. When his heart ached within him, he took no time for repining, but measuring their pain by his own, set out to find some remedy for their suffering. Their griefs were mirrored in his own sorrow, and every wail of theirs was but the echo of his own heart's cry. He drew people to him by the force of his sympathetic understanding of their woes, and even those who came for his help and counsel went away asking how so young a man could feel and know so much. Meanwhile, in Gideon's congregation, a feeling of unrest seemed taking possession of the sisters. In the privacy of their families, they spoke of the matter which troubled them to indifferent husbands who guffawed and went their several ways, as if a momentous question were not taxing their wives' minds. But the women would not be put off. When they found that the men, with the indifference of the sex, refused to be interested, they talked among themselves, and they concluded, without a dissenting voice, that there was something peculiar, something strange and uncanny about the celibacy of the Reverend Gideon Stone. He was abnormal. He was the shining exception in a much marrying calling. A number of them were gathered at Sister Mandy Belknap's home one Friday evening, when the conversation turned to the preacher's unaccountable course. It seemed mo' unnatural like, 'cause preachers is mostly the marryingest kind o' men, said Sister Lizy Dote. To be sho, dat what mek his differentness look so curious. Well, now, look a here, sister, spoke up a widowed lady, who was now enjoying a brief interval of single blessedness after a stormy parting with her fourth spouse. Don't you reckon dat man got a wife sommers? You know men will do dat thing. I 'member my third husband. When I married him, he had a wife in Tennessee and another one in Virginny, I know men. Brother Gidjon ain't never been married, said Sister Mandy shortly. How come you so show? He ain't got to look. Dat's how come me so show. Honey, they ain't no tellin' what kind of look a man can put on. I know men, I tell you. Brother Gidjon ain't married, reiterated the hostess, first and foremost. They ain't no foolin' de person on de married look, and he ain't got it. Den he ain't puttin' on no looks, 'cause Brother Gidjon is different from other men mo' ways den one. I knows dat if I is only got my first husband and is still livin' wid him. The widow lady instantly subsided. You don't reckon Brother Gidjon's been takin' up any dese here Catholic notions, does you? Ventured another speaker. You know dem Catholic priests don't never marry. How's he gwine to have any Catholic notions when he bred and born and raised in de Baptist faith? Dey ain't no tellin'. Dey ain't no tellin'. When colored folks get to gwine to colleges, you never know what dey gwine learn. My mammy's sister was sold into marryin' land, and bless your soul, she's a Catholic to dis day. Well, I don't know nothing about dat, but it ain't no Catholic notions, I tell you. Brother Gidjon's stone's too solid for dat. Dey's somethin' else behind it. The interest and curiosity of the women, now that they were fired, did not stop at these private discussions among themselves. They went even farther and broached the matter to the minister. They suggested, jocosely, but with a deep vein of earnestness underlying the statement, that they were looking for a wife for him, but they could elicit from him no response save, "There's time enough. Oh, there's time enough." Gideon said this with an appearance of cheerfulness, but in his heart he did not believe it. He did not think that there was time. His body, his mind, his soul, all yearned hotly for the companionship of the woman he loved. There are some men born to be husbands, just as there are some men born to be poets, painters, or musicians, men who, living alone, cannot know life. Gideon was one of these. Every instinct of his being drove him towards domestic life with unflagging insistency. But it was Martha whom he wanted, Martha whom he loved, and with whom he had plighted his troth. What to him were the glances of other women? What the seduction in their eyes, and the unveiled invitation in their smiles? There was one woman in the world to him, and she loomed so large to his sight that he could see no other. How he waited, how he longed, how he prayed, and the days passed, the trains came and went, and still no word, no sight of Martha. Strangers came to his church, and visitors from other cities came to him, and still nothing of her for whom he waited to make his life complete. Then one day, in the silence of his own sorrow, he fell upon his knees, crying, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" And from then hope fled from him. She was dead. She must be, or she would have come to him. He had waited long, oh, so long, and now it was all over. For the rest of his days he must walk the way of his life alone. Or could he turn his eyes upon another woman? No, his heart cried out to him, and he felt in that moment as a man standing beside his wife's bier would feel should the thought of another obtrude itself. He went to the trains no more. He searched no more. Hope was dead. But the one object that had blinded him, that had given him single sight, being removed, he began to look around him, and to see, at first it seemed almost a revelation, other women. Now he saw, too, their glances and their smiles. He heard the tender notes in their voices as they spoke to him, for all other sounds were no longer drowned by Martha's calling to him from the unknown. When first he found himself giving fuller range to his narrow vision, he was startled, then apologetic, then defiant. The man in him triumphed. Martha was dead. He was alone. Must he always be? Was life, after all, to be but this bitter husk to him, when he had but to reach forth his hand to find the kernel of it? He had never even been troubled with such speculations before, but now he awoke to the fact that he was not yet old, and that the long stretch of life before him looked dreary enough if he must tread it by himself. In this crisis the tempter, who is always an opportunist, came to Gideon. Sister Mandy Belknap had always manifested a great deal of interest in the preacher's welfare, a surprising amount for a woman who had no daughter. However, she had a niece. Now she came to the pastor with a grave face. "Brother Stone," she said, "I got some talk for you." "Yes, Sister Belknap," said Gideon, settling himself complacently, with the expectation of hearing some tale of domestic woe or some history of spiritual doubt, for among his congregation he was often the arbiter in such affairs. "Now, I's old enough for your mother," Sister Mandy went on, and at the words the minister became suddenly alert, for from her introduction her visit seemed to be admonitory rather than appealing. Evidently he was not to give advice, but to be advised. He was not to be the advocate, but the defendant, not the judge, but the culprit. I seed mo' of life den you has, brother Gidjon, if I do say hit myself. Not a doubt of it, my sister. And I knows mo' 'bout men and women den you does, 'cause you know mo' 'bout Scriptur den I does, though I recollect that the Lord said that it ain't good for man to be alone." Gideon started. It was as if the old woman had by some occult power divined the trend of his thoughts and come to take part in the direction of them. "The Bible surely says that, Sister Belknap," he said when the first surprise was over. "It do, and I want to know ef you ain't a flyin' in de face of Providence by doin' what hit say ain't good for a man." Gideon was a little bit puzzled, but in answer he began, "There are circumstances—" "That's just it," said Sister Mandy impressively. "Sarcumstances, and ev' a man that wants to disobey de wood tinks he's got de sarcumstances. I tell you, de old boy is a mighty clever hand at makin' excuses for us." "I don't reckon, sister, that we've got the same point of view," said Gideon nervously. "'Tain't my pint of view. 'Tain't mine. Hit's de Lord Almighty's. You young, brother Gidjon, you young, and you don't see like I does. But lemme tell you, hit ain't right for no man what ain't married to be a pastor to no such a flock. I don't want to meddle into your business, but all I got to say is you better look around you and choose a wife for to be your helpmeet. 'Scuse me for speaking to you, brother. Go round and see my niece. She can pint out some mighty nice women." "It was mighty good of you to speak, and I am glad that you came to me. I will think over what you have said." "It is not good for man to be alone," mused Gideon when his visitor was gone. Was not this just the word of help and encouragement that he had wanted, indeed the one that he had been waiting for? He had been faithful, he told himself. He had looked and he had waited. Martha had not come, and was it not true that it is not good for man to be alone? He went to bed that night with the sentence ringing in his head. Mandy Belknap had done her work well, for on the following Sunday the preacher smiled on her niece, Caroline Martin, and on the Sunday after that he walked home to dinner with her. What the gossips said about it at the time, how they gazed and chattered, and with what a feeling of self-satisfaction Sister Mandy went her way, are details that do not belong to this story. However, one cannot pass over Gideon's attitude in this new matter. It is true that he found himself liking Caroline better and better the more frequently he saw her. The girl's pretty ways pleased him. She was a member of his choir, and he thought often how like Martha's her voice was. Indeed, he was wont to compare her with this early love of his, and it did not occur to him that he cared for her not so much for what she was herself, but for the few points in which she resembled his lost sweetheart. He was not wooing, if wooing his attentions could be called, Caroline Martin as Caroline Martin, but only as a proxy for his own unforgotten Martha, for even now, in the face of hopelessness, his love and faith were stronger than he. Caroline Martin was the most envied girl in Shiloh Church, for indeed hers was no slight distinction to be singled out by the minister for his special attention after so long a period of indifference, but envy and gossip passed her by as the idle wind, for the very honor which had been accorded her placed her above the reach of petty jealousies. Her triumph, however, was to be brief. It was on a rainy Sunday night in October, a late Washington October, which has in it all the possibilities of nastiness given to weather. Shiloh Chapel was well filled despite the storm without. Gideon was holding forth in his accustomed way, vigorously, eloquently, and convincingly. His congregation was warming up to a keen appreciation of his sermon, when suddenly the door opened, and a drabbled, forlorn-looking woman entered and sank into a back seat. One glance at her, and the words died on Gideon's lips. He paused for a moment and swayed upon his feet, while his heart beat a wild tattoo. It was Martha, his Martha, but oh, how sadly changed! His heart fell a-bleeding for her as he saw the once proud woman sitting there crouched in her seat among the well-dressed people like the humblest of creatures. He wanted to stop right there in the midst of his sermon and go rushing to her and take her in his arms and tell her that if the world had dealt hard with her, he at least was true. It was a long pause he made, and the congregation was looking at him in surprise. Then he recovered himself and went on with his exhortation, hastily, feverishly. He could scarcely wait to be done. The last words of the benediction fell from his lips, and he hastened down the aisle, elbowing his way through the detaining crowd, his face set toward one point. Someone spoke to him as he passed, but he did not hear. A hand was stretched out to him, but he did not see it. There was but one thought in his mind. He reached the seat in the corner of which Martha had crouched. She was gone. He stood for a moment dazed, and then dashed out into the rain and darkness. Nothing was to be seen of her, and hatless he ran on down the street, hoping to strike the direction in which he had started and so overtake her, but she had evidently gone directly across the street or turned another way. Sad and dejected and wondering somewhat, he retraced his steps to the church. It was Martha, there could be no doubt of that, but why such an act from her? It seemed as if she had purposely avoided him. What had he done to her that she should treat him thus? She must have some reason. It was not like Martha. Yes, there was some good reason, he knew. Faith came back to him then. He had seen her. She was living, and he would see her again. His heart lightened and bounded. Martha was found. Sister Belknap was waiting for him when he got back to the church door, and beside her the comely Caroline. "Why, brother Gidjon," said the elder woman, "what's the matter wid you tonight? You des shot outen de dough like a streak of lightning, and bare-headed as I live. I lay you'll take your death a cold dis yere night." "I saw an old friend of mine from the South in church, and I wanted to catch her before she got away, but she was gone." There was something in the minister's voice, a tone or an inflection that disturbed Sister Belknap's complacency, and with a sharp "Come on, Caroline," she bade him good night and went her way. He saw them go off together without a pang. As he got his hat and started home, his only thought was of Martha, and how she would come again, and he was happy. The next Sunday he watched every newcomer to the church with eager attention, and so at night, but Martha was not among them. Sunday after Sunday told the same story, and again Gideon's heart failed him. Maybe Martha did not want to see him. Maybe she was married, and his heart grew cold at that. For over a month, however, his vigilance did not relax, and finally his faith was rewarded. In the midst of his sermon, he saw Martha glide in and slip into a seat. He ended quickly, and leaving the benediction to be pronounced by a local preacher, he hurried down the aisle and was at her side just as she reached the door ahead of everyone. "Martha, Martha, thank the Lord," he cried, taking her hand. "Oh, brother, reverend, I must go long." The woman was painfully embarrassed. "I'm going with you," he said firmly, still holding her hand as he led her, protesting, from the church. "Oh, you mustn't go with me," she cried, shrinking from him. "Why, Martha, what have I done to you? I've been waiting for you so long." She had begun to sob now, and Gideon, without pausing to think whether she were married or not, put his arm tenderly about her. "Tell me what it is, Martha. What has kept you from me so long?" "I ain't no fittin' pusson fo you now, Gidjon." "What is it? Are you married?" "No." "Have you kept the light?" "Yes, thank the Lord. Even wid all my low downness, I's kept the light in my soul." "Then that's all, Martha?" "No, it ain't. It ain't. I wouldn't stay wid you when you axed me, and I came up here and got poor and poor, and dey's been times when I ain't had nothin' hardly to go on, but I wouldn't send you no word 'cause I was proud, and I was ashamed 'cause I ran off to find so much and only found this. Then I heerd dat you was educated and comin' here to preach. Dat made you furder away from me, and I knowed you wasn't for me no more. It like to kill me, but I stuck it out. Many and many's the time I seen you and could have called you, but I thought you'd be ashamed of me. Martha, I wouldn't have come to your church, but I wanted to hear your voice again just once. Then I wouldn't have come back no more, 'cause I thought you recognized me, but I had to. I was hungry to hear you speak. But go back now, Gidjon. I'm near home, and I can't take you to dat po' place." But Gideon marched right on. A light was in his face and a springiness in his step that had been absent for many a day. She halted before a poor little house, 2 rooms at the most, the front one topped with a stovepipe which did duty as a chimney. "Here's where I live," she said shamefacedly. "You would come?" They went in. The little room, ill furnished, was clean and neat, and the threadbare carpet was scrupulously swept. Gideon had been too happy to speak, but now he broke silence. "This is just about the size of the cabin we'd have had if the war hadn't come on. Can you get ready by tomorrow?" "No, I ain't for you, Gidjon. I ain't got nothin'. I don't know nothin' but hard work. What would I look like among yo' fine folks? You look like my Martha, and that's what you're going to do." Her eyes began to shine. "Gideon, you don't mean it. I thought when colored folks got educated dey forgot dey mammies and dey pappies and dey old friends what can't talk straight." "Martha," said Gideon, "did you ever hear 'Nearer, My God, to Thee' played on a banjo? No? Well, you know the instrument isn't much, but it's the same sweet old tune. That's the way it is when old friends tell me their love and friendship brokenly. Can't you see?" They talked long that night, and Gideon brought Martha to his way of thinking. Though she held out for less haste, she exacted a week. On the following Sunday the Reverend Gideon Stone preached as his congregation had never heard him preach before, and after the service being asked to remain, they were treated to a surprise that did their hearts good. A brother pastor, mysteriously present, told their story and performed the ceremony between Gideon and Martha. So many of them were just out of slavery, so many of them knew what separation and fruitless hope of re-meeting were, that it was an event to strike home to their hearts. Some wept, some rejoiced, and all gathered around the pastor and his wife to grasp their hands. And then Martha was back on the old plantation again, and her love in Gideon's was young, and she never knew why she did it, but suddenly her voice, the voice that Gideon had loved, broke into one of the old plantation hymns. He joined her. Members from the old South threw back their heads, and seeing the yellow fields, the white cabins, the great house, and the light of other days, fell into the chorus that shook the church, and people passing paused to listen, saying, "There's a great time at Shiloh today." And there was. End of section 21. Section 22 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Defection of Maria Ann Gibbs. There had been a wonderful season of grace at Bethel Chapel since the advent of the new minister, and the number of converts who had entered the fold put the record of other years and other pastors to shame. Seats that had been empty were filled. Collections that had been meager were now ample. The church had been improved. A coat of paint had been put on the outside, and the interior had been adorned by a strip of carpet down the two aisles and pink calcimining on the walls. The Reverend Eleazar Jackson had proved a most successful shepherd. The fact was shown by the rotundity of his form, which bespoke good meals, and the newness of his clothes, which argued generous contributions. He was not only a very eloquent man, but had social attainments of a high order. He was immensely popular with the sisters, and was on such good terms with the brothers that they forgot to be jealous of him. When he happened around about an hour before dinner time, and some solicitous sister killed for him the fattening fowl which her husband had been watching with eager eyes, Mr. Jackson averted any storm which might have followed by such a genial presence and such a raciness of narration at the table, that the head of the house forgot his anger and pressed the preacher to have some more of the chicken. Notwithstanding this equality of regard on the part of both brothers and sisters, it was yet noticeable that the larger number of the converts were drawn from the tenderer sex. But human nature is human nature. Women are very much women, and the preacher was a bachelor. Among these gentle converts none was more zealous, more ardent, or more constant than Maria Ann Gibbs. She and her bosom friend, Lucindy Woodyard, had come through on the same night, and it was a wonderful event. They shouted all over Bethel Chapel. When one went up one's aisle, the other came down the other. When one cried hallelujah, the other shouted glory. When one skipped, the other jumped, and finally they met in front of the altar, and binding each other in a joyous embrace, they swayed back and forth to the rhythm of the hymn that was rising even above their own rejoicings, and which asserted that Judgment Day is a rollin' round, ere how I long to be there. It was a wonderfully affecting sight, and it was not long before the whole church was in a tumult of rejoicings. These two damsels were very popular among their people, and every young man who had looked with longing eyes at Lucindy, or sighed for the brown hand of Maria Ann, joined in the shouting, if he was one of the saved, or if he was not, hastened up to fall prostrate at the mourner's bench. Thus were the Reverend Eleazar Jackson's meetings a great success, and his name became great in the land. From the moment of their conversion, Lucindy and Maria Ann went hand in hand into the good work for the benefit of the church, and they were spoken of as especially active young members. There was not a sociable to be given, nor a donation party to be planned, nor a special rally to be effected, but that these two consulted each other and carried the affair to a successful issue. The Reverend Eleazar often called attention to them in his exhortations from the pulpit, spoke of the beautiful harmony between them, and pointed it out as an example to the rest of his flock. He had a happy turn for phrase-making, which he exercised when he called the two twin sisters in the great new birth a grace. For a year the church grew and waxed strong, and the minister's power continued, and peace reigned. Then, as the rain clouds creep slowly over the mountain top, and bring the storm thundering down into the valley, so ominous signs began to appear upon the horizon of Bethel's religious and social life. At first these warning clouds were scarcely perceptible. In fact, there were those unbelievers who said that there would be no storm, but the mutterings grew louder. The first sign of danger was apparent in the growing coolness between Lucindy and Maria Ann. They were not openly or aggressively enemies, but from being on that high spiritual plane where the outward signs of fellowship were not needed, and on which they called each other by their first names, they had come down to a level which required, to indicate their relations one to the other, the interchange of Sister Gibbs and Sister Woodyard. There had been a time when they had treated each other with loving and familiar discourtesy, but now they were scrupulously polite. If one broke in upon the other's remarks in church council, it was with an "Excuse me, Sis Gibbs," or "I beg yo' pardon, Sis Woodyard," and each seemed feverishly anxious to sacrifice herself to make way for the other. Then they came to work no more together. The separation was effected without the least show of anger. They simply drifted apart, and Lucindy found herself at the head of one faction, and Maria Ann in the lead of another. Here, for a time, a good-natured rivalry was kept up, much to the increase of Bethel's finances and its minister's satisfaction. But an uncertain and less genial note began to creep into these contests, as the Reverend Eleazar Jackson continued to smile upon both the ardent sisters. The pastor at Bethel had made such a glowing record as a financier that the bishop had expressed his satisfaction by a special letter, and requested that at the June rally he make an extra effort to raise funds for the missionary cause. Elated at this mark of distinction, and with visions of a possible presiding eldership in his mind, Mr. Jackson sought out his two most attractive parishioners and laid his case before them. It was in the chapel immediately after the morning service that he got them together. "You see, sisters," he said, "Bethel have made a record which she have to sustain. She have the reputation of being one of the most liberal churches in the conference. Now we don't want to disappoint the bishop when he picks us out to help him in such a good cause. O' course I knowed who I could depend on, and so I come right to you, sisters, to see if you couldn't plan out somethin' that would make a real big splurge at the June rally." He paused and waited for the sisters to reply. They were both silent. This made him uneasy, and he said, "What you think, Sister Gibbs?" "Oh," said Maria Ann, "I'm waiting to hear from Sis Woodyard." "Oh no," said Sister Woodyard politely, "don't wait on me, Sis Gibbs. 'Spress yourself, 'spress yourself." But Maria Ann still demurred. "I couldn't think of putting my po opinions up for Sis Woodyard," she said. "I'd a good deal rather wait to hear from my elders." She laid especial stress on the last word. Lucindy smiled a smile so gentle that it was ominous. "I ain't holding back 'cause I can't think of nothin'," she said, "but just 'cause I ain't been used to putting myself forward, and I don't like to begin it so late." And she smiled again. The minister began to feel uneasy. Figuratively speaking, both of the sisters seemed to be sparring for wind, and he thought it better to call the council to a close and see each one separately. "Well," he said hurriedly, "I know you sisters will come to some conclusion, and just point to me on next Wednesday night, and I will pass a kind of view over your plans and offer a suggestion maybe. We want to do somethin' that will bring out the people and make 'em give generously of their means for the benefit of the heathen." The two sisters bowed very politely to each other, shook the minister's hand, and went their different ways. It must have been Satan himself who effected the result of having both women hit upon the same plan of action. Maria Ann was pleased at her idea, and hastened to church on Wednesday evening to report it to the pastor, only to find that Lucindy Woodyard had been before her with the same plan. "I must congratulate you, sisters," said the Reverend Eleazar, "both upon yo' diligence and yo' forethought. It must have been Providence that directed befo' yo' minds in the same channel." Both the sisters were aghast. They had both suggested dividing the church into soliciting parties, and giving a prize to the one collecting the highest amount of money. Perhaps the devil was not so much concerned in making their minds revert to this as it appeared, as it is a very common device for raising money among Negro churches. However, both the women were disappointed. "I'd just leave draw out and less Sis Gibbs go on and manage this affair," said Lucindy. "I'd rather be excused," said Maria Ann, "and leave it in Sis Woodyard's hands." But the minister was wily enough to pour oil on the troubled waters, and at the same time to suggest a solution of the problem that would enlist the sympathies and ambition of both the women. "Now I suggest," he said, "that both you sisters remains in the contest, and then instead of throwing the competition open, you sisters by yourselves each be the head of a party that shall bring the money to you, and the one of you that gets the most from her party shall have the prize." Lucindy's eyes glittered, and Maria Ann's flashed, and they agreed to the contest with joyful hearts. Here should be a trial of both strength and prowess, and it would be shown who was worthy to walk the ways of life side by side with the Reverend Eleazar Jackson. Joyfully they went to their tasks. Their enthusiasm inspired their followers with partisan energy. Side bantered side, and party taunted party, but the leaders kept up a magnificent calm. It was not they alone who knew that there was more at stake than the prize that was offered, that they had more in view than the good of the heathen souls. There were other eyes that saw and minds that understood besides those of Lucindy, Maria Ann, and the preacher. Pokey Williams, who was very warm in the Gibbs faction, called from the fence to her neighbor, Hannah Lewis, who was equally ardent on the other side. "How yo' collection come on, Sis Lewis?" "Oh, middlin', middlin'. The white folks I work for done promised me somethin'. My grocery man he gwine gimme somethin', and I got $4 a little bits a ready." "Umph," said Pokey, "you just bound and 'termined to marry Lucindy Woodward to the preacher. Git way from hyah, Pokey, you is the beatin'est. How you gettin' on?" "Heish, girl, my white folks done give me $10 already, and I'm just tacklin' everybody I know. $10, why, dey ain't no way for the preacher to get it away from Maria Ann Gibbs if you keep on." The two waved their hands at each other and broke into a rollicking laugh. The rally in June was the greatest the annals of Bethel Chapel had ever recorded. The prize decided upon was a gold watch, and on the evening that the report and decision were to be made, a hall had to be procured, for the chapel would not hold the crowd. A brief concert was given, first to get the people in a good humor, and to whet their anxiety, and though the performers were well received, little attention was paid to them, for every one was on the qui vive for the greater drama of the evening. The minister was in his glory. When the concert was over, he welcomed Lucindy and Maria Ann to the stage, where they sat, one on either side of him. The reports began, first one from Lucindy's side, then one from Maria Ann's, and so alternately through. It was very close. The people were leaning forward, eager and anxious for the issue. The reports came thick and fast, and the excitement grew as the sums increased. The climax was to be the reports of the two leaders themselves, and here Lucindy had shown her shrewdness. Maria Ann's side had begun to report first, and so their leader was compelled to state her amount first. There was a certain little reserve fund in the pocket of her opponent, with which young Mrs. Worthington was somewhat acquainted, and it was to be used in case Maria Ann should excel her. Maria Ann made a report, reading from her book. "According to the returns made by my party, which you have all heerd, they have collected $108, added to that what I have collected by myself, $52. I returns to the church $160. Down in her lap, Lucindy did some quick surreptitious writing. Then she stood up. According to the returns which my party have made, and which you have all heard, they have collected $102, and I, by my own individual effort, she laid wonderful emphasis upon the last two words, bring in $60, making the total $162, which I submit to the church. There was a burst of applause from Lucindy's partisans, but Maria Ann was on her feet. I forgot, she said, the last donation I received. Mrs. Judge Haynes was kind enough to give me a check for $10, which I didn't add in at first, and it brings my collection up to $170. The volume of applause increased at Maria Ann's statement, but it wavered into silence as Lucindy arose. She smiled down upon Maria Ann. I'm mighty thankful to the sister, she said, for minding me of something I most not forgot. Miss Caroline Worthington desired to put her name down on my book for $20, which brings my collection to $180. Mrs. Worthington looked across at Mrs. Haynes and smiled. That lady raised her chin. An ashen hue came into Maria Ann Gibbs' face. With great acclamation, the watch was awarded to Lucindy Woodyard, and in congratulating her, the Reverend Eleazar Jackson held her hand perhaps a little longer than usual. Mrs. Worthington was standing near at the time. If I had known it meant this, she said to herself, I wouldn't have given her that $20. The lady saw that she was likely to lose a good servant. When the meeting was out, the preacher walked home with Lucindy. On the following Thursday night, the Afro-American Sons and Daughters of Hagar gave a dance at their hall on Main Street. Maria Ann Gibbs, the shining light of Bethel Church, went, and she danced. Bethel heard and mourned. And the next Sunday she went to church. She walked in with Mose Jackson, who was known to be a sinner, and she sat with him near the door in the seat of the sinners. The Reverend Eleazar Jackson went past Lucindy's house, and they walked to church together. Lucindy had increased her stock of jewelry, not only by the watch, but by a bright gold ring, which she wore on the third finger of her left hand. But if Maria Ann cared, she did not show it. She had found in the tents of the wicked what she could not get in the temple of the Lord. End of section 22. Section 23 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Judgment of Paris. It is a very difficult thing at any time and in any place to be the acknowledged arbiter of social affairs, but to hold this position in Little Africa demanded the maximum of independence, discretion, and bravery. I say bravery because the civilization of Little Africa had not arrived at that edifying point where it took disapproval gracefully and veiled its feelings. It was crude and primitive, and apt to resent adverse comment by an appeal to force, not of the persuasive, but of the vindictive kind. It had fallen to the lot of Mr. Samuel Hatfield to occupy this delicate position of social judge, and though certain advantages and privileges accrued to him, his place was in no wise a sinecure. There were times when his opinions on matters of great moment had been openly scoffed at, and once it had even happened when a decision of his had been displeasing. That fleetness of foot alone had saved him from the violence of partisans. Little did it matter to the denizens of Little Africa that others might be put upon committees to serve with Mr. Hatfield in judging the merits of waltzers or of the qualities of rival quartets. He was the one who invariably brought in the report and awarded the prize, and on him fell the burden of approval or disapproval. For some months he had gone on gloriously unannoyed, with no one to judge and nothing to pass upon. In the absence of these duties, Cupid had stepped in and with one shaft laid him prone at the feet of Miss Matilda Jenkins. Of course, Mr. Hatfield did cast occasional glances at the charms of Miss Amarilla Jones, but Cupid, grown wise with the wisdom of the world, has somehow learned to tip his arrows with gold, and the wound of these is always fatal. Now the charms of these two maids were equal, their brown beauty about the same, but Matilda Jenkins' father was a magnate in Little Africa, And so, on a night in autumn, the devil appeared to certain members of the trustees' board of Mount Moriah Church, and said unto them, You need money wherewith to run this church. And they answered and said, Yes, good devil, we do. The devil spoke again and said, Give a calico festival and a prize to the woman wearing the prettiest calico dress. And much elated, they replied, Yea, verily. Thereupon the devil, his work being done, vanished with a crafty smile, leaving them to their deliberations. Brother Jenkins and Brother Jones were both members of the bawd, and when the contest was decided upon, they looked across at each other with defiance shining in their eyes, because there was a strong rivalry between the two families. But their animosity apparently ended. Brother Jenkins dropped his eyes, for he was a little old man, and Brother Jones was husky, which is the word that in their community indicated rude strength. The fight, however, for fight it was going to be, was on. Within the next few days the shopkeepers of the town sold bolt upon bolt of calico. The buying of this particular line of goods was so persistent that one shopkeeper, who was a strong-tongued, rude man, laid it at the door of certain advocates of industrial education, and began to denounce any doctrines which repressed in the Negro his love of clothes far above his pocket, and thereby lowered profits. As soon as Mr. Hatfield learned what was going on, he became alarmed, for he saw more clearly than most people, and he knew that it was all the invention of the devil. His good angel prompted him to flee from the town at once, but he lingered to think about it, and while he lingered the committee came upon him. They wanted him to be chairman of the awarding committee. He stammered and made excuses. You see, gentmens, it's dis-a-way. I 'low I got to go out of town for my boss. Des 'bout de time dat dis here comin' off, and I wouldn't like to promisin' den despite you. That's all right, said Brother Jones, the spokesman. I knows your boss, and he takes a mighty interest in Mount Moriah. I'll see him and see ef he can't let you go befo' or after de entertainment. The sweat broke out on Mr. Hatfield's brow in painful beads. Oh, never mind, he exclaimed hastily. Dis here's private business, and I wouldn't like him to know dat I done spoke 'bout it. But we got to have you, Mr. Hatfield. You surely must speak to yo' boss. If you don't, I'll have to. I speak to him, den. I speak to him. I see what he say. Den I reckon we can count on yo' services. I reckon you kin, said the victim. As the committee went its way, Hatfield was sure that he heard a diabolical chuckle and smelt sulphur. The days that had dragged flew by, and the poor social arbiter looked upon the nearing festivity as upon the approach of doom. With the clear perception of a man who knows his world, Mr. Hatfield already saw that all women in the contest besides Matilda Jenkins and Amarilla Jones were but figureheads, accessories only to the real fight between the rival belles. So, as an earnest of his intention to be impartial, he ceased for the time his attentions to Matilda Jenkins. This lady, though, was also wise in her day and generation. She offered no protest at the apparent defection of her lover. Indeed, when her father squeaked his disapproval of Hatfield's action, she was quick to come to his defense. I reckon Mr. Hatfield knows what he's about, she said loyally. You know how de people talks around hyah. Den ef he go and gib me de prize, dey des bound to say dat it ain't 'cause I winned it, but 'cause he keepin' company wid me and ain't gwine to shame his own lady. Uh-huh, said the old man, that hadn't crossed my mind befo'. In the meantime a similar council was taking place between Miss Amarilla Jones and her father. I've been noticin', said the paternal Jones one day, that Sam Hatfield don't seem to be a-gwine wid Matildy Jenkins so much. Amarilla modestly ducked. Yes, that's the word. She ducked her head, but she smiled as she replied, Mr. Hatfield been castin' sheep's eyes at me for a long while now. Well, what good do dat do, less'n he up and say somethin'? Never you mind, pap. I 'lows I understand young men better dan you do. If he don't mean nuffin, how come he done give up Matildy Jenkins des at dis junction? It's all mighty quare to me. Don't you see he got to jedge de contest, and he can't go agin his own lady, so he gin her up. Now, ef he give me de prize, he feel perfectly free to ax me to marry him. "Wee!" whistled the elder, entirely overcome with admiration at his daughter's sagacity. "You sho'ly has got a quick head on dem shoulders of yourn." At the time appointed, the members and friends of Mount Moriah assembled for the calico social. The church was crowded with a curiously gowned throng of all conditions and colors, who tittered and chatted with repressed excitement. There was every conceivable kind of dress there among the contestants, from belted Mother Hubbards to their aristocratic foster sisters' empire gowns. There was calico in every design, from polka dot to Dolly Varden's, and there was anxiety. Promptly at 10 o'clock the judges, 3 pompous individuals with white ribbons in their buttonholes, strode in and took their seats just beneath the pulpit. Then there was a short address by the pastor, who, being a wily man and unwilling to put his salary in jeopardy, assured his hearers that if he were one of the judges he would just throw up his job and give a prize to every lady in the room. This brought forth a great laugh and somewhat relieved the nervous tension, but it did not make the real judges feel any better over their difficult task. Indeed, it quite prostrated their chairman, who, in spite of his pompous interests, sat huddled up in his chair, the sweat breaking out of every pore, and the look of final despair in his eyes. When the pastor was through with his drivelling, the organist took her place at the wheezy little cabinet organ and struck up a decorous-sounding tune, to which the contestants marched round and round the room before the eyes of the bewildered arbiters. They stepped jauntily off, marking the time perfectly, to show off their airs and graces as well as their clothing. It was like nothing so much as a sort of religious cakewalk, and the 3 victims of their own popularity presided over the scene with a solemnity that was not all dignity, nor yet pride of place. 5 times the contestants marched around, and then at a signal they halted and ranged themselves in a more or less straight line before the judges. After careful inspection, somewhat like that of prize cattle at a fair, they were dismissed, and 3 very nervous and perturbed gentlemen retired to consult. Now these people were lovers of music, and at the very promise that they were to hear their favorite singer, Miss Otilla Bell, they usually became enthusiastic. But tonight Miss Bell came out without a greeting, and sang her best without attention. There were other things occupying the minds of the audience. The vocalist was barely done warbling disappointedly, when a burst of applause brought a smile to her face, but a glance in the direction toward which every one was looking showed her that the acclamation was not for her, but for the returning judges. The men took their seats until the hand-clapping ceased, and then Mr. Hatfield, in sorrowful case, arose to read the committee's report. "We, de committee," he paused and looked at the breathless auditors, then went on, "We, de committee, I wish to impress dat on you. Dis ain't de decision of one man, but of a committee, and one of us ain't no mo' 'sponsible den de udder. We, de committee, after carefully examinin' de costumes of de ladies here, assembled as contestants in dis annual calico social," it was not annual, but then it sounded well, "do find," here he cleared his throat again, and repeated himself, "do find dat the most striking costume was worn by Miss Matilda Jenkins, who is therefore entitled to the prize." A little patter of applause came from the Jenkins partisans. "Will Miss Jenkins please come forward?" Matilda sidled to the front with well-simulated modesty. "Miss Jenkins, we, de committee, I repeat, we, de committee, takes great pleasure in presenting you with the prize for your handsome costume. It is this beautiful photograph album. May you have nothing but the faces of friends in it, for the reason that you has no enemies." He bowed, she bowed. There was again the patter of perfunctory applause, and for that night at least the incident was closed. Fear has second sight, and albeit he trembled in his shoes, Mr. Hatfield was in nowise astonished when old man Jones called on him next morning at the hotel where he was employed. Why, how do, Mr. Jones, how do?" "Howdy," growled the old man, and went on without pause, "Me and Rilla wants to see you tonight." Why, Mr. Jones," began Hatfield. "I," but the other cut him short, his brow gathering. "Me and Rilla wants to see you," he said. The scared waiter paused. What should he do? He must decide quickly, for the man before him looked dangerous. There must be no trouble there, because it would mean the loss of his place, and the fact that he was a head waiter was dear to him. Better promise to go and have it out, where the presence of Amarilla might mitigate his punishment. So he stammered forth, "Oh, well, 'cause if you and Miss Amarilla wants me, why, I'll come." "All right," and the irate Jones turned away. With trembling knees he knocked at the Jones door that night, The old man himself opened to him and received him alone in the front room. This was threatening. "I reckon you realizes, Mr. Hatfield," said Jones, when they had seated themselves and disposed of the weather, "you realizes dat I had somethin' partickler to say, or I wouldn't 'a' had you come hyar. I knows you's a man of business, Mr. Jones." "I is, sir. So let's come to business. You talked last night dat 'Tildy Jenkins was better dressed den my daughter." Hatfield glanced at the glowering face, and stammered, "Well, of course, you know, Mr. Jones, I wasn't the whole committee. Don't you try to beat her 'bout the bush wid me. Answer my question," cried the father, angrily. "I don't des see how I kin answer. You heerd the decision." "Yes, I heerd it, and I want to know des what you taught." "Dey was 2 other men 'long wid me." Jones walked over and stood towering before his trembling victim. "I's gwine to ax you des once more. Did you tink Matildy's dress any prettier den my Rilla's?" "No, no, sir," chattered the chairman of the committee. "Den," thundered Amarilla's father, "den you own up dat you showed favor to one side." "No, no, I didn't show no favor, but the majority hit rules." "Majority? Majority? Why, when I's in the Odd Fellows' meetin's, if I's 1 agin 50, I brings in a minority report. But I don't reckon dat'd a been fittin'." "Fittin'? Fittin'? Don't you dare to set there and talk to me about fittin', you nasty little rapscallion, you. No, sir, you's shamed my house. You's insulted my gal. And, oh no, Mr. Jones, no. Why, dain't nobody I thinks more of den I does of Miss Amarilla." "Dey hain't they? Well, dey's only one way to prove it," said Mr. Jones, sententiously, and then he called, "Rilla, come hyar. I'll be right outside de door," he said, "and we'll know putty soon how to treat you." He went out, and the vivacious Rilla entered. "Good evenin'," she said. "Good evenin'," said Hatfield, in agony. "Oh, Miss Rilla, Miss Rilla," he cried, "I hope you don't think I meant any kind o' disrespect to you." She hung her head. "You know dey ain't nobody dat I think any mo' of den I do of you." In his fervor he took her hand. "This is so sudden," she said, "but I thought I understood you all along. If you really does think so much of me, I reckon I has to tek you, even ef you was sich a naughty boy last night," and she looked at him lovingly. He stood with staring eyes, dumbfounded. She had taken his apology for a proposal of marriage, and he dared not correct her. He looked toward the door, meditating flight, but remembered what was just behind it. "Dear Miss Amarilla," he said, "dis is mo' den I expected." The ponderous Mr. Jones did not bother them again that evening. He must have heard all. Matilda Jenkins first heard the news upon the street. She came home directly, and before taking off her hat, picked up the red plush album and hurled it fiercely out into the yard, where it barely missed her father's head. "What's dat?" he cried. "Dat," she shrieked, "dat is de price of Mr. Hatfield." End of section 23. Section 24 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Silent Samuel. Miss Angelina Brown was a young woman of many charms. Everyone in Little Africa conceded that. No one who had seen her dash gracefully up the aisle of Mount Moriah Church to the collection table with tossing head and rustling skirts, no one who had seen her move dreamily through the mazy dance at the hod carriers' picnics could fail to admit this much. She was a tall, fine-looking girl, with a carriage that indicated that she knew her own worth as she did. What added to the glamour that hung about the name of the brown damsel was that she was the only daughter of a very solid citizen, a man who was known to have both property and money. There was no disputing the solidity of the paternal Brown, as there was no question of his utter simplicity and unaffectedness. He had imparted to Angelina a deal of his own good sense, and though she did not flaunt it, she did not, like many others born hither-side the war, disdain the fact that her father had learned on his master's plantation the trade that supported them. Under these circumstances it is easy to believe that the young woman had many suitors. There were many proper and stylish young men in the community who were willing to take the entrancing girl for herself in spite of the incubus of her riches. Indeed, there were frequent offers of such noble sacrifices, but Angelina was a shrewd high priestess, and she found it better to keep her victims in her train than to immolate them on the altar of matrimony. So it happened that there were few evenings when a light was not visible in the parlor of old Isaac Brown's house, and one or another of the young men of Little Africa did not sit there with Angelina. It was of a piece with the usual good sense that governed this house that slow-going, unpretentious Samuel Spencer, Silent Samuel they called him, made one of these evening sitters. Samuel was a steady-going, good-humoured fellow, and a workman under the elder Brown. This may have accounted for Angelina's graciousness to him, for even when he was in her company he had never a word to say for himself, but sat, looked at the lamp, twirled his hat, and smiled. This was certainly not very entertaining for the girl, but then her father had a high opinion of Samuel's ability. So she would make conversation and endure his smiles until old Isaac would call gruffly to him from the kitchen, and he would rise silently and go. Then Angelina was free to entertain whom she pleased for the rest of the evening, for the two men did not part until near midnight. Once, with his employer, Samuel would venture a remark now and then over the something like oily-looking tea which they stirred round and round in their glasses, but usually he listened while the old man expounded his new plans and ideas, and every once in a while would shake his head in appreciation or pat his knee in pure enjoyment. This happened every Wednesday, for that was Samuel's particular evening. Isaac Brown looked forward to it with more pleasure than Angelina, for as he said when Samuel's silence was referred to, "You needn't say nothin' to me 'bout Samuel Spencer. I reckon he talks enough for me, and sides dat, I allus noticed dat hit took a mite smart man to know how to keep his mouth shet. It's a heap easier to talk." But there were others who were not so favorably disposed toward old man Brown's pet, as they called him. Jim White, who was head waiter at the big hotel, and consequently widely conversant with men and things, said, "Huh, old Sam go down to old man Brown's and set up there fur an hour and a half. Sighed Miss Angelina, her talking and laughing, and him looking like a bump on a log." And this same joke, though often repeated, never failed to elicit a shout of laughter from the waiters assembled about their leader, and anxious to laugh at anything the autocrat of the dining-room might condescend to say. Others went so far as to twit Samuel himself, but he bore all of this good-naturedly and without attempting to change his manner, until one memorable night. It was on the occasion of a great rallying festival at Mount Moriah Church, and a large part of Little Africa was gathered within the church walls, partaking of ice cream, oyster stews, and coffee. As Angelina was one of those who had volunteered to help serve the company, she had denied herself the pleasure of a gentleman escort, and had gone early with her father and mother. Jim White and Samuel Spencer were not the only ones who followed her about that evening with amorous glances. Young men bought oyster stews if she could serve them when they had eaten far beyond their normal capacities. Old men, with just teeth enough left to ache, gave themselves neuralgia with undesired ice cream. Jim White had about him a crowd that he treated lavishly every time he could get Angelina's eye, and Samuel himself had already accomplished 6 oyster stews and was looking helplessly at his 7th. There is no telling what might have happened had not the refreshments given out and the festival been forced to close. The young men and young women came together in twos and took their way home. But while Angelina stood counting her takings, there were no less than 6 anxious beaux who stood waiting her pleasure. Of these Sam was the nearest, and those who looked on were about to conclude that even slow as he was, he would reach her this time first and gain permission to take her home, when just as a slight sinking of her head showed that her counting was done, Jim White stepped up and with a bow asked for the pleasure. She looked around for a moment, and her eye fell on her silent admirer. She hesitated, and then, turning, bowed to White. The smile died on Sam's face, and he stood watching them blankly. Not until her escort had found her wraps and had put her in them, and she had said a light good night to those who waited, did Sam awake from his stupor. There were some titters as he passed out, and a few remarks, such as, Sam, you too slow for Jim. You got to move and talk faster, or you surely was cut out dat time." But he went on his way, though in spite of the smile that came back to his lips, there was a determined look in his eyes. On the church steps he paused and looked after the retreating forms of Angelina and his rival. Then with a short but not angry he went his way home. There was in his mind the consciousness of something wrong, and that something was wrong, his far from dull wits told him, neither with Jim nor Angelina, but himself. He had a perfect right to speak to her first if he could, and she had a right to accept his company. He was bleakly just to every one concerned, and yet he knew by rights he should have taken Angelina home, and then the thought came to him that he could have said nothing to her even had he taken her home. Jim could talk, he couldn't. The knowledge of his own deficiencies overwhelmed him, and he went to bed that night in no happy frame of mind. For a long while he did not sleep, but lay thinking about Angelina. It was nearly morning when he got suddenly out of bed and began dancing a breakdown in his bare feet, whispering to himself, "By gum, that's it." The landlady knocked on the wall to know what was the matter. He replied that he had been attacked with cramp in his feet, but was better now, and so subsided. From now on, a change took place in Samuel's manner of proceeding. The first thing that marked this change was his unexpected appearance in the brown parlour on the next Monday. Angelina was entertaining another caller, but she received him pleasantly, and so far as an occasional reference to him would suffice, drew him into the conversation. However, he did not stay long, and so his hostess concluded that he had just been passing and had casually dropped in. What was her surprise when promptly at the same hour on the next night Samuel again came smiling in and settled himself to listen to the talk of that night's caller. Angelina was astounded. What did he mean? Had he begun to spy upon her and her company? Wednesday was his acknowledged night, and of course he had a right to come, but when he turned up on Thursday, she openly tossed her head and treated him with marked coldness. The young man who had the pleasure of sitting out the hours on Thursday brought her a bunch of flowers. Samuel was evidently taking lessons, for on Friday night he appeared with a wondrous bouquet. For one whole week, including Sunday, he was by the side of his divinity some part of every evening. The other young men were provoked. Angelina was annoyed, but less seriously than she might have been when she found that Samuel had the consideration never to stay long. The most joyful one of all concerned was old Isaac Brown himself. When Samuel sets out a courtin', he does it just like he does everything else. The way he sought his cap for Angie is a caution. But the truth of it was, Samuel Spencer was deeper than those who knew him could fathom. His week's visit to Angelina had not been without reason or result, and its object might have been discovered as he mumbled to himself on the last night of his constant attendance. "Well, I've heard 'em all talk, but I reckon that little Scott fellow that comes on Friday nights about the slickest of the lot. He'll have to do my talking for me." He chuckled a little and shook his head solemnly. "If somebody else got to speak for me," he added, "I do want nothing but the best talent." The next week it appeared that Samuel's sudden passion must have burned itself out as suddenly as it had appeared, for not even Wednesday night saw his face in the brown parlour. Then was Angelina uneasy, for she thought she had offended him, and she didn't want to do that, for he was her father's friend anyway, even if he was nothing to her, and her father's, her father's friend deserved respect. So she instructed the elder Brown to inquire the reason for the young man's sudden defection, and she was greatly soothed, even though she did not care for him, when her parent brought back the message that Samuel was all right and 'ud be round. It was not until Friday night that he came, and contrary to his usual custom, he went directly back into the kitchen, where he spent the hours with the old man. Angelina was piqued, and she tossed her head as he came in just as Mr. Scott was leaving. He sat down and smiled at her for a little while, and then he said abruptly, "I mean all he said." She gazed at him in astonishment. "I mean all he said," he repeated, and soon after bade her good night. Friday night after Friday night he came at one hour or another, and after Scott had poured out his heart to Angelina, Samuel merely whispered in her ear that he meant all that. Now this was very shrewd of Samuel, for Mr. Scott was a very eloquent and fluent talker, and Angelina thought that if Samuel meant all the other said, he must mean a good deal. One night, with burning words, Scott asked the momentous question. Samuel was in the kitchen with Isaac Brown. At the time his rival was making his impassioned plea. Angelina bade her wooer to wait until she had time to, and when she had gone, she awaited the coming of Samuel. He came in smiling as usual. "I mean all he said," he asserted. "How do you know you do?" "You do know what he said," retorted Angelina. I mean all he said, repeated Sam. La, Mr. Spencer, you are the beatenest man. If you mean all he said, why don't you say it yourself? I can't, said Sam simply. Well, Mr. Scott surely has said enough tonight. I mean all he said. I'm mighty afraid you'll want to back out when you hear it. I mean all he said. And Sam laid an emphasis on the all. He was slowly working his way toward Angelina. His wits began to tell him what Scott had said. You ain't never asked me what he said. What? Oh, I can't tell you. Don't you know? By this time he had reached her and put his arm around her trim waist. I mean all he said. Well, then, I says yes to you for what you means, even if you won't say it. And Angelina ducked her head on his breast. Sam's eyes shone, and it was a good deal later before he left that night. As he stood at the gate, he suddenly broke his silence and said, I thought Scott was never going to get to the question. End of section 24. Section 25 of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Way of a Woman. Any man who has ever wooed in earnest or thought so knows how hard it is to have his suit repulsed time and time again. However the capricious one may smile at times, one no upsets the memory of many days of smiles. The structure of Gabe Harris' hopes had fallen so often that he had begun to build it over again, listlessly and mechanically enough, until one momentous day when it seemed fallen for good. He had come by as usual upon his cart that evening after work, and paused, as was his wont, for a chat with his desired one, Anna Maria Moore. He had been hard at work all day hauling from the clay pits, and so was not a thing of beauty as to clothes. But if Anna Maria loved him, and he believed she did, love was blind, which left him all right in his own eyes and hers. Perhaps he was right even thus far, and all would have gone well had not the plump brown beauty of the girl overcome him as he stood chatting with her. The realization of her charms, of her desirableness, swept over him with a rush of emotion. Instinctively he held out his arms to her. They were in the front yard, too. When you gwine marry me, honey, tell me. Anna Maria froze at once. She grew as rigid as the seams in her newly starched calico. Why, what's the matter, Anna Maria? Stammered the discomfited Gabe. Excuse me, Mr. Harris, said the lady with dignity, but I's not in the habit of being spoke to in dat manner. Why, what's I done, Anna Maria? What's you done, sir? What you done? Why, you's scandalized me fo' de eyes of de whole neighborhood. And the calico swished itself as well as its stiffness would allow into the house. Gabe scratched his head. Well, I'll be dad-burned, he ejaculated. Just then Uncle Ike, Anna Maria's father, came up. He was Gabe's friend and ally, and the young fellow's bewilderment was not lost upon him. What's the matter, brother Gabe? He questioned. Why, Unc Ike, I done asked Anna Maria to marry, and she say I's insulted and scandalized the neighborhood. How come dat? Tisk, brother Gabe, you surely doesn't know de philosophy of womankind. I reckon I ain't up on dat, Unc Ike. Seems I ain't had de 'sperience dat hab fell to yo lot. The present was Uncle Ike's fourth matrimonial venture, and he was supposed to know many things. He went on, Now, brother Gabe, in courtin' a woman, less'n she's a widow woman, there's 3 things you got to do. You got to satisfy her soul, you got to charm her ear, and you got to please her eye. 'Tain't no use doing one ner t'other less'n you does all. That is, I say, provided it ain't a widow lady. They bein' easier to please and mo' understandin' like. Will you come here after your day's work, and you talk to Anna Maria. She know you been a walkin' all make a good provider. dat satisfy her soul. Yes, sir, she smile when I was a-talkin' to her, and dat what make me forget myself. Uh-huh, said the old man, wagging his head sagely and stroking the straggling beard upon his chin. Uh-huh, dat mean dat you charm her, yeah. But hold on, dey's one mo' thing. How in de name of common sense you 'spect to please her eye comin' here in such togs as dese? Ki-yi. Now you see. Again Gabe had recourse to his signal of perplexity, and woolly head and grimy nails came together in a half-hearted scratch. "Unc Ike, you sho'ly have opened my eyes," he said as he went slowly out to his cart. On the morrow he arrayed himself in his best, and hitching his mare to a buggy not yet too rickety to awe some of his less prosperous neighbors, started toward the home of his inamorata. Old Suke, accustomed to nothing lighter than her cart on work-days, first set her ears doubtfully at the unaccustomed vacation, and then, seeming to realize that it was really a vacation, a gala day, she tossed her head and stepped out bravely. In the heart of Gabe Harris a similar exultation was present. What now would check him in his quest of the fair one? He had fulfilled all the requirements laid down by Uncle Ike, and Uncle Ike knew. He had already satisfied her soul. He had done his duty as to charming her, yeah. Now he went forth a potential conqueror for the last great feat, the pleasing of her eyes. Gone were the marks and the memory of the clay pits. Gone was the ashiness of dust from his hardened hands. His self-abashing cap was replaced by an aggressive stiff hat, while his black coat and waistcoat with drab trousers completed an invincible make-up. It was an autumn day. The year was sighing toward its close, but there was a golden touch in the haze that overhung the mean streets where he passed, and somewhere up in a balsam poplar a bird would persist in singing, and something in Gabe's heart kept answering as he alighted and hitched Suke before Anna Maria's gate. A little later she came out arrayed in all her glory. She passed through the gate, which the smiling Gabe held open for her, and stepped lightly into the buggy. Suke turned one inquisitive glance over her shoulder, and then, winking slowly to herself, consented to be unhitched and to jog leisurely toward the country roads. What Gabe said to Anna Maria, and what Anna Maria said to Gabe on that drive is not recorded, but it is evident that the lover had been preparing his lady for something momentous, for upon returning late that afternoon, he paused as he helped her alight, and whispered softly, "I got something mo' to say to you." As they entered the house, the smell of baking biscuits and of frying pork assailed their nostrils. Aunt Hannah More also had recognized this as a gala day, and was putting herself out to lay such a feast for her daughter's suitor as he should remember for many a day to come. Gabe sat down in the spick-and-span front room. "Ma's biscuits certainly does smell scandalous," Anna Maria commented agreeably. Gabe's mind was too full of his mission to heed the remark. The momentous second had arrived, the second that held the fruition of all his ambitions, all his dreams. He plumped down on his knees at her feet. "Oh, Anna Maria," he cried, "Anna Maria, ain't you gwine have me now?" Anna Maria turned on him a look full of startled surprise, which soon turned to anger and disdain. "Look hyah, Gabe," she said wrathfully, "what's de matter wid you? Is you done tuck leab of yo' senses? Ain't you got no 'spect for a lady's feelin's? Here I's tiahd and hungry, and you come round talkin' sich foolishness as dat. No, I ain't gwine hab you. Git up fum dere and act sensible. I's hungry, I is." Gabe got up sheepishly, dusting his knees. Anna Maria turned to the window. He took his hat and let himself out of the door. "Hey, yo, brother Gabe, where you gwine? You ain't gwine way for supper, am you? We got some monstrous fine middlin' dere fryin', 'spressly for you," was the greeting from Anna Maria's father. "Do you want to buy Suke? I's gwine way from hyah." "What's de matter with you?" was the old man's quick question. "I's done filled all de requirements you told me, and asked Anna Maria 'gin, and she won't have me, and I's gwine way." "No, you ain't. Set down." Gabe seated himself beside his adviser. when you ax, Anna Maria? Just now. Humph, said the old man reflectively, and he went on. Gabe, fo hard-workin', money-savin', long-hated man, you surely has got less sense than anybody I know. What's I done now? Said Gabe disconsolately. Ain't I filled all the requirements? Ain't I satisfied her soul? Ain't I charmed her ear? Ain't I pleased her eye? Now what more? Oh, 'tain't no use. Hold on, I say. You done all these things. You satisfied her soul. You's charmed her ear. You's pleased her eye. And she's just ready for you. But Lord a massy upon me, ain't you got mo' sense than to pop the question to a lady when she hungry? Gabe, you got lots to larn. 'Tain't no use, Unc' Ike. If she eat supper and get satisfied, then she ain't gwine need me. You sit down and wait till after supper, I say. Just then the call for supper came, and Gabe went in with the black Solomon. During the blessing, Anna Maria was cold and distant, but when the first biscuit was passed to her, her face brightened. She half smiled as she broke it open and filled its hot interior with rich yellow butter. The smile was on full force when she had tasted the brown crisp midland, and by the time she had the jackets off 2 steaming potatoes, her face was beaming. With wonder and joy, Gabe watched the metamorphosis take place, and Uncle Ike had constantly to keep nudging or kicking him under the table to keep him from betraying himself. When the supper was done, and it went on to a merry ending, Aunt Hannah refused Anna Maria's help with mock fierceness, and Uncle Ike went on the porch to smoke. Only the front room was left for Anna Maria and Gabe, and thither they went. Gabe lingered for a while on the brink, and then plunged in. Anna Maria, I's failed, and I's waited and waited. Is you, will you have me now? Law, Gabe Harris, you is the beatin'est. But her hand slipped into his. Is you gwine have me, Anna Maria? He repeated. I reckon I'll have to, she said. Out on the porch, Uncle Ike waited long in the silence. Then he said, well, that's a mighty good sign, but it's surely time for it. Women and colts, and which is the wuss? I don't know. End of section 25. End of In Old Plantation Days by Paul Laurence Dunbar.